broadcast from Eagles training camp. Love being here, love being with you. Don't love the way the Phillies are playing these days, but we do love that the Eagles are embarking on a new season. They do so with a signed Jalen Carter. We'll get to that. We'll get to, in case you didn't know, LeBron James is 76er. The news will never get old. And for most of us, will always be fun. Look, we'll talk about all of it today with you. 215-592-9494. As we broadcast, this is back to camp from Jefferson Health Training Complex inside the beautiful Forest River RV by Camping World. Jefferson Health, champions of care and the official health system partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. Rich, good morning.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, John.
The first successful electric car in the United States was built around 1890.
Hard to believe.
1890.
Very
and it got a lot of attention at the 1893 Chicago World's Fair.
How about that?
6-seater.
Yeah.
Had gigantic 24 custom storage batteries on it. It could go 14 miles per hour, but never caught on, Joe.
That's wild.
I guess until now.
No, that's a wild fact. Jalen Carter could buy it back then if he had the money.
Sure could.
So we'll get to the Phillies in a moment, but let's just start with Jalen Carter as we embark on another Eagles campaign. I'm in on it. I know for some people it's too much dough. They say it's too big a risk. Look, I told you.
I was surprised.
So I was surprised it happened yesterday because it hadn't happened for 4 or 5 months. But
yes.
I told you from the outset of the offseason, I was in on Jalen Carter. I mean, look, to me, best, he's got a chance.
Everyone should be.
He's got a chance to have the best career. Forget like he's the best right now. He could have the best career of any Eagles defensive player since Reggie. And yes, that means he could become over time better than Doc, better than Seth, better than Eric Allen. That's in there. Now, is it a risk when it's him? Yes. John, I'm in on it. Are you?
Yes. The risk of not paying him was greater than the risk of paying him, because the risk in paying him is, will he maintain excellence? Right. Will he, after he's paid, continue to bust his butt to get better? I think the Eagles have showed us here that basically signing him almost 2 years early because they would have had him under control for 2 more years, even more if they decided to franchise him for multiple years, which would be messed up to do. Yeah. So most teams won't do that to a guy. But, this is an unbelievable player who has shown us both extremes. You know, he has shown us how dominant he can be, how he was a second-team All-Pro a couple of years back. He completely dominates when he chooses to. And when you watch certain games, when you watch him take over, against L.A., when you watch him will his way to just complete domination, busting his way through double teams, busting his way through triple teams. It doesn't matter. There were times where he was completely unblockable, regardless of how much time and effort the opposing offense had put into silencing him during the week. Every team that we play has to be prepared to double and triple team this guy on every snap. That means everyone else on that defense is that much better. They're not going to get double teamed. They're not going to get those extra, the extra attention that makes it so hard to do your job to the utmost. Howie felt this was a risk worth taking. He made him the highest paid D tackle in all of football, and he's absolutely worth it. He is absolutely a $40 million a year player. And I think we've talked about this. We've talked about this from the moment this guy showed up and started doing his thing. The problem is there are certain things that stick in your head, like he spat in Dak's face and got ejected. He missed a meeting and was suspended by the staff from the beginning of a game. So you've got the highest highs, you've got some of the lowest lows, but the fact that they doled out this kind of money just prior to camp suggests to me that this organization and Howie Roseman, they believe that what they've got in place here, the security system for Jalen, support system for Jalen, they feel like that's been effective. They feel like they can continue to sustain a certain level with this guy, and we need to expect more from him. I think the Eagles will expect more from him because, again, you've seen the highest highs, but you've also seen the lowest lows. Sure. It's been fluctuation. You're getting paid $40 million a year now. I don't want fluctuation. I want excellence.
Yeah, dominance.
I want complete commitment, complete domination, and I don't think the Eagles would have extended this contract if they didn't think there was a good chance they would get that in return.
I agree with you.
It's a risk worth taking.
Yeah,
Joe.
I totally agree with that. Well, look, we'll ask everyone as you listen to us, agree with John and me or not. It is a risk. We can't act like it's not, but it's a potentially dominant player for a long time at an extremely high level. So worth the risk or not as you perceive it with Jalen Carter. Talk to us, 215-592-9494. Now let's get to the Phillies.
Do we have to?
We don't have to, but we should. It's brutal, guys. They stink right now.
Yep.
They just freaking stink right now. If you missed it last night was all in the bats, which also means in part on Dombrowski. I'm just incredibly disappointed with this club right now, and they are playing with fire as it relates to the playoffs. They have lost 4 straight series coming out of the All-Star break. Last night they didn't hit. I think it was 4 hits, 4 or 5 hits, whatever it was. No runs. They have scored 1 run or less in 6 of the 11 games since the All-Star break. 1 run or less in 6 of the 11 games since the All-Star break. We know they don't have a 4th and 5th starter of quality, although Nola pitched decent last night. Got to give him credit. But no consistency there. No excellence there. Bullpen is brutal in a lot of instances. Outfield is brutal. And I got to say this, infield's kind of brutal too. I just want to put this out there. Look, they're not going to change the third baseman and the second baseman. Okay, they're not going to. But I just want to say on a week like this, after a game like that, after a stretch like this, for all the talk about who's the right fielder and who's the center fielder and who's the 7th inning guy and who's my 4th and 5th starter, all conversation of merit. I got to tell you, the 3 guys in my crawl the most, Trey, because of the $300 million. But right behind him is Bowman Stott. I mean, you want to talk about...
Stott's been good lately.
Stott hasn't been good. I don't care. I'm not talking about a week. I'm talking about a season.
I'm not talking about a week.
I'm talking about an era. I'm talking about Bohm, Stott, and Trey don't do their job. They don't do their job. And that's how you get this. It's how you get an offense where they're not going to get replaced because there are bigger weaknesses.
Hold on,
but they're
man.
not,
it's not Bohm and Stott's fault.
They're not
whose fault this is?
Who?
Who's the quasi-leader of this team
Bryce?
who just said, we need help? I dislike the entitlement.
He wasn't wrong, though.
I did. Okay, you're right. But why don't you provide some help, Bryce? Like, you're batting .250. We need more from you. Let's get some more commitment. Let's get some more effort. I don't like that feeling of entitlement. Like, oh, woe are we. We need more help. Take the bull by the horns and go help yourself. And by the way, it's not been good enough. And by the way, you're supposed to be the leader of this group. What we saw last night, no Kyle Schwarber, no leader. I hate the fact that this team told us when Rob Thompson's future was in doubt, it sort of created this, let's sit around and wait for help.
That might be going on again.
Let's sit around and wait for the safety net. Let's sit around and wait for someone else to do our job for us. I don't like that. Again, it feels entitled. It feels spoiled. And I don't like the way I don't like that response from Bryce.
Well, let's play the audio.
I don't like the lack of performance from Bryce either. We need Kyle Schwarber back.
For those that don't know, Bryce spoke after the game last night, and I'm okay with what he said, but I know a lot of people won't like it. And it's not the best for clubhouse morale because it's essentially a way of calling out some of your teammates. But some of them do stink. Here's what Bryce said last night.
Do you think this is a lineup or a team that can beat good pitching in October? Because presumably, come October, you guys will see quite a bit of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need some help, but, I think we've proved, pretty much all year we've done a pretty good job. But, anytime you can, get some help in here and reinforcements, I think it helps.
Do you think that help would be best coming in the form of an arm or a bat?
I think both. I think, obviously everybody knows what we need, so I think I've said it over the last couple of days.
Look, Look, I know a lot of people are going to object, and I have at times with Bryce with the GMing thing, but I mean, in this instance, he's flat speaking truth. I mean,
Joe, he's supposed to be the help. He has been dreadful in the month of July.
He's had a rough stretch.
So, I mean, I've never agreed with John Moore on anything.
But he's had a good season.
But at this point, this is where it's getting serious, and he's doing nothing.
Serious.
He's doing nothing.
He's
Trey
waiting
does,
around for
yeah,
help.
just waiting around for help. I mean, we all know they need help, but for him to say it when he has done diddly squat this month.
James, you agree or disagree?
No, I'm fully with you, Joe. I think it's crazy to get on Harper for this. Look, should he have said it? I don't know. Do I have a problem with him saying it? Absolutely not. It's 100% right. Look, I don't even think they can get enough help. Like, they might not just not be good enough. Right. But I have no problem with Bryce Harper coming out and saying, add to this team. Like, that's what he should say. He's the leader of this team. He's doing exactly what a leader should do right now. Step up and say, we're not good enough. Because you know what? They're not even close to good enough. Bryce Harper could be hitting a 1,200 OPS this month, and this team wouldn't be good enough. They've scored 0-1 runs 26 times this season.
And they're not accountable. They're saying, hey,
no, John,
we got to wait until someone else comes in and makes us better.
They're mad at Dombrowski for doing a crap job here and having a bad roster comparative to what they've spent. Like, I don't blame Bryce at all for saying it.
Look, well, I'm very curious as you listen. Agree with John and Rhea, or agree with James and I, Bryce inbounds or out of bounds with this. I don't disagree that he's supposed to carry the biggest weight, and typically does and hasn't played well lately. That is true. But when I look at this in a grander sense,
doesn't
the whole season, the era, I mean, the guys like Trey Turner and Stott and Bohm are letting them down so
Trey Turner
much more.
sucks.
So much more.
Yeah, we're going to rip Bryce Harper when Trey Turner's on the Phillies. Like, that seems crazy to me.
Yeah, we are going to rip Bryce
Stott
Harper because Bryce Harper
stink.
hasn't been enough. And it's always, let's deflect
He can't do it all by himself is the problem.
No
it's him and
kidding.
Schwarber and no one else to march a bit. Like, that's
last
it.
night
What
without
do you expect?
Schwarber, this team had zero offense. I believe Kyle Schwarber is the leader of that clubhouse. I felt like they were lost last night without him. I think there are a variety of reasons why they're lost right now. But the fact that this team sits and waits around for someone else to do the heavy lifting for them, that's objectionable to me. That I am disgusted by the fact that these all-stars, these all-world players are saying, we don't have enough here. Okay, we're aware you could use help. You need to do your part too.
All right, well, look,
it's not all or nothing. Like, let's wait or play. You've got to wait and play at the same time. You got to get your butt in gear and prove that this team deserves to continue to contend.
We are in a bad Phillies mood. We're in a good Sixers mood. We're in a wait and see, but kind of excited Eagles mood. We're in a bad Phillies mood. Give us your reaction to what Bryce said and whether it's okay for him to say it or unacceptable for him to say it, and just where do you stand on the big picture of what's going on with the Phils? 215-592-9494. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. We got Rhea, we got Seltzer. Wonderful to be with you. From training camp, the Birds are back on 94 WIP.
If you've been feeling off lately, low energy, brain fog, stubborn weight gain, that's not just getting older. It's your body telling you something needs attention. Meet Dr. Lori Gerber's Men's Health Optimization Program. As a board-certified integrative medicine physician, Dr. Lori created the proprietary Real 3 method, a personalized roadmap to reclaim energy, sharpen focus, optimize hormones, and improve metabolism. Her philosophy, test, don't guess. Using advanced lab testing, Dr. Lori finds the root cause and builds a plan with targeted nutrition supplements, hormones, peptides, and lifetime strategies, all through convenient telehealth. It's smart, personalized care that helps you age your way, feeling strong, clear, and in control for years to come. Get your free men's playbook now. Just text John, Jon, to 215-259-8774. You'll get instant access plus a chance to win a 3-month men's performance membership. Text John, Jon, to 215-259-8774. Dr. Lori has your winning game plan for health. MyDrLori.com.
One deal. deal can change everything. One last chance to go all in for October. 94 WIP's Deadline Day. Join the entire WIP lineup broadcasting live from McGurk's and Horsham as baseball's trade deadline unfolds in real time. Instant reaction from your favorite WIP hosts.
Have they aged past the point where they can get this done?
Special guests.
John Middleton wants to win.
And you.
Dabrowski has to go all in because the window is closing.
Deadline Day. Monday. Live from McGurk's and Horsham. Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Some things you can always count on, like a backup on the Conshohocken Curve. But shouldn't your home internet be a different story? Switch to Verizon Fios and get 100% fiber optic dependability at home. Verizon mobile customers can get super fast, ultra reliable internet for just $20 a month. Trust us, it moves a lot faster than the Schuylkill Expressway. Don't get stuck in the slow lane. Visit Verizon.com to switch. Availability varies for new Fios customers with AutoPay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
For over 30 years, CertaPro Painters has been part of countless memories. Every wall tells a story, and we've been proud to help write them. We are more than just your local painters, with care, craftsmanship, and certainty. From the first brushstroke to the final smile, our promise is simple. Your home, beautifully painted and worry-free. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
Take your business to the next level with the Chamber of Commerce for Greater Philadelphia. Connect with leaders, grow your network, and get in the right rooms to build a stronger, smarter future. Discover the power of membership at ChamberPHL.com. That's ChamberPHL.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Earn up to 3% cash back with your Cash Reward MasterCard from American Heritage Credit Union. You'll earn 3% cash back for essentials like gas and groceries, 2% for travel and dining, and 1% for everything else, like your morning coffee. Make sure you earn a little extra when celebrating our nation's 250th anniversary this summer. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Today, partly sunny with an isolated storm, high 84.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
This month, everyone's talking about Jack's Big One. And we have one piece of advice. Don't blow it. Get to Del Toyota for Jack's Summer Sale, the big one. Open wide for big Toyota savings. Huge Del discounts. Buy with 0% financing and no money down every day at Del Toyota. Jack's Big One is hard to ignore. It's too hot to sit on. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck, all while keeping your payments the same. Maybe even make them less. Jack's Summer Sale, the big one. Don't just admire it from a distance. It only comes once per year. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. You're only minutes away. Visit them online at deltoyota.com. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
APR % financing offer on approved credit.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by J&S Family Roofing. WIP Morning Show live from Eagles training camp. First day of practice after the team reported Tuesday. And after the Birds handed Jalen Carter a record-setting extension, 4 years, $152 million, 106 guaranteed, highest-paid defensive tackle in NFL history. Phillies got shut out in Miami, 1-0. Sandy Alcantara took a no-hitter into the fifth. Not a bad outing for Nola. Did give up a home run. Kyle Schwarber missing the game with a stomach illness. Post-game, Bryce Harper asked if their lineup can beat good pitching come playoff time. Responded, I think we need some help. Asked if that should be an arm or a bat, Harper said both. When it comes to projects on your home, you want someone to deliver quality work at an honest price. That's J&S Family Roofing, built by family, backed by the best. Mostly sunny today, high 85. It's currently 70. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the Morning Show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, let's go to the phones. There's a lot to react to, including the LeBron thing, which lingers as a very exciting reality for the vast majority of us. So you can always react on that. The Phillies' brutal play lately. And the Eagles signing Jalen Carter, plus many other Eagles storylines we'll touch on today, this week, this month, and this season. Let's go to the phones as we broadcast from Eagles training camp. They'll be out here in a couple hours. We're out here now. 215-592-9494. Also, AMA today at 7 o'clock. You ask, we answer. Questions from Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. What do you want to know? Fire us some good questions, and we'll get to that at 7 o'clock. Gary in Whitehall kicks us off. Gary, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing today?
Not great when it comes to the Phillies, Gary. Not great at all.
I totally agree with you, and somebody should just keep his mouth shut.
So give me that argument, because I don't see it that way, Gary. But give me that argument of why you think Bryce is out of line.
Because once again, he brought it out publicly. Didn't he just say that we were waiting for the shoe to drop when they fired Rob Thompson?
Yeah, really bothers me.
We're waiting for something to happen. We're waiting for some help. Why can't these guys just go about their business and do the job themselves?
Take the bull by the horns. Take control of the situation. Go and play better.
They're not good enough.
You think Bryce Harper is playing his best baseball?
Well, he's struggling right now. But look, there's 7 guys to carry this team this year, and he's one of them. I mean, he really played great for the first 3 months. He has struggled lately. But, Gary, I think to put him in the focus instead of guys like Trey Stott, Bohm, Alvarado, and a bunch of others.
Alvarado's also fixed things.
I mean, Painter stunk up the joint so bad they had to ship him off the team. How that's Bryce Harper's fault is beyond me.
But no, it's not just his fault. But these other guys they're being paid handsomely to get the job done. And I fault some of this to Dombrowski for these contracts.
Yep.
But these guys are getting paid handsomely to get the job done, and they're not getting the job done.
Why can't Bryce Harper say, I need to do better, everyone needs to do better?
Well, he could have. And he should have. Brian Dawkins would have answered that question.
I think he's putting pressure on the front office. He's saying we're not good enough, and he's right. Like, he's
right,
trying to pressure the front office into making moves. Like,
but
obviously.
half this season, it feels like this team has just sort of expected others to do the heavy lifting for him, and that bothers
at times,
me.
yeah. No, listen, James. The one thing I'll say, I agree with John on this part of it is I do wish Bryce would couch the answer differently, taking more responsibility. He's been one of the
fine. I don't think he said it perfectly or anything like that, but I do think it's purposeful.
But it is purposeful. But it also follows a pattern where it does feel like there's entitlement there, which for a lot of us rubs us the wrong way. Doc would have answered that question differently. He just would have. And I know football doesn't lend itself to a trade deadline the way baseball does, but Brian Dawkins would have handled that moment better. With that said, there is nothing, Gary, nothing that Bryce Harper said, nothing that was inaccurate. I mean, it was kind of out of the Scott. You know what it was, Gary? It was kind of out of the Scott Rowland tree of, I'm going to tell you the truth, and if you don't like it, like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, Scott Rowland spoke what we were saying, the town killed him. Bryce Harper last night said what we're saying, and, like, maybe half the town will kill him. I don't like that.
But sometimes you got to look yourself in the mirror.
Well, more of that. I agree.
I think it changes. Howie Roseman put the Eagles back on the front page, so there's that. You knew that wasn't going to last too long. Sixers taking over the front page. So.
Well, I'm glad. Listen, Gary, good call, my man. Our first call from training camp. John, you excited to be here? Camp?
Yeah. I had a chance to go out and just sort of like walk around on the, not on the fields themselves, on the periphery of the fields.
Did you go on the fields like a naughty boy?
I did not want to mess up the grass because it's pristine right now. But yeah, the smells get me. I don't know, the smell of the field, and just being back out here at I guess it's called the Jefferson Health facility. I don't know exactly what the terminology is. It's no longer called One NovaCare Way. I guess that's the address. No, this is it. It brings back so much good and so much bad.
Interesting. Yeah.
I hated this day because I knew how much pain was about to follow. I mean, and there's no other way to put it. It's just pain goes with camp. Pain goes with training camp. And I'm sure it still hurts to go out there and do practices every single day.
Sure.
But it used to be, holy cow, when I was in high school, it was 3 a days.
Yeah.
We did 8 to 8 in pads. We were hitting each other for 3 hours at a time. And, I mean, fortunately, no one, somehow we all figured out how to stand up to that.
Carell Buckhalter got hurt once or twice in camp. One time he was out for the year. Every once in a while, a guy's out for the
Landon
year.
Dickerson got hurt in camp last year. He just wasn't out for the year.
And James, that might change his whole career.
But I'm not talking about injury. I'm not even talking about injury.
Not.
I'm talking about when you went to camp, it was about to be a month of just excruciating, like you could never escape. Once you put the pads on and you go out and hit people for a couple hours, like you're excited. You can't wait to put your face on people. But then, you get some aches and pains and nicks and pings, and then they add up, and then you just start feeling creaky. And, oh, man, it's but the beauty of it all is you're back with your guys. You're out there. You're running around. You're free. So there's pain, but there's freedom.
Yeah.
And you're about to go win. Every year you expect to go win this thing.
Well, there's also football. And for us as fans, you know what we enjoy doing? Watching and not having the pain. Look, there's a lot with the Birds to talk about. The Jalen Carter signing, you can react, 215-592-9494. We'll get into some of the LeBron stuff coming up next. The Phil's horrible. Plus something Draymond Green said about the 76ers situation. That and more as we broadcast from the Jefferson Health Training Complex. Joe DeCamera and John Rich, it's 94 WIP. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years and how they can certainly help you as well. They specialize in complex dental treatment. And for over 25 years, I've been a patient at PI Dental. My mom for over 30 years with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists who specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth. I've never needed all that. For me, it's been year-to-year maintenance, in good shape, staying in good shape with the great care of PI Dental Center. But you may need a major repair or a situation from childhood that has never been resolved that you've always wanted to get done. Well, know this, PI Dental Center, they can do it for you. They're the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that deliver fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. If you are struggling with your teeth, it doesn't have to continue. Start with PIDentalCenter.com. Get yourself to PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Every Sunday home game this season. Join Sports Radio 94 WIP at Citizens Bank Park for Phillies Sunday.
It's gone!
An extended Phillies pregame show. Broadcasting live from the Deborah broadcast booth. Phillies Sunday. Brought to you by Deborah Heart and Lung Center. The Delaware Valley's only heart hospital. Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome to Bucks County Estate Traders.
Wow, look at the selection. So many great pieces.
If it's one-of-a-kind pieces you're looking for, you've come to the right place. We have a huge selection, from high-end brands like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon, or if you're looking for that vintage or antique piece to make a statement, we got that too.
I think I'm gonna need a few laps to check everything out.
Yeah, we hear that a lot. Happy hunting!
For quality high-end furniture built to last, visit their showroom in Hatfield or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Lisa from Springfield, what's the squawk?
Hey, Robin. Summer heat is brutal. My car's AC is laying an egg. I'm ready for something new.
Oh, don't sweat it. Swoop into Robin Ford and beat the heat in a new Ford. Whether you need a cool commute or a truck that can handle hot jobs and weekend getaways, we'll help you fly into something you love. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now at 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Mike from Broomall. You're on the air.
Been researching a new F-150, trying to time it right.
Take the leap from the nest. Today, you can buy a new Ford F-150 with 0% financing and 2 years of complimentary maintenance at Robin Ford. Ready to haul, tow, and work through the dog days of summer. So don't roast in your old ride. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end July 31st, 2026. See dealer for more details.
This is Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Your wedding band should last a lifetime, so why settle? We're family owned and design every piece ourselves. When you work with us, you're getting quality jewelry crafted with care. And you're working direct with the designer, me. Step up to the fifth seat and get a wedding band you'll treasure forever at Cozy Jewelers. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm and have resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you wash that all away with Game. And now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible ported, no cash access, and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
The summer heat means it's time to crank up the AC again, which means it's time for you to go Gaida. Keep your home cooling more efficiently and save on high energy bills by replacing your old, drafty, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Gaida Door and Window. Right now, Gaida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. Receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. And get 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded, minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Gaida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GAIDA or visit them at gogaida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Visit Delco, WIP Morning Show broadcasting from Eagles training camp day after the Eagles made Jalen Carter the highest paid defensive tackle in NFL history with a 4-year, $152 million extension, 106 of it guaranteed. Nick Sirianni will speak before the Eagles' first practice at 9:30, and we will carry that live here on 94 WIP. Phillies dropping a 4 straight series, shut out 1-0 in Miami. They are 3-8 since the break. Bryce Harper said they've run into really some good pitching. Asked if the Phils lineup can beat good pitching come October, Harper said, "I think we need some help." Asked if that should be an arm or a bat, Harper said both. People say Delco is a lot, and they're right. A lot of great restaurants, bars, nature trails, and local businesses. Find all Delco offers at visitdelco.com. Mostly sunny, high 85. It's currently 71. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94.
I mean, we were doing the show yesterday, and we didn't even know if Jalen Carter would participate today. We didn't know if he'd participate this season. I tended to think he would, but, you just didn't know. So good to have him under contract. But I will say, there is a risk there. So let's get to not one, not two, but 3 different Twitter poll questions of the day. Jalen Carter, one of them. Brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Available now. Armin is offering 0% financing for 60 months on all new light-duty Silverados. Visit ArminChevy.com. The first poll question, if you don't know the numbers, they are this. Jalen Carter, 4 years, $152 million. Reports are it can get up to $160. It's $106 guaranteed. It's not $106. It's $106 million guaranteed. Big deal. Biggest, obviously, the Eagles have ever given out defensively. We asked this poll question, is that A, a good signing, or B, too risky? Can't act like there's not risk there. Can't act like there's not. I think it's a good signing. It is risky. I don't think it's too risky. You tell us at 215-592-9494 and at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Another poll question, is Bryce Harper out of line for saying we need some help? John and Rhea think he is out of line. James and I do not. A, yes, B, no. Out of line, Bryce, let us know. Third poll question.
It's more than that. It's deeper than that.
Yeah.
It's the entitlement that we've seen displayed, not just by Bryce, by the team. Back when we had Thompson in limbo and after the fact, they said, yeah, we were just sort of out of sorts waiting to see what was going to happen.
That was really bad.
It feels like the same thing's going on right
It
now.
might be.
They got a jolt
Aren't
from
they
it, and now
supposed to be playing-
they're back again like an
right.
angel.
They need to take accountability. Every single guy in that clubhouse needs to challenge themselves to be better. And it doesn't sound like when your quote leader is saying, hey, we just need help. When asked where they need help, he basically said, everywhere. Yeah, that message is important, and everyone else in that clubhouse is now thinking, well, yeah, I guess we got to wait around until someone else comes in and helps us out. Don't wait. Yeah. Don't sit around. Don't sit on your hands and hope someone does your job for you. Do your job better and encourage your teammates to fight harder. I really do think last night Kyle Schwarber's sickness or whatever it was.
By the way,
he needs to be part of the conversation in order for this team to be on the right track.
Yeah, but my thing
on the right path.
My thing with Schwarber as it relates to last night, man, he always plays other than last night.
But he's had this stomach thing before.
No, but my point is they've often scored 1 or 0 runs. I mean, would it have helped to have Schwarber? Sure, of course. But, it's not a shock with or without him to see them score 1 or 0.
26 times this year.
Yeah.
It feels like whenever many times when we go down there and play against Alcantara, it's that type of game. It feels like through the years, it's always been Nola, Alcantara.
Yeah, they've faced each other a lot. All right, so really frustrating times with the Phils. Worst they've played since April. And they are playing with some fire as it relates to the playoffs. Here's, by the way, where they are from a playoff standpoint. 2 up on the wild card, 6 back of the Braves, and talk about totally over. They have no shot at the 2 seed in a bye. They are 10.5 games back of the Brewers. I told you last week that's over, and it's over. They're 10.5 games back of the Brewers, who are tied with the Dodgers. That part's over. All right, I want to get to a third poll question, which is Sixers question. But before we do, I want to play some audio for you of Draymond Green. Boy, do I think this is dumb. I'll use the word dumb. Dumb. Draymond Green, he's got a concern for VJ Edgecombe. Listen to what he said.
When you look at the biggest losers in this situation, it's arguably VJ Edgecombe. If I'm VJ Edgecombe's agent, I'm not sure I'm happy with the summer that the 76ers have had. If I'm just VJ Edgecombe's agent, because this could affect a lot for VJ Edgecombe. You go from being sometimes the second option when Embiid was out to sometimes being the 5th option.
Oh, he might not score 19 points. He might have to score 16 and win a title. Oh, the humanity. My God. You know why this is so, such gall? Such gall from coming from Draymond. And by the way, this is only going to be a 1 or 2 year thing with LeBron.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's
VJ's 21?
Right, he's a pup.
Oh, my God.
All right, so LeBron's here for a year or 2. Now, Jaylen Brown will be here, and there's... Okay. But, first off, the LeBron thing is going to be relatively short-lived. That's number 1. But number 2, and this is where it is rich coming from Draymond Green. If Draymond Green did not play with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, and then at one point there, Kevin Durant for a couple of years, he would have had... The perception would have been a very similar career to a guy like Andre Iguodala was perceived here. Good player, great defensive player, can't step up enough on offense. Just imagine a scenario. Just imagine a scenario where Draymond Green has to carry the burden on offense, or is the second guy. People would say he's good, but man, you can't rely on that guy to get it done because he's not a good enough scorer. What's the point? The point is this. Draymond Green has made millions and has become incredibly famous, millions on the court, millions off the court, by winning championships, by being a part of a cog of an overall universe of a team that was unbelievable. So for Draymond Green, of all people, concerned for VJ Edgecombe, if I'm his agent, I'm not happy. VJ might be a champion in 10 months. He might have all sorts of endorsements he otherwise would not have had. He's on his way to making hundreds and hundreds of millions, regardless of whether LeBron and Jaylen Brown are on the team. What is this nonsense? So I just I don't know, man. That irritates me. I mean, if you want to be Mitch Richmond, who was a great player, but if you want to be on a team by yourself for 10 years, have at it. But if I am VJ Edgecombe and it's like, oh, I can play with a scrub or LeBron James, give me LeBron James.
Yeah, I don't think he's complaining.
My God. All right. Which all leads us to our James Righteous gripe right there, right?
Yes.
I mean, what the hell? What is that nonsense? All right, our third poll question.
I don't care at all about that. Like, Draymond's just talking.
He's a bozo.
He's just talking, and that's what he does.
John, he's talking out his ass.
Okay, and that's what Draymond Green does.
And that's why I call him on it, and that's part of why I don't want him to replace Charles Barkley when he retires on TNT/ESPN/whatever it's called. All right, third poll question. So we all four of us have said we think Jaylen Brown is now the Sixers' best player, but it's close. There's options. We will present a poll question for you, and VJ does not make the poll. And you know what? I think you'll be able to deal with it okay. Poll question, who's the Sixers' best player? 4 choices, alphabetical order. Is it Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, LeBron James, Tyrese Maxey? Who is the Sixers' best player? Let us know at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Also, when you call in today, your chance to win Chris Stapleton tickets, as Chris Stapleton will be in town coming up later this summer. August 29th, Chris Stapleton with his All-American Roadshow, August 29th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets on sale, Ticketmaster.com. You know, one thing that has stood out to me this summer is that movies have really had a nice resurgence. I have enjoyed a couple, a lot. I am looking forward to getting to some others, a lot. And I think America has taken notice. America is going to the movie theater more this summer than past years since the pandemic, which is a really good thing. Today we ask you at 215-592-9494, like the movie industry this summer. We ask you, who or what has had a resurgence? A lot of resurgences through the years. Teams, athletes, musicians, actors, industries, companies. Best answer on who or what had a resurgence. Best answer, whoever provides it, is going to win the Chris Stapleton tickets, 215-592-9494. Obviously, you can weigh in on Jalen Carter's big deal. LeBron. Oh, cry me a river. Draymond, VJ. Nonsense. And the Phillies, which is probably the headliner today, even though we're at training camps because they're playing so bad. John, who or what's had a resurgence? Give me a great answer.
Analog music, records, vinyl.
A little bit, yeah.
Not a little bit.
Most people don't have them.
I can't understand why it's had such a huge resurgence because growing up, it was annoying to have to use the needle. You put it on the record. The records are scratched. They skip. All that stuff.
The
You got to
kids think
store
it's
them
cool.
special. They get warped.
It is
yeah,
cool.
Kids do think it's cool.
Yeah.
You got like record listening locations opening up now. You got bars that have record listening spots in them. It really is astounding and growing.
It's always been more fun, but I'm like, hey,
I like digital audio.
Hey, Alexa, play me Sports Radio 94 WFO.
Well, that's true, too.
Rhea, who or what has had a resurgence?
I'm going to go with Winona Ryder. Remember, she was huge.
I didn't know she has.
In the Stranger Things. You never saw it?
Now she's back?
Oh, that's
What?
Oh, my God.
Love
Wait.
Winona Ryder.
Did you not watch Stranger Things at all?
No, nonsense.
It's like 5 seasons.
I don't know. I didn't know she was
She
back.
was awesome in it.
She was
really great.
She's not thieving anybody these days?
No, she's not.
Good for her.
That was a mistake.
That was a mistake. Seltzer, who or what has had a resurgence?
I just watched Reality Bites this weekend.
Love it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, great movie. I will take it off the board because I think it's a winning answer.
Let's make some noise. Come on.
Our guy.
Our guy. Nick Foles is a big answer. Look, a lot of answers are out there at 215-592-9494 for resurgence. When I think resurgence, I think Travolta.
Yeah.
Big in the 70s, still big in the 80s. Major drop-off there somewhere in the late 80s. I mean, monstrous. Monstrous. Kind of like a joke.
Yeah.
And then came back with Pulp Fiction and it rode strong for another bunch of years. Sure, a lot of actors.
But then he did that Battlefield Earth.
Yeah, that's
movie.
all right. I can live with it.
Oh.
All right, give us a great answer for a resurgence. You can win the Chris Stapleton tickets. Derek and Paoli. Good morning, Derek.
Yo, what's happening? Listen,
Derek.
that thing with Draymond Green, you realize he's just doing the same thing that you do every day, right? Just talk, right? And people listen.
Yeah, but I
He's
talk
just more
out the
famous
mouth.
than
He
you
talks
are.
out the
But
hiney.
you've said some stuff. Yeah, but you do that every day too, though. You just
No,
say
I
things,
spit truth and wisdom.
national like him, yes.
Derek's. I'll
Okay.
never go national. I'm rooted right here, Derek.
You could. That's the goal, right?
I don't know. It's an interesting question. I've thought about it. I'm very, very happy at WIP. So the simple answer is I'm very open-minded to anything, but I have no particular interest right now to abandon ship. I love where I am. I really do.
Oh, okay. Anyway, when I heard the thing that Bryce Harper said, right, I just feel like he's the only athlete in Philly that could say that, and most people would be like, no, it's not out of line. Like, if you're going to war with people every night, and he's basically advocating, like, we don't have enough to win, right?
Yeah.
Like, if he's saying he's Mr. Keep everything in-house, right? Keep everything in-house. And now he's out here advocating that we don't have enough. So you're saying, like, trade somebody to get somebody else, do this, do that. Like, he can say that to Dave Dombrowski, the same
You're right,
way
Derek.
You're not
wrong. Look, there's a huge contradiction. I like that too, Derek. We talked about that in the spring when he showed up to camp and he was crying a river about keeping it in house, and we pointed out then, and you're right, Derek, to point out now. This is another moment when he did not.
Nope.
And that part you're dead right about. Yep.
It's a great
not
point.
Like he's working in like a restaurant and you don't have a dishwasher and you got to do two people's jobs. And yeah, you need more help. But the Phillies, they've been up and down all year. They can get hot again, but they bats just been cold. They've been playing some okay teams. I mean, the Marlins ain't that good, but they get cold. But you don't like advocate to make a trade, like especially like that. I just didn't think that was cool, and I don't think if a lot of other players were doing that, people will be like, "Wow, that's a little too much."
Well, I will say I don't to use the football analogy, Derek, and I'm just rifling through in my head if I've ever heard that said by an Eagle, and I feel like I have not. Now I could be missing
Donovan
one.
McNabb was throwing the ball to who, right? McNabb needed help his whole career. He never cried like that.
No, you're right.
I don't know. I just kind of.
And everyone on that team knew
was a good player, but
we were deficient.
Yeah.
Everyone in the world knew
right.
we were deficient
You're
at
right.
wide receiver. No one ever said we need to bring help in from the outside.
You should have told Andy.
Yeah.
Helpful.
Now, Derek, you bring up a great point there. All right, give me a big answer, my man. Who or what has had a resurgence at some point?
The first thing I can think of, I don't know a lot about him, but it's the most popular song on WIP. I'm going to go with Creed, definitely making a resurgence on the radio station.
You got it, Derek. You got it, my man. Creed. James, is that point from Derek, does that sway you at all?
I was on the phone with Dan, so I did not hear the point. You got to reiterate it for me.
It sways me a bit. So I've been pro Bryce on this one, but Derek's point, James, was Bryce made a big deal back in the spring to say keep it in-house. And this is yet another example where he's completely contradictory and does not.
I think that's a fair point. Yeah, I think it's a fair point.
So should he have not said it?
No, again, like
point.
I think it's a
really
fair point, but
strong point.
I don't have a problem. I'm not the keep in house guy. That's a Bryce thing that he said. Like I have no issues if people don't keep it in house. Like that's
But
not
the
something
fact
that
that he
bothers me.
said it-
I
but the-
agree. It's
yeah.
not a good look for Bryce. I totally agree with that.
really
But again, I think this team needs help. Like
They do.
So I'm not like it. I think when Bryce is talking about it, he's obviously forgetting the keeping in house thing. I agree. It's a fair point. There's no counter. But to the point of like the hurting teammates, he's talking about trading minor leaguers for help. Now that the 26th guy, 25th guy, 24th guy, they're in trouble with that. But like, I don't care if Bryce is worried about the 25th or 26th guy on
Seth
the team.
Johnson. You don't care if
It
Seth
is what it
Johnson's
is.
offended.
I'm sorry, dude. You're not good enough. Like that's
I thought
life.
Seth was good.
Well,
I mean, it was about 2 months
But
ago.
the point is, if they acquire a reliever, Alvarado and Kirkgreen stay, but Seth Johnson goes.
So I don't think he's like hurting his teammates by saying it. I agree the in-house thing is a fair point. I disagree with the like hurting the teammates part.
All right, 215-592-9494. So we got AMA coming up. We'll have some fun with that. Also, are you in favor of the Eagles' financial commitment to Jalen Carter or not? Your reaction to what's going on these days with the Phils. What Bryce said, if you missed it, we'll play that again for you. And LeBron, talk to us on how you feel about that. And Draymond Green, nonsense. And talk out my hiney. Come on, Derek and Paoli. All I do is spit truth and wisdom to you, man. I'm not Draymond. He's been a great player.
You're not Draymond.
Draymond's very lucky he played with great
He
players.
makes so much more than you.
He really does. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie, along with Rhea and Seltzer from training camp. The Birds are back on 94 WIP.
You've heard me talk about my friends at PDQ POS and how their top-rated restaurant management system has helped thousands of companies in the restaurant, hospitality, bar, and casino businesses across the country. We've seen their operation. We've done our show from their headquarters, and the people, the technology, it's all so impressive to behold. So if you're thinking of cutting your old point of sale, it's time to go all in and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS, the game changer in the world of POS solutions. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ, they've been the industry leader for over 35 years for a reason. It's because they offer everything: mobile POS, self-service kiosks, enterprise reporting, contactless functionality, data and cybersecurity, and the best service and support in the industry. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, they'll build a custom solution for your business. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Schedule your free demo and business consultation today at pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
The Phillies play here today. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 11:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 12:10. Then stick around for the final out. Sponsored by the Philadelphia Parking Authority. On your exclusive home for the Phillies 2026 season.
Deep to left field. Forget about it. That one's not coming back.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. An official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Your heart's rhythm is what keeps you moving through life. And when AFib throws it off, every beat matters. The elite team at Deborah Heart and Lung Center diagnose and treat AFib with advanced technology and a focused expertise, measurably better outcomes from one of the leading heart hospitals in the nation. From diagnosis through recovery, it's the team that's with you every step of the way. Because when it's your heart, don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear.
It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like head administrator for a state-of-the-art surgical center.
What can I do for you, Doc?
We need to talk about the lights.
Ah, the mood lighting, relaxing, right? Much better than those old hospital vibes.
A hospital's supposed to have hospital vibes.
You seem tense. Let's dim the lights a bit.
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed-sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done, fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size, fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big deal too, right, Mom? Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. A disastrous night for Toronto pitcher Shane Bieber. The former Cy Young winner suffered the shortest start of his career against the Washington Nationals, failing to escape the first inning. Bieber issued 6 walks to the 9 batters he faced, throwing 42 pitches and just 15 strikes. I'm Drake Toll.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. This is Ask Me Anything.
Ask me a question.
With Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Well, AMA, as we do every single Wednesday at this time, but only a couple times every year do we do it from the Eagles training camp, where we are today. Wonderful to be with you. Just waking up, obviously the first day of Eagles practice, and that'll start up at 10 o'clock today. By the way, Nick Sirianni will speak at 9:30. Howie Roseman may join him for that press conference. We will carry that at about 9:30 when they get to the podium, so we look forward to airing that today.
Yeah.
It's good. Good to hear from him.
Wait.
Howie especially, because you don't hear from him as often, as we broadcast from the Jefferson Health Training Complex inside the awesome Forest River RV by Camping World. Jefferson Health, champions of care and the official health system partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. James Seltzer, what do inquiring minds want to know today?
All right, let's start on the text line. It says, now that the World Cup, July 4th, and the MLB All-Star Game are over, what was your favorite Philly experience this summer?
It's not the All-Star Game. The game itself was boring. I wasn't at the Derby. I enjoyed watching it. The 4th I mostly enjoyed, but the weather crushed it. And what was the other thing? I'd say the World Cup.
Yeah. I think the World Cup was it. I think the increased excitement that I felt for the World. I've never felt that way about the World Cup previously.
Me neither.
I paid attention to a degree I never expected, and I had a lot of fun watching it.
Yeah,
and I think it grew. I think there's going to be more kids wanting to play soccer.
I agree with that,
and that's probably a good thing. That's nice to see.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Yeah, I generally agree. I will say, if you were in the building for the home run derby, it was pretty awesome to be in the building for that. All right, let's keep it rolling. John,
the highlight this month for the Phillies, James, was a Philly almost winning something.
You're not wrong. Speaking of highlights, John, from the text line, any highlights from your time off?
Oh, well, geez. That's an awful lot to highlight. Yeah, wonderful spending time with my best friend I grew up with up in Cape Cod. That it's just nice to get away. And now that I've had a chance to bring my kids, my kids are now 15, 19, and 21, and I don't just love them. I like them. I
nice.
love my children, and I like them as people. And I think I'm realizing that now, and it feels like we're getting to that point where they kind of like me too, and it's fun. I like hanging out with my kids and my fiance, my mother,
That's
my
great.
family, and it's been wonderful.
Ah, the warm and fuzzies. That's really nice.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. James, let's do one more.
All right, this is from Twitter. Jack the Mike on Twitter says, if you could have any fictional TV parent as your own parent, who would you choose and why?
Well, Ward Cleaver and June Cleaver.
Really?
Yeah.
Nobody remembers them.
Doesn't matter. Tried and true.
I would go Kitty from the 70s show.
That'd be
I
fun.
love her.
What about Bruce Wayne? Can he be my dad?
Just be rich. What about Mr. Drummond? How
imagine
about that? Mmr.
Drummond
Drummond.
was great.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
Drummond was
Mr.
great.
Drummond,
Yeah,
living in a penthouse.
Yeah, that's true. No, I'm tried and true. Ward and June Cleaver. And with that,
That is such a camera
for those that
answer
don't
right
know,
there.
let's leave it to Beaver. All
Yes,
right.
you have to say that because people don't know. Yes.
Wait till I tell you what show we just started watching.
Oh,
with that,
please don't.
With that AMA, we shut it down.
Ask Me Anything with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
All right, one guess
Oh, God.
on an old show that Amy and I have now started watching.
The
I
Honeymooners.
Dream of Jeannie.
0 for 2, Rhea.
Ooh. WKRP in Cincinnati.
Older.
Wow.
We are all in on Dick. Dick Clark. No, not Dick Clark. That's not Dick Clark.
Dick
Dick
Clark.
Van Dyke.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
he's still alive, isn't he?
I got to
Yes,
tell
he
you.
is. It's
The
100.
Dick Van Dyke Show.
It was funny.
Oh, the Laura Petrie and Rob Petrie, whatever his name is. Oh, it makes me so happy. It's a beautiful thing.
You guys are so
Yeah,
weird.
weird.
I talk her into these things. That's great.
Poor Amy.
It's a great doze off show. It's just good enough, but also you can.
How
fall
do you
asleep.
approach it
not
like,
a
hey,
great
Amy, you want to watch Dick Van
Yeah,
Dyke?
Dick Van Dyke.
You want to watch a 60-year-old television show?
It's a great doze-off show.
Yeah.
You know what that indicates?
Yeah, it's
that
not The Sopranos.
It's boring enough that you fall asleep while you're watching it.
Yeah, you have the ability to doze, but still be entertained in the process. Beautiful thing.
Wow.
Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Jalen Carter got paid. Big bucks. About $160 million, over $100 million guaranteed. I think it's worth the risk, but it is risky. Because it's him. It is risky. Phillies are playing horrible baseball, and everything with LeBron still on the table. Plus, give us something with a resurgence. Big answers are out there. Let's talk to Dan in Philadelphia right now. Good morning, Dan.
Did we just have the drop of the year said about 20 seconds ago?
Well, I mean, I give you what you want, Dan. You know, I know how to.
You said it, not me.
Do you want to repeat it?
I kind of butchered it though when I said the wrong Dick. You know.
You just said one word and then just moved on to the next sentence. So that's.
I knew what I was doing.
Yeah, it's
Dan.
pretty good.
Dan, I'm a skilled
definitely the
radio
drop of the year.
professional. This ain't my first day in radio. You know, come on now.
Well, all right. Well, thanks for that drop. But hey, listen, I'm 100% in on John. Yeah, I just talked to Jimmy about it. I agree we need help, right? But like, this isn't the first time Bryce has like. It's almost like when we play like crap, then I have a reason to say this is why. If you would just do this, we would play better. I'm sorry, you don't need help to score more than one run when you have $1 billion lineup. Literally $1 billion in salaries in a lineup. Like, yeah, we need help to get to the next level, but the next level shouldn't be scoring 2 runs.
Dan, you're not wrong. But Dan, you're not wrong.
Yes.
But here's where I'll flip it around. He and Schwarber do need help. They actually
Joe,
do.
I'm not saying they don't. He's not saying it like that. He's saying it like, this is why we're playing like this. Like with the Rob Thompson thing, like John mentioned. Like that's the first thing I thought of when I heard
think
him
you're
say this,
commingling issues, Dan. I really do. You don't think the biggest
think it
reason
is.
why
It's-
they're
it's a
playing
mindset,
lousy is
Joe.
because they don't have
I
good
agree
enough
with
hitters?
that. It's a mindset that's
it's a
deficient.
mindset. Like, oh,
and
well,
and he's
we started
spreading
playing
it,
lousy
saying
because
stuff like
because
this.
we thought our manager was
Listen, Dan, you might be. Okay, let me be clear. Dan, hang on. You might be right. I'm going to give you that. You might be right. But I think you're shortchanging. Like, I don't get on JT for his lack of hitting because he's old. He's supposed to not hit much. Bohm and Stott are in their supposed prime. They are, you want to talk about deficient. Like, they're supposed to be the Victorinos and the worst of this team. They're both going to be off the team and playing for the Pirates in a year or two because they're not good enough.
You're making my point for me. It doesn't. We could bring in another bat. They're still going to play like that. And then who are they going to blame?
No, not if it's a good enough bat. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true, Dan. If they had better players, they would play better.
Trey Turner going to play better?
No,
something else.
He's not good. Listen, I wish he was better. He just isn't that good. I mean, breaking news 4 years into the Trey Turner experience. He ain't that good.
That's my
point.
Should I hit the sounder? But there.
Right. I mean, Dan, listen, I understand.
Has it been 4 years?
Yeah, 3.5.
Feels like
3.5, yeah.
Dan, I understand.
I just called 2 weeks ago saying I want them to win more than anybody because I love this team. But you got to stop saying. So what? Now Bryce is saying they're in this slump because they need help. Well, they did. He wasn't saying that when they were just, when Don Mattingly got a hold of the team. Now.
Yeah, but Dan, hold on. Even when they've won a lot this year, which at times they have. Can we acknowledge it's because of 7 players and primarily because of when the 3 pitchers pitch, they pitch well?
Also, he's doing it because they're 6 days away from the trade deadline. Of course, he's not going to say it in mid-July or early July. He's saying it because the trade deadline's coming up.
And Dan, think about how many times when they did win, they won by not scoring many runs, but they won 3-2 and 3-1 games. Like, that's not – it's good to win, but it's good to score more runs also. God.
I understand it. So if let's say they do get help and then they go in another slump, is he gonna start saying it's Don Mattingly's fault? It's always like he's looking for a reason.
Listen. He will always
externalizing the locus of blame.
He will always say something because that's the way he is, and I don't love it, but I'm not getting him on him for last night. He was 1,000% correct. All right, Dan, give me who or what. Who or what had a resurgence? Who had a resurgence?
Did anybody say the Sixers?
Wow.
You know what? They have, but it might be a little too early. I haven't seen them play yet. I mean, they have, but,
The resurgence, I think, is what Dan's referring to is the feeling about them.
That's fair.
That's certainly, because it was super negative, and it has turned.
All right, what Bryce said after the game last night. You'll hear that audio. You'll hear LaShawn McCoy weighing in on the big contract for Jalen Carter. Elliott breaking down position battles of note with training camp, plus Dave Dombrowski and Jim Salisbury on trade deadline possibilities. Get it off your chest on the Phils, because there's a lot to get off your chest. They stink right now. They really do. As we broadcast from training camp on 94 WIP.
For more than 30 years, NovaCare Rehabilitation has been the Delaware Valley's hometown physical therapy provider, and they are proud to be part of the healing journey. So many people and listeners of the morning show that are taking care of me, my family, many of my friends over the years, and NovaCare has a successful track record for helping patients of all ages reach their goals. They've got a network of over 150 convenient locations in southeastern Pennsylvania, greater Philadelphia, and South Jersey. NovaCare's team, they'll listen. They will create a plan specific to you. They focus on real results, reducing pain, restoring function, and getting you back to doing the things you love to do. There is no better time to make NovaCare's movement experts part of your healthcare team. To find a location, go to NovaCare.com. NovaCare, proud to be the official physical therapy partner to the Philadelphia Phillies and you. You have a choice in your physical therapy provider. Choose NovaCare and the power of physical therapy.
Legends might be born on Sundays, but they're forged at training camp. WIP is back to camp. Hungry rookies with something to prove.
Hey, they getting a dog. It's ready to work.
And veterans determined to finish what they started.
You just put the work in and work come first.
With exclusive training camp coverage every day, live from the Jefferson Health Training Complex.
Get better every single day, and that's all we're focused on.
WIP's back to camp. Sponsored by Jefferson Health, champions of care and the official health system partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. And driven by Forest River RV and Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, and accessories.
This month, everyone's talking about Jack's Big One. And we have one piece of advice. Don't blow it. Get to Del Toyota for Jack's Summer Sale, the big one. Open wide for big Toyota savings. Huge Del discounts. Buy with 0% financing and no money down every day at Del Toyota. Jack's Big One is hard to ignore. It's too hot to sit on. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck, all while keeping your payments the same. Maybe even make them less. Jack's Summer Sale, the big one. Don't just admire it from a distance. It only comes once per year. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. You're only minutes away. Visit them online at deltoyota.com. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
APR % financing offer on approved credit.
Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When it comes to my policy, Farmers gives it to me straight, so there's no surprises.
It's your coverage. You should never be confused.
You hear that? An insurance provider with a conscience.
We're a choir, but yes, we have that too.
Straightforward coverage you can literally understand. That's what you get when
you have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or Affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Baseball season's in full swing. Catch every game at McGurk's Pub and Grill all season long. Enjoy the nice weather with outdoor seating at all their locations. And cheer on every pitch with an ice cold beer and their famous cheesesteak egg rolls. McGurk's, the best seat outside the ballpark.
Some things you can always count on, like a backup on the Conshohocken Curve. But shouldn't your home internet be a different story? Switch to Verizon Fios and get 100% fiber optic dependability at home. Verizon mobile customers can get super fast, ultra reliable internet for just $20 a month. Trust us, it moves a lot faster than the Schuylkill Expressway. Don't get stuck in the slow lane. Visit Verizon.com to switch. Availability varies for new Fios customers with auto pay, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
Getting Medicaid and Medicare benefits from different companies can feel confusing. With PA Health and Wellness, it's easier to manage your care in one place. PA Health and Wellness Medicare is called WellCare, but it's all part of the same trusted company. With WellCare, you'll have the same level of care management that you receive with PA Health and Wellness. Keep all your Medicaid benefits and enjoy simpler health coverage. Visit pahealthwellness.com or call 1-844-626-6813.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years guaranteed? Thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Eagles will hold their first practice this morning in training camp for the WIP Morning Show. Is broadcasting from Nick Sirianni will speak around 9:30 before the Birds' first practice, and it will be carried live here on 94 WIP. I'm sure one of the coach's talking points will be the contract extension given to Jalen Carter, making him the highest paid defensive tackle in NFL history. Phillies are reeling, lost a fourth straight series. They are 3-8 since the break, where they've mustered 0 or no runs in 6 of 11 games, shut out 1-0 in Miami. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be a New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mostly sunny, high 85. It's currently 71. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Avoid
Don't
the
spread a
rumor.
rumor that's
Yeah,
not true.
But I wouldn't be the one saying it.
But those things have a life of their own. And it would come back
spread
to you.
rumors,
Whether you
they're
said
fun.
it or not, it would be like DeCamara started this.
Well, here's the thing. So, odd spot for me as a talk show host. At 8:40 today, Merrill Reese will be on the show. At 8:40 today, we will have a station announcement. Now, you know what conclusion people will jump to, right?
Yep. Well done.
So, but that conclusion is not true.
It's wrong. Be wrong.
Merrill ain't going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, good job you got out in front of that. Yeah.
You know, otherwise, Merrill would have 500 text messages between now and 8:40. Are you retiring? No. Merrill Reese is not retiring. He's going to be part of our show today at 8:40, and we have a really cool announcement.
You're announcing that he'll be on the show at 8:40. That's the
I'm
announcement.
announcing
Yes.
that he's not retiring. And I'm announcing we got something really good cooked up. So 8:40 today, Merrill plus an announcement. Looking forward to that. 215-592-9494. All right, so really a few different things. The LeBron thing obviously on the table. Every element of it you can react to. Trade possibilities for the Phillies approaching the deadline. What Bryce said, we'll get to that in a second. Jalen Carter signed, and we are broadcasting from Eagles training camp. Let's listen, if you're just waking up, to what Bryce said last night. You may not know this. You probably know the Phillies lost. It was brutal. They didn't hit, again. And then Bryce, after the game, approaching the trade deadline, was asked a couple of questions, and answered them honestly. But there are many that think he should not have said what he said. Let's listen to what Bryce Harper said last night.
Do you think this is a lineup or a team that can beat good pitching in October? Because presumably, come October, you guys will see quite a bit of it.
Yeah, I think we need some help, But, I think we've proved, pretty much all year we've done a pretty good job. But, anytime you can, get some help in here and reinforcements, I think it helps.
Do you think that help would be best coming in the form of an arm or a bat?
I think both. I think obviously everybody knows what we need, so I think I've said it over the last couple of days.
They've done a pretty good job of doing what? Getting their manager fired at the beginning of the year? The slump that they're in? 3 of 8, 4 straight series. They can't score. Oh, we've done a pretty good job.
Well, you know what? Where April also comes back into focus now?
Yeah.
They are playing with fire on making the playoffs.
Oh, absolutely.
And if they miss it, as bad as July has been, if they miss the playoffs, they will miss it because of April. A team with that talent should never start 9-19.
No.
And that is back on the table. They're only 2 games up on a playoff
And that's
spot.
the point, Joe. The point about him going, yeah, we need some help. You are the help.
Yeah,
No, I'm sorry. You're supposed to be the help. You, Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber. I mean, all those guys. That's what somebody like me and John find irritating. It's like, what the hell are you doing?
Look, I'm not
he's
saying
batting like 160 in July.
He has struggled in July, but he's had, for the most part, a good season.
Not
Right?
this month.
But he's had a good season. He's had a good season.
Yeah.
Everyone
right,
has slumps.
I said not this
Slumps
month.
happen
You're right.
every season with every baseball player. Like, no one hits all year long. Like, he's going through a slump. It happens.
All right. Be a better leader. Don't divert the focus. Don't put the problem on someone else. Take the problem on. Get better. Tell everyone you need to be better.
But I agree with
That's an
you could say
example
that.
for your teammates.
But
hey, if I'm saying I need to be better, you need to say you need to be better too. We all can be in on this self-improvement kick because that's necessary.
What about Dave
yes,
Dombrowski
we need
being
help
better?
as well.
That's what he's
Yes,
saying. He's saying, Dave,
absolutely.
you
we
need to
help
be better.
Help as well. You don't have to say it. He
thinks he does.
reiterated, he's repeating what he's already been talking about. I hate the fact that this team waits around for help.
James, your argument is what?
I think they need help. I think this team's not good enough. Like, I get it. I think Derek, our caller, made a great point that, Bryce said keep it in-house, and he's not keeping it in-house. I think that's fair. And I understand where John and Rhea are coming from. I just think they're putting too much on one guy. Like, one guy can't fix this. Bryce Harper alone cannot fix the flaws with this team. Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, and Brandon Marsh aren't good enough. Like, this lineup isn't good enough. The bullpen just isn't good enough. The 4th and 5th starter aren't good enough. So, like, I understand that it's frustrating that Bryce is like talking out, but I don't blame him one bit because he's trying to get a freaking championship to this city. Like, they're not good enough as it is. No matter what Bryce does, Bryce could hit a 1,200 OPS for the rest of the season, and it's not good enough, man.
Getting a championship here with your play, not with your
I just said he could hit
admonishment
1,200
of
OPS
the
the rest of the year. It's not
office.
good enough. Bryce alone is
Well,
not enough, man.
Yeah, one major problem is that they got so many problems. I mean, if you really take this team, to me, they are deficient at second base, shortstop, third base, right field, center field. Catching from a hitting standpoint, 4th and 5th starter, many bullpen guys. That's a lot of problems. Look, I am in support of Bryce saying it, but I will say, James, Rhea and John have made a lot of points today that's bending me toward them.
Bryce is trying to do too much. Simplify it. Do your job. Do what you can do best and do it better than you've done it thus far.
Does he think that
Set an
Dombrowski's
example.
not aware that they need
Well,
help?
that's the thing. It does go without saying, but he says it.
yeah.
He always says it.
He always says it.
All right.
They
your
might, and
reaction-
it is possible that that's how the locker room feels. The clubhouse feels they need help, and Bryce is speaking for other people too.
that.
You
Listen,
know,
Bryce
So-
and Schwarber, they know they need
Like
help.
Bryce, he might be wrong in doing it this way, but I think Bryce thinks that this is a way of leading, trying to push the organization to help the team. And again, he might be wrong, but I do think that is the point of what he's trying to do.
All right, let's get to Leland. By the way, let me just say this. You think Bryce is a lot? Wait till you get a load of LeBron James.
I tried to warn you.
And I'm all
like you're so excited.
No, I'm all in on LeBron, but this is often what comes with the big stars.
Well, the good thing is he won't have an introductory news conference, and you won't be able to speak to him for 8 weeks.
That'll really disappoint me. If that happens, that'll be the first no by LeBron. That'll be really not cool if there's no press conference. Let's get to Leland, calling from Wilmington. Leland, good morning.
Good morning, good people. How's everybody today?
Doing great. What's up, Leland? You sound absolutely fantastic, as always.
Yes. Listen, you're just the man I need to talk to. John, you are quite right, dead right on what you said about Bryce Harper. Take accountability for what you do. That's what you have to do. And you're right. Now, my question is the free agency. There's a fella out there in St. Louis I saw doing the home run derby. Looks pretty good. I was wondering, is he under contract? Jordan Walker.
He's really young. Yeah, well, he's under team control for a while because he's such a young player.
Oh.
And as a team that often contends the St. Louis Cardinals, I'd be shocked if they were interested in trading him.
It would be nice, but I tell you, from what I see, it would be nice. You want to pick up a bat, there you go. Now, as for the bullpen, oh yeah, man, big time suspect. Yep, it definitely is. And like you said, everybody's got to toe that line. Look at yourself in the mirror. Know what your strengths are. Know what you can do. What can you do to help this team? What you got, it's what you get paid to do. You get paid to play ball, and if you ain't cutting it in your position of where you're at, there's always somebody in that organization that's a player that can probably step up and do it.
See, Leland, that's true sometimes. I don't think that's true this time. They say fifth starter, Leland, fifth starter. They don't have one.
Yeah.
Literally don't have one. So yes, they could bring someone up from the minors who would pitch to a 6.5 ERA, and if that counts as a fifth starter, then okay. But they don't have one that can have any level of success.
It's almost as bad as not having anyone on the mound, because out of the 26 games we've played with the fifth starter, whoever that would be, we're 21-4, 4-21, something like that, 5-21. Our record is abysmal with that fifth starter.
It's horrible.
Yes, we absolutely could use someone who throws, but postseason, four starters is good enough. It feels like the arm thing might be better served. As Bryce was asked, arm or bat. Maybe the bullpen.
But I will say the fifth starter thing is doing three things right now that's really hurting this team. One, they are playing with fire on the playoffs, whether to make it or not, whether they will make it. Two, it's burning the bullpen repeatedly. Three, I think it's really affecting team morale. I can't prove that, but I can tell you this.
They also don't.
It's affecting fan morale, and I cannot imagine standing in the field behind the fifth starter for the 3 hours and feeling good. And then doing it 5 days later, and then 5 days later, and then 5 days later. It's got to be affecting team morale.
They also don't score when the fifth starter's out there.
You're right.
I gave you the numbers last week. Now, I haven't run them, but last week, John, being outscored 69-19 when the fifth starter is in. I mean, you can't win like that.
All right, Leland, I need a big answer from you. Who or what had a resurgence?
Oh, okay. Let's see. I know I'm gonna get slammed for this, but I'm gonna have to say the New England Patriots, because they were, for the past few years, they were down.
I got you. They came back.
They're not likely to be voted on.
No. and not enough, because they didn't play a good Super Bowl. All right, speaking of football, we're at training camp today. We talked to Elliott yesterday about some position battles, and two stood out to him in particular. One from a starting standpoint. Well, actually, both from a starting standpoint. But let's start with the safety position. Elliott thinks safety is the number one position battle to look at training camp. Let's listen.
There's not a lot of position battles for starting jobs. Normally, going into camp, we talk about, frankly, for a lot of years, like the linebacker position, right? But this year, I think it's really just safety, right? Who is going to start at safety? And I think the three main names to know there are obviously Andrew Makuba, Marcus Epps, and Michael Carter, someone we've not talked a lot about, but they did train at safety last year. And, Cooper DeJean, when talking this offseason, mentioned him as a starting safety. So I'm definitely have my eyes on that.
So let's remind everyone, no Reed Blankenship anymore. First time since 2021 they won't have Reed Blankenship. So this isn't like, hey, those guys got to fill one spot. John, those three names you just heard got to fill two spots. So who the hell are the safeties?
Well, Cooper DeJean in base.
Yeah, but other teams don't go there often. So when another team has three wide receivers.
We'll be nickel most of the time. And right now, Marcus Epps and Andrew Makuba are likely the guys who are going to be out there. But Michael Carter, who's been here for a while now and better understands
it's weak.
The
bottom
system.
Line is it's weak.
Yeah, that doesn't feel quite good enough. Epps has the experience. Makuba, we saw it was underwhelming.
I thought so,
and so yes, but Howie always has his head on a swivel. It does feel like this is the kind of thing where teams are going to be letting guys go. Some safeties will be finding their way here eventually during camp. We'll get to see how they perform. It doesn't feel like the safety position is finished in Howie's mind.
It does feel like this could be hey, let's trade a 4th-round pick for a safety.
Either
and
that
guy
or
start.
wait until a qualified safety who has experience playing in this league and has proven himself comes loose from someone because they have a young guy who stepped up and that safety is being overpaid or something along those lines.
This should still be an outstanding defense and maybe a truly great one, but they are weak at safety. Weak. All right, wide receiver.
But they are incredibly strong at cornerback.
Well,
incredibly
and elsewhere.
strong.
Yeah, they got a lot of strengths.
Yeah.
Wide receiver. So I thought Elliott framed this well because he's talking about two guys that will be starters, but it's about who's better and how that reflects on how fans view it. I agree with them entirely. Here's Elliott on the wide receiver position.
I think Mekhi Lemon versus Dontavian Wicks is a really big battle in training camp just for like the vibe of the camp. If Dontavian Wicks is outplaying Mekhi Lemon and Mekhi Lemon is not having a good camp, I think that really impacts how people will feel about this team. If the quote-unquote A.J. Brown replacement, which is Mekhi Lemon, I know everyone says it's Devontae, but let's be real, it's Mekhi Lemon. Like, if he's not having a good camp, I think that will really kind of hurt how people feel about this team.
I totally agree with that. Totally agree. I as an Eagles fan, I want Mekhi Lemon to be better than Wicks. Now, I understand as a rookie that's not always going to happen. But by a certain point this year, I need Lemon to show more than Wicks because he's supposed to. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Richard right now in Bucks County. Good morning, Richard.
Good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Doing
Glad
great,
to be on
Richard.
today. Hey,
Thanks, buddy.
Before I start, I want to say Leland from Wilmington, what a wonderfully melodious baritone. I think if they redo Star Wars movies with Darth Vader, they should have him voice it, just tweak it to be a little bit more menacing.
Yeah,
Richard,
right.
we've said it many times. It's the
Oh, okay,
similarities
sorry,
remarkable.
I didn't realize it. Yeah. No, that's one. And Wilmington's where I happen to work. I'm just pulling into my office here.
Yep.
But anyway, a couple quick points. As far as the Sixers, I'm delighted that LeBron came. I'll have to say I was almost convinced by the pundits, yourselves included, that that wasn't going to happen. But hey, I'm happy for the team, happy for the fans, and even for LeBron if he wins another one. More power to him. Just
And by the way,
everybody
and Richard, let's remember to give an assist to James Harden. Because if James Harden wasn't James Harden, LeBron might be playing for the Cavs. One of the things, Richard, because listen, I thought
Brad
it was a below
Stevens.
and Brad Stevens, yeah.
Yes.
I thought it was a below 50% chance, but I didn't think it was a slim chance. I thought, over the last 2-3 weeks, it became clear the Sixers were in the running because the other teams all had things you could put an X next to their name by. And Cleveland's James Harden thing was a big, if I am LeBron, I don't want to play with him. I think stuff like that really played a part.
That was the variable then, or you think that was?
Well,
the
there were
variable
probably
factor?
20 big variables, but that was one of them.
Yeah,
there were a lot of variables.
Now, as far as the Eagles, also this whole thing with Jalen Carter, we've been talking about that for weeks, right?
Yeah.
I thought personally that they should give him the contract, or perhaps not the big one. I think that's something else that you guys say,
All right, Richard, your phone's zapping out. Good call, though, otherwise. Look, here's where I'm at on Jalen Carter. I'm glad they gave him the money. We've all got to acknowledge, as I think we all do, there is risk. Okay, we can't act like this guy's wired like Brian Dawkins.
But the risk is worthwhile when
agree.
you got a player who truly deserves to be paid like the best D tackle in all of football. We've watched him completely take over games. We've watched him be unblockable by the best of the NFL.
That Rams game was amazing.
You're right. It absolutely. He
The Rams
willed.
game, yeah.
He willed us to a win with his play, his insistence on getting in Matthew Stafford's face. Sacked him, got the pressure that created favor for us. He has so much talent. It's immeasurable talent. He also has immeasurable factors that cause us to worry. He's had really dumb decisions that he's made, but Howie's choice to extend this contract to $40 million a year essentially up to is what he deserves for the way that he plays. If he is able to control his, that other side, the little devil on his shoulder. Right now, the Eagles are counting on the angel taking precedence, the support system that they have in place for him. It's working as I'm sure as they feel.
Well, it didn't work.
Otherwise,
Last year.
they wouldn't have given him this contract if they didn't think it was going to be in place and effective.
Well, maybe. I mean, they know there's a risk. I just think the talent.
There's absolutely a risk.
Yeah, talent makes it worth it.
The opportunities for excellence outweigh the possibility of negative.
All right, 215-592-9494. I want to play some audio of Jim Salisbury. He was on NBC Sports Philadelphia last night talking about the trade deadline as we were getting close. And Phillies need all sorts of help. Bryce knows it. Everyone knows it. A lot of people think Bryce should not have said it. Listen to something Salisbury said last night.
I think if they were to include like Gage Wood and Andrew Painter, they might be able to make a pretty significant splash. And I think they're willing to move anybody. But I do think there's a chance they make multiple moves because they have multiple needs. They definitely need a starting pitcher here at the back end. You look at their, 5-21 in that number 5 spot in the rotation. They need a starting pitcher badly. I think they're going to get a pitcher. I also think they need a bat in the outfield. A lot of talk about that Lane Thomas out in Kansas City, right-handed bat. But there's just not a lot of right-handed bats available. If they can't get a guy like that, they might have to look at a left-handed bat like a Dalton Varsho. I would love to see a guy like Byron Buxton. Everybody would. He's a tremendous offensive and defensive player. He has publicly said he would not waive his no-trade clause. I've heard inklings that he might, at least a year ago, told some Phillies that, I'd probably waive it to go to Philadelphia, but I don't know if that's on the table because I don't know if they have enough to get him. I also don't know if the Twins would move him because they're one of those teams that are right on the bubble.
NBC Sports Phillies, Jim Salisbury, who's just phenomenal. Look, here's the thing. I all those names are great, and I want any combination of whatever there. But the biggest thing is the guys that are here got to play better. If you missed it last night, Phil's got shut out again. They've now scored 1 or 0 runs in 6 of the 11 games since the All-Star break. James, how many times is it for the season?
26, yeah. Anthony Sanfilippo put a concerning stat out yesterday or this morning. 26 times they have 1 or 0 runs in a game. No team has made the World Series this deep into the season with that many.
Wow. So here's here's the evolution of our listeners, and to an extent us, thought process approaching the trade deadline now over about 2 months. So we did a poll on June 8th, and the poll was that the Phillies could only make one big move at the trade deadline. Which position should they acquire? Hitter got 73% of the vote, starting pitcher 21%, relief pitcher 6%. That was June 8th. Fast forward to June 19th, a week and a half later. If you could upgrade one for the Phillies, would it be pitching or hitting? People were still on the hitting side. 76% said hitting. We did a poll more recently, July 23rd. Which is the biggest need for the Phillies approaching the trade deadline? Now, again, this is a whole month after that last poll. July 23rd, recently. Relief pitcher won the poll at 42%. Starting pitcher was next at 41%. And outfielder was 17%. And it's amazing when you consider how bad they are at hitting, and they are bad. For a good team. I always put that caveat. I don't care about the Phillies compared to the 30th best team in baseball. That's not the point. The point is, how do the Phillies compare to the 10 best teams in baseball? How do they compare to the 5 best teams in baseball? They are a bad hitting team compared to the great teams in baseball. As evidenced again last night. And it's amazing that this recently, only 17% said outfielder, which, John, goes to show you how much people are aware of the pitching need. I mean, it's like right now, Philadelphia wakes up to a Phillies fiasco right now. Like, if you're waking up, good morning, boys and girls, because we got a lousy team in front of us these days. Now, are they better than this? Yeah, I think so. But I also know that they killed the bullpen with the 4th and 5th starter. The 4th and 5th starter for 4 months has really hurt the bullpen. So you have a cumulative effect there. I think you have a morale effect when they don't hit. I think you have, an outfield deficiency. But I wake up this morning, I swear to you, more than anything, because we talk so much about the outfield and the bullpen and the starting pitchers 4 and 5. I wake up this morning, my biggest bad mood about all this is the infield. Bohm, Trey, Stott. Like, they are supposed to be so much better than whoever the heck the right fielder is. Whoever that is. And I look at a game like last night, and I look at this season, and to a large extent, I look at this era. Because for the most part, Schwarber's been doing his job. Bryce, for the most part, has had a bad couple weeks. For the most part, does his job. But Bohm, Stott, and Trey, they don't do their job. Trey, by the way, had a nice defensive play last night. Got to point that out. But they don't do their job. They don't do their job well. So this team has major holes. As contending teams in Philadelphia sports history goes, and this is a contending team, they have about as many holes, and big ones, as just about any contending team I've ever seen in Philly sports. And I mean that. I mean, they have, if they're a house, they got like 5 different spots in the house where the roof ain't working.
And
like
then
5 different holes in the roof.
Not a lot of assets to acquire.
Correct.
I mean, that's.
But they are contending.
But they are contending, but they're playing
slipping away.
But they are playing with some fire now, John. I mean, they were only 2 games up in the playoffs.
I agree. They are playing with fire. They're 2 games up on that wild card spot. If they make the playoffs, we all understand this team has the potential to go take this thing and run with it.
Well, it goes back to the main
But
three.
it's so unlikely. It just feels like, wow, that's a pipe dream. At this point in time, after the last couple of years, our experience in the postseason.
Not good.
I don't have a lot of faith that they'll put it and they'll pack it in when it matters the most. We're in a very dour moment for
bad.
the Phillies.
It's bad. All right, Eagles training camp. That's where we are today. That's where we'll be a bunch over the next couple of weeks as the Eagles hold training camp. We will often be here broadcasting, of course, back to camp from the Jefferson Health Training Complex. That's the new name, so used to many years, NovaCare Complex, now called the Jefferson Health Training Complex inside the awesome Forest River RV by Camping World. Jefferson Health, champions of care and the official health system partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. We'll also be here tomorrow, a couple days next week. We'll have Merrill Reese on the program at 8:40. We'll accompany that with an announcement related to Merrill at 8:40, and it is an announcement that you will like. So he is not retiring. Let's go to the phones. James, I got to put that caveat out there because if I say an announcement in Merrill, people are going to think he's retiring.
Yeah, I think important to
the man
clarify.
Is not retired. He ain't going anywhere. Let's go to phones. Let's talk to Mike right now. Mike, good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
What's up, Mike?
I gotta say, I'm a little annoyed this morning. I'm going to bring it to you. And John, I need to get some of your intake on this.
Uh-huh.
So yesterday I called and I was saying how I see the Eagles coming in at 10-7, maybe at 11-6, and to me, that's not an acceptable record for this team. We have a top 3 defense in this league. We just re-signed a potential Hall of Fame defensive tackle. Okay, even with a non-existent offense, we made the playoffs last year, and I got to hear people just accept. 10-7. We just came out of the best era of Eagles football. Yes, that's been wonderful. The last 10 years has been great. Has that not changed the way you think about this team? Has that not changed the way that you should look at them? They are a championship organization. They are now amongst the elite organizations in the NFL. 10-7, 11-6 is not good enough for this team. And I'm just so sick and tired of people saying, well, what else do you want? We won 2 Super Bowls. We've gone to the NFC Championship. We've gone to the Super Bowl. That's loser talk. Maybe in your world, that's winner talk. That's loser talk because this team is still in the hunt for a Super Bowl. John, I need you as the player. Please tell me what you think about this.
I absolutely think this team's in the hunt for a Super Bowl. I don't think 11 wins is a bad season either. I think this is more like a 12 or 13 win team because that's what we have been, and our schedule next year is a lot nicer than what we're accustomed to. So
next year, meaning this year,
meaning this season, this upcoming season. The schedule really is nice. We've grown accustomed to that, Super Bowl winning type schedule, and it's nothing like that this year. Now that can change. We know that our projections for what the schedule is going to be usually fail, What I know is I agree with you. This is a top 3 defense. I know the offense will be better than what they were last year, but there's going to be growing pains. Got a first-time play caller once again. So at least we're accustomed to dealing with these very uncomfortable situations that continue to crop up year after year, and we have overcome them previously. I think that can help this team. September is a crapshoot for me. I'm intentionally trying to keep my expectations low, but I do think when it's all said and done, when this team needs to be performing at a peak level, when December arrives, I think they'll be there.
So, Mike, I have a lot of thoughts about what you said, and it's a fascinating phone call and a point and question and all that. Here's where I land on it. So, being a 12-13 win team consistently is really brutally hard, which is why people pushed back on your phone call yesterday, saying, hey, man, have some reasonable expectations. But to use your standard that you want set for organization and team and fans, and I respect that, here's the bottom line. This century, and the Eagles are not one of them, they've been great, but there's only 3 times where a team got on a roll for an extended period of time with that level of elite success. The Patriots did it for 20 years, the Colts did it for about 10 years, and the Chiefs did it for about 10 years. Now, the Eagles are close, but the Eagles have really only been elite, let's use that word, elite, in 2017, 2022, and 2024. Many of the other years, pretty good, but not elite. They were not elite last year. They were not. And the single biggest defining aspect of the 3 organizations that boom, boom, boom are winning 12, 13 games all the time, Brady, Manning, Mahomes. Mike, my point to you is the standard that you want is going to come down to whether Jalen Hurts can do that or not. Period. Because I know this about football. I know this about sports. In this league with this salary cap, I don't care how great your GM is, you can't GM your way to elite success for 10 straight years unless the quarterback is elite.
You know what helps you work your way to elite success for 18 straight years if you're Tom Brady? You got the same offensive coordinator for 18 straight years. Imagine that.
Well, I don't think he did he?
Yeah, what he had Josh.
Well, in 04,
Josh
he
McDaniel.
lost Charlie West in 04.
Who cares?
Well, you just said the same coordinator.
Josh McDaniel, the coordinator.
Well, he was in and out a couple times.
18 years with Tom Brady.
Well, not
18 years, maybe not sequential.
Well, yeah, he went to one. Didn't he go to Denver and then
he went
back?
to be a head coach and came back and became his offensive coordinator again. I'm telling you, that part matters. You undercut that factor that this offense, not just Jalen, everyone on the offense is learning new languages every year, new schemes every year. It would be wonderful to have the kind of stability that those quarterbacks you're talking about have. Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady.
You're not wrong, but I also think, Mike, some people let Jalen. And by the way, brutally hard standard here. You want to talk about a hard standard? I just named 3 of the 6 best quarterbacks of all time. But I'm just saying, Mike, to achieve the level of elite, sustained, 10-year or more success you're talking about, Jalen has to be better. Flat out has to be better than last year.
And so does the offensive coordinator.
And so does the offensive line. Mike, I
need
a great answer, Mike. Who or what had a resurgence?
This is not a positive one, and since I won yesterday, I'm going to give you something that will not win. Kids today are actually starting to smoke cigarettes more.
That's true.
I didn't know that.
They are. Is that true?
Yep.
Why?
Well, they do the
just
vaping
read
thing,
about
but
this.
actually cigarettes?
Yeah, no, the vaping thing I heard. I didn't know cigarettes were back.
I have not seen it. I'll say that.
Cigarettes are back.
Wow.
Rhea, have you seen it?
I haven't seen the cigarettes, no.
I haven't seen it at all. Well, everybody sees the vaping.
Yeah, I've seen more people smoking cigarettes, I think, than in recent years, but not like a large amount.
I have not at all. But anyway, trade deadline coming up in about a week. Let's listen to Dave Dombrowski. And I'm curious if you think his comments too soft or properly positioned for a executive looking to make trades and not wanting to tip his hand. Here's Dombrowski. This was last night with Greg Murphy on TV, NBC Sports Philadelphia. Here's Dombrowski.
I think this year, maybe compared to any other year I've been, I read this morning that there's 22 clubs within 4.5 games of a postseason spot. And I talked to one club today that says, well, we're not so sure that we're going to move people. We've gotten within 4.5 games now, so we're going to wait even a few more days. So I think it's keeping abreast of that, of taking place, and being ready to react when other clubs are ready to react.
All right, James, in your world, is that soft or is that acceptable?
I think it's just the situation. And I think he's dead right. I mean, if you look at the standings, I mean, there's only 4 teams in the American League that are more than 5 games out of a playoff spot. There's only, 3 or 4 in the National League that are like that. So there's a lot of teams that are in it. I mean, the Twins were mentioned, the Byron Buxton thing. They're a half game out of a playoff spot in the American League today.
Look at the Marlins, the Nationals, and all these teams.
Like a lot of so in the American League, teams have gone on a run to get close to 500. I mean, there will be a team that makes the playoffs in the American League with a 500 record, probably. So I don't really care what he says going into the deadlines. If we remember a few years ago, he said that Ben Brown, Logan O'Hoppe are untouchable. They both got traded. I don't really care what general managers say going into the deadline, so I don't have a problem with it. But I do think he is speaking the truth right there. I think that's the situation they're in.
All right, 215-592-9494. Phil's lost again last night. They've played horrible lately. Worst stretch since April. Not as bad as April, but it's been a really bad week and a half. Twitter poll question of the day. We got 3 of them, all brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Visit ArminChevy.com today to check out Armin's selection of top-quality Car Bravo certified pre-owned vehicles, ArminChevy.com. First poll question, who's the Sixers' best player? 4 of us all think it's Jaylen Brown. I don't think by a wide margin, but all 4 of us think it's Jaylen Brown. 4 choices here. Edgecombe not in the poll. We got JB, we got JE, we got LJ, and TM. Boy, that sounded weird. Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, LeBron James, Tyrese Maxey. Who's the best player? John, who's the second best player? If Jaylen Brown is 1, and you and I both agree he is, who's 2? I think it's LeBron. I think it's LeBron. I think it's LeBron.
I need to see the way it looks.
By the way, he will presumably be worse, and I don't mean in a dramatic way, but he's a year older. I mean, it is what it is. So, I would put LeBron 2, but variable. If Joel's healthy, he could be 2. Tyrese Maxey's the most stable.
Yeah, I think Tyrese has a good shot.
Tyrese ain't going anywhere. Barring injury, Tyrese is going to be a top 20 player. LeBron will start drifting back more and more, but he's still really good. Joel can be a top 10 player or a top 100 player based on his availability. All right, second poll question, is Bryce out of line for saying we need some help? Rhea, you think he is. Why?
Yeah, just because that team, what's their payroll? Is it close to 500 million?
It's huge.
I mean, it's an outrageous payroll.
Third highest.
You are supposed to be the help. You, Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber. There are so many holes here. It's outrageous for a team with that kind of payroll.
Isn't that kind of his point, though? That there's so many holes?
Yeah, but the holes are him.
Nah.
The holes
he's
are
the
him.
second best player on the team this year.
He's a great player.
Come on.
He has had a terrible, terrible July.
He's had a bad 2 weeks.
It's not a bad 2 weeks. It's a whole month. We're talking how his play and how's it going with them will dictate what they do at the trade deadline. So all I'm saying is the holes are all these players who are being paid tons of money, and none of them are delivering.
Do you agree with me, Rhea, that Stott and Bohm, Bohm gets crushed, but I think people maybe have almost forgotten what he was supposed to be. I wake up this morning, I'm in my worst mood about Bohm, Stott, and Trey.
People's expectations of Bohm have been down for a while. So that's why he doesn't, he is what he is.
But he's right in his prime.
He's the third pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Third pick in the draft. He was second in doubles in all of baseball. I think it was 2023 or 4. Yeah, second in doubles in baseball.
I mean, I don't understand how Marsh, who had been playing well for a year, has just completely fallen apart again.
He looks like the guy that was
He does. He didn't mean. He was not as good as he was playing before.
Yeah,
he was playing, but he
team's
did
figured
well
out
for a
what
year.
he's bad at. And what he's bad at is staying on the balls that are breaking, right? Things that break, things that are slow, he's caught in between. He's waiting. He's caught in between fastball and breaking stuff for the last month.
Yeah, here's my strategy. Hit the ball. All right. Third poll question.
Hit the ball. No, I agree with that. Hit the ball and take it upon yourself that it's your responsibility to play better as a leader of this team. Whether you're
you're talking Price. I think you're still on Marsh.
No, whether you're Brandon Marsh, whether you're Bryson Stott, whether you're Alec Bohm, whether you're Bryce Harper, Just internalize that locus of blame. Say, I need to do better.
Some of these guys
stop saying we need other people to come in here and help us. We need to wait and see what happens with Topper before we can really invest ourselves in this season. That's what I thought I saw earlier in the season, and now it feels like I'm seeing a rerun.
Yeah, the only thing, though, where my mind moves after what you just said is I think with a bunch of these guys, what you see is what you get. Guys, we've seen enough of Bryson Stott to know he doesn't catch up to that fastball. He's a terrific defensive player. He's a substandard second baseman offensively. I get really aggravated when I feel like the Phillies, because I feel like they do this. They did this with Bohm. They do this with Stott. They hold on to players because they have them under team control, so they're viewed as like relatively cheap options that you can sort of count on, but they're not good enough. They're not good enough, period. I get so aggravated with those two guys.
They're not good enough, but I'm
The
sure a lot of
superstars
teams,
need to
a
deliver.
lot of teams in that group of 22 or 23 who are within striking distance for a playoff spot feel like their offenses aren't good enough,
Well,
because that's the nature of this season.
Yeah,
That's the nature of baseball. The pitching is winning
that is
more
true.
often than not.
That's true. All right, let's talk defense and Eagles for a second. James, the third poll question. Jalen Carter, 4 years, $152 million, $106 guaranteed. Good signing or too risky?
I think it's a good signing. I would have done it. I was happy with them signing him. I didn't want any sort of issues with holdouts, hold-ins, any of that. I'd pay him. I think he's good enough. So I was very happy with it.
I like it a lot. I told you from the start of the offseason, get it done, do it. Look, there's risk, but I believe he has, and this is a big statement, I believe he has a chance to have the best career. Forget individual right now, this year, next year. He has a chance to have the best career of any Eagles defensive player since Reggie. I mean, after Reggie. And yes, that means Brian Dawkins.
You expect him to be more motivated looking, less motivated looking, or just sort of the same?
Well, if he's sort of the same or worse, then we got a big problem.
Yes.
So,
But I don't
Look,
expect that, especially not at the beginning.
From what I've heard, the shoulder injury was real last year. So the fall off on play last year probably, and I'll use that word.
We know he had procedures on both shoulders.
Probably had much more to do with the shoulder injuries. And think about how important shoulders are for that position. I mean, it's
everything.
power
Yeah.
and it's technique, and shoulders are involved in all of that. Probably had a lot more to do with the shoulders than, being a knucklehead. But there's a knucklehead
I don't
aspect
know,
there.
man. Everyone's got bad shoulders playing football.
Yeah, but his was,
and he had injections.
He missed a month.
Yeah, and he was also coming off the Super Bowl run and playing every snap and all that.
And I can tell you that when you get injections for, whatever that would be, PRP or stem cell, that sort of thing, it's not like you needed surgery. It was not the more severe type of shoulder
I know, but it
injury
affected him last
that
year.
puts you. I do think it affected him.
Yeah. All right, let's listen to LaShawn McCoy on his Speakeasy podcast. He is all in on the Eagles keeping Jalen Carter. Listen to him.
A little birdie told me that they was going to get rid of Carter. I'm like, huh? For who? For what? When you got a guy like Howie Roseman, he don't get rid of great players. So, Jalen Carter, welcome back, homie. Listen, the Philadelphia Eagles defense is real, but if he's not there, it's not as real. And when you talk about offensive special players like the quarterbacks, wide receivers, running backs, they don't get off when he's on the field. True. Right? Now, that's 100%. So, yeah, they'll have their days, but he wrecks the game. There's no way that's going to let him go without getting paid. So I'm happy Jalen Carter stayed.
I'm very happy also. But I will say there is a story within the story that has to be said, and I want you to all think about what this is going to mean for future years. The Eagles are making an incredible financial commitment to the defense. So they just, and implication is it's going to be less on the offense moving forward financially. So they just paid Jalen Carter the most money they've ever paid a defensive player. Bond got paid last year, although it won't shock me if this is his last season with the Eagles.
Yep, that's probably right.
All right, so Bond's making pretty big money at linebacker. Not monster money, pretty big. Grenard just got paid $100 million. Jordan Davis just got paid a bunch of money. Jalen Carter just got paid the most money. Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean are going to get paid next year. Guys, the
salary
offense,
cap keeps growing every year.
No, I understand
and
that.
Howie is an impeccable.
No, I understand, but this is
can't
going to
sign everybody.
The offense is going to have to do a lot more with a lot less. The offense is going to have to be much more productive, and not necessarily this year per se, but certainly next year and after. They're going to have to be more productive with less resources financially put in there. Now, look, they just drafted a wide receiver and tight end 1 and 2. Obviously, that's part of the strategy. Those guys make less money than veterans on a second and third contract. So Howie's no dummy. He knows what he's doing, but the offense is going to have to pick it up with less money put in there. 215-592-9494. By the way, media, I'm coming your way tonight. I've never been to this event. I hear it's super cool, called Dining Under the Stars.
Oh, I've heard about that. It looks really neat.
I've heard it's great. I am going to be signing copies of my book tonight. Dining Under the Stars, apparently a great event.
Are you going to dine under the stars?
As long as... If people buy so many books...
You can afford to eat?
Then I won't eat. But if people are not lining up to be there, then I will eat. But if you can come out, please do tonight. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to meeting a lot of people. I'll be at the corner of State Street, right by the corner of State Street and Monroe Street. So media, I hear you got a super cool event. I'm looking forward to it. State Street and Monroe Street, 6 o'clock tonight. Maybe till about 8. We'll figure it out. Maybe longer. Hopefully longer. So be there if you can. The book is called The Best of Philly Sports. Hope to meet you. Howie today probably at 9:30 press conference. Sirianni definitely 9:30 press conference. We'll air that press conference today at 9:30, whether Sirianni and Howie are together or not. We also have an announcement coming up at 8:40. Merrill Reese will be on the show at 8:40, and a Merrill-related super cool announcement that you're going to like. 8:40 today. So be tuned for that. One other thing, Bryce Harper. Let's listen to what he said last night after the game. Phil's put up another stinker offensively, and Bryce has not played well lately. He, as he's done probably 37 other times in his close to 10-year tenure now, goes on the record of saying something that many other athletes won't say. Now, he's got more cachet than most, but him doing this irritates a lot of people. A lot of people like it. A lot of people don't. Here's Bryce last night.
Do you think this is a line of our team that need beat good pitching in October? Because presumably, come October, you guys will see quite a bit of it.
Yeah, I think we need some help, But, I think we've proved, pretty much all year we've done a pretty good job. But, anytime you can, get some help in here and reinforcements, I think it helps.
Do you think that help would be best coming in the form of an arm or a bat?
I think both. I think obviously everybody knows what we need, so I think I've said it over the last couple of days.
All four of us here acknowledge that everything Bryce said is true. James and I believe Bryce is not out of line. Rhea and John think he is out of line. You tell us. 215-592-9494 from training camp today with a lot of topics on the table. Drew in Westchester. Drew, good morning.
Good morning, folks. Joe, I don't typically call, a ton every day this time of year, but you spent half the call ripping me yesterday, so I had to call back.
All in good fun, Drew. You know that.
I got you. I had to call back today. So listen, I don't blame Bryce for saying what he said, because there was a key phrase in that question. It was come October, and I don't think he's talking about right now. I think he's having PTSD to the last couple Octobers when he had Castellanos and Bohm hitting behind him, and he's not seeing pitches. And I think he's thinking about Marsh's regression now and being like, I'm going to have Bohm hitting behind me again this October, and it's going to be the same thing. He had a guy hit it. To me, nothing speaks to kind of the flaws in this roster construction more than you had a guy hitting cleanup last night in Alec Bohm who has a 655 OPS.
Yeah.
Of the 28 teams who played last night, it's the third worst OPS of any cleanup hitter who hit cleanup last night. Like Bryce isn't wrong. That's unacceptable to have a guy protecting him with, those type of numbers. So, he's right. He does. They do need help. It's just, you look at the numbers.
But we all know
that.
We're all aware. And he said himself, everyone knows what we need. I've talked about it repeatedly. Yeah. It bothers me. It bothers me that he feels the need to continue to say this. And again, the man who said, let's keep it in-house is continuing to say this to where he's repeating himself and how much help they need. We know. We're aware. But when you say things that are weak statements like pretty much all year we've done a pretty good job.
What?
I don't know, man.
You got your manager fired.
What does that say? Yeah. There's a lot of room for improvement. I would love Bryce to say the improvement starts with me. I need to do better. I know we can be a better team when it matters, and let's focus on everyone doing their job a little bit better right now, and we'll grow with that. That's it. Come out with that rather than telling everyone that something else is the problem. There is a problem. There's major issues here, not just with the lack of talent, the lack of positional players, the needs that we have. Yes, we're aware we have needs, but we also have a personality issue. We also have a team that sits back and waits rather than attacks a problem and tries to fix it themselves. That's what I want. Guys who take control.
I'll just say to that, Richie, you look at what, guys who were in the All-Star game with him, same position or having similar seasons to him, like Matt Olson with the Braves, Freddie Freeman with the Dodgers, they got a lot more help behind him. Like Bryce did hit a home run Monday night. He just missed one last night. I know he's not playing great right now, but I think sometimes we do this thing where, we want athletes sometimes to be honest until they're honest. And then it's like, well, wait, no,
that's a good
don't
point.
say that. He made, you look at it, to have a guy for so many years now in Alec Boehm continue hitting behind him who just doesn't, isn't equipped for that position to protect him. I don't blame him for being frustrated with that.
Sure. Yeah. I don't necessarily want guys to be honest. I want guys to be good leaders. I want guys to say the things that will motivate themselves and their teammates to play better.
All right, Drew, give me a big-time answer. You can win the Chris Stapleton tickets. Who or what had a resurgence?
I'm going to go hopefully creative here. So Brussels sprouts. It was viewed as a gross food 25, 30 years ago. Now everybody loves Brussels sprouts. The Sixers should hire Brussels sprouts as PR team to run this LeBron press conference.
Well done. I like that. Brussels sprouts.
I think that's
true.
An unbelievable answer.
Yeah, they started cooking them different and with the flavor and all.
A lot of bacon.
Yeah, it's very true.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, more from Dombrowski. His mindset approaching the trade deadline. Something Draymond Green said about the 76ers. And 8:40 today, Merrill Reese joins the show, plus an announcement related to Merrill. That and more. Phone calls on all of it on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about Family and Company Jewelers. Guys, when it comes to engagement rings, I always point you to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. I've been there many times. It is a beautiful showroom, an extravaganza of jewelry, and Junior and the entire team, they handle it all. They are wonderful people, true experts at what they do, family-owned business for many years, and they will walk you through everything with the ring buying prospect or process, diamonds, settings, styles, the whole deal. We'll explain it to you. You won't feel overwhelmed, no pressure, just honest guidance and a ton of selection so you can actually compare what you're looking at and feel really good about your choice. If you have identified the gal of your dreams, then get her the ring of her dreams. And you won't leave feeling confused. You'll leave feeling confident with what you bought. From Family and Company Jewelers, as always, South Jersey's diamond destination.
One deal can change everything. One last chance to go all in for October. 94 WIP's Deadline Day. Join the entire WIP lineup broadcasting live from McGurk's and Horsham as baseball's trade deadline unfolds in real time. Instant reaction from your favorite WIP hosts.
Have they aged past the point where they can get this done?
Special guests.
John Middleton wants to win.
And you.
Dombrowski has to go all in because the window is closing.
Deadline Day. Monday. Live from McGurk's and Horsham. Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. Proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
At Farmers, our honesty is contagious.
Wait, am I going to catch honesty?
Well, when you're with Farmers, it's kind of inevitable.
Well, how long does it take to... I lied to you when you asked if I knew what a deductible was. I don't know my dad's birthday, and I thought umbrella policies were for rainstorms. Actual rainstorms. I have it, don't I?
you don't just have honesty.
You have Farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Learn more at farmers.com. Underwritten by Farmers Truck or Fire Insurance Exchanges or affiliate. Products not available in every state.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
So, I need hamburgers, sodas, ice, and a DJ.
A DJ?
Relax, Spot. With T-Mobile, we're saving when we bundle home internet and phone lines.
Oh, wow! Here to bundle and save big. Stay connected con tu gente with 4 lines from T-Mobile with fast, easy-to-set-up 5G home internet and save up to $1,000 a year. Switch now on T-Mobile.com/conectate. Savings based on third line free via monthly bill credits. Internet discount with $15 in monthly bill credits and auto pay discount. Qualifying credit required. Credits will stop if you cancel any lines or change plans. Visit T-Mobile.com.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active. And it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Some things you can always count on, like a backup on the Conshohocken Curve. But shouldn't your home internet be a different story? Switch to Verizon Fios and get 100% fiber optic dependability at home. Verizon mobile customers can get super fast, ultra reliable internet for just $20 a month. Trust us, it moves a lot faster than the Schuylkill Expressway. Don't get stuck in the slow lane. Visit Verizon.com to switch. Availability varies for new Fios customers with auto pay, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
This month, everyone's talking about Jack's Big One. And we have one piece of advice. Don't blow it. Get to Dell Chevrolet for Jack's Summer Sale. The Big One. Open wide for big Chevy savings. Huge Dell discounts. Buy with 0% financing and no money down every day at Dell Chevrolet. Jack's Big One is hard to ignore. It's too hot to sit on. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck, all while keeping your payments the same. Maybe even make them less. Jack's Summer Sale, the big one. Don't just admire it from a distance. It only comes once per year. Get to Dell Chevy, located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
APR % financing offer on approved credit.
MyLowe's Pro Rewards members save big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get your member volume discount plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. And buy more and save more with up to 20% off in-stock molding when you spend $250 or more. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid through 7/31. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Hey, it's Tyler Reddick and Bubba Wallace from 2311 Racing. On the track, every second counts. And off the track, the same rules apply. Just fewer pit stops. That's why we're spinning into Chumba Casino. From social live casino to slot masters, the action's fast, fun, and totally free. Rack up points, climb the leaderboard, and take home bragging rights. Play anytime, anywhere. No downloads needed. Join the race at ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21, present in the state where it's legal to play.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Las Vegas Raiders were not bluffing, and they're turning to experience to open training camp. Head coach Clint Kubiak officially named veteran Kirk Cousins the team's starting quarterback. While the move keeps the veteran at the helm for now, Kubiak emphasized top overall draft pick Fernando Mendoza will have to earn his stripes as the Raiders ease their young franchise cornerstone into the professional ranks. I'm Drake Toll.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Chesapeake Inn Restaurant and Marina WIP Morning Show. We are broadcasting from Eagles Training Camp. Nick Sirianni is scheduled to speak around 9:30. We'll carry it live here on 94 WIP. Sure, Sirianni will be asked about the contract extension given to Jalen Carter. 4 years, $152 million, 106 of it guaranteed. Phillies got shut out in Miami 1-0. They have lost a fourth straight series. They are 3-8 since the break. They've scored 0 or 1 run in 6 of 11 games. Enjoy Ghost Energy drinks at Chesapeake Inn, home of the best live music and tiki bar on the C&D Canal. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com. Mostly sunny, high of 85. It's currently 70. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Recommended by 9 out of 10 doctors. That last guy's a... The Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94.
Trillion times more to blame. And so is Stott, Bohm, and Trey than Bryce.
Harper is very low on the list.
Very low.
True.
Very
but
low.
He is the voice box, essentially, for the locker room in many cases. And, one of the leaders that... Really,
I don't know
by
how much
saying
of a leader
this,
he is.
well, I think
so.
Schwarber's the leader of the team. I think Bryce is supposed to be and isn't as good at it as he should be. That's part of why we go through streaks like this. I do believe he can get better as a leader. Maybe this is an opportunity for someone else to point that out to him.
Reminds me a lot of Joel in some ways. Best player, oftentimes not the leader. I mean, I don't think Iverson was the leader of the 0-1 Sixers. I think the glue guys in the 0-1 Sixers were Eric Snow and Aaron McKay. I mean, it's just what it is sometimes. Yeah. So, look, Bryce is a great player. Obviously, he does need help. It is pathetic right now, the fourth and fifth starter, the outfield, and parts of the infield, and the bullpen. But I do think we have been the holes have been so big in other parts, we don't talk enough about the infield. We sort of talk about them individually, but we don't talk enough about them kind of as a group. I mean, second, short, and third are brutal.
Joe, let me make an analogy for you. Okay. Say this season comes up, and LeBron, Joel, and Jaylen Brown aren't playing well.
Yeah.
Will that be Tyrese's fault and VJ's
that's different. That's not apples to apples.
Some fun.
Can I tell you guys a fact that'll shock you?
I knew it would make you laugh.
Yeah, Did you know that the Phillies have the lowest on-base percentage of any team in Major League Baseball?
Yeah.
In the entire sport.
Yep.
I did not know that. And that's with two really good players in Bryce and Schwarber, and a guy in Marsh who had a really good year up until about a couple weeks ago. All right, 215-592-9494. Can't wait to talk to Merrill Reese. He's going to join us around 8:40 today. We've got an announcement. You're going to like it. Okay, don't spread a rumor he's retiring. He ain't retiring. He ain't going anywhere.
He's sitting right behind.
I know
got a
he
big
is.
grin in his face.
Well, Merrill knows that if I had said an announcement and not said he's not retiring, he'd have 5,000 text messages. Merrill, you're retired. He's not retiring. It's all good. All right, we'll talk to Merrill shortly. Hey, I want to hear from Draymond Green first and then right back to the phones. I thought this was nonsense from Draymond. He's got a concern for VJ Edgecombe. What in the world? Draymond talks out his hiney a lot. This time he opened it real wide. Let's listen.
When you look at the biggest losers in this situation, it's arguably VJ Edgecombe. If I'm VJ Edgecombe's agent, I'm not sure I'm happy with the summer that the 76ers have had, if I'm just VJ Edgecombe agent, because this could affect a lot for VJ Edgecombe. Like, you go from being sometimes the second option when Embiid was out to sometimes being the fifth option.
Come on. I mean, Draymond, look, here's where this is
VJ Edgecombe's agent should be concerned.
Here's where this is such here's where this is such nonsense. First off, VJ Edgecombe in all likelihood is on his way in future years, and it's still years away, but he's going to get a max deal in the future. Like, he's going to make $500 million or more over the life of his contract, life of his career if he doesn't get injured. Guy's going to make an incredible amount of money. He's got a shot to compete for a championship, far increased shot than he had a month ago. Yes, he's not going to score as much as he otherwise would if he wasn't with great players, but he's still going to score. He's not going to play 8 minutes a game.
Chance to learn from LeBron.
He's got a chance to learn from LeBron. He's got unbelievable endorsement opportunities coming his way if they win a title. And that's the gall of Draymond being the guy saying this. Draymond's a guy, if he was front and center with the team, he'd be viewed as a really good player, but you can't rely on him offensively. But because he was part of a cog with Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and at times Kevin Durant, Draymond Green
didn't need help offensively.
Yeah, Draymond Green's star power went up so high in America because he was part of a great team. VJ Edgecombe might be part of a great team right now. That's not a bad thing, Draymond Green, and you of all people should know it. Come on, man. 215, and by the way, classic example, classic right there, that nonsense. Classic example why I don't want Draymond Green replacing Charles Barkley when Charles retires from TV and Draymond retires from basketball. I don't want it.
Oh, it's going to be him.
I don't want, and I'm telling you, Rhea, I'm telling you in the world right now, mark my words, I will watch that show and that channel less. Guaranteed.
Well, there's no one who can
It's hard to replace Charles.
Yeah, but you know what? You can be a lot better than Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Let's get to Ken. Oh, by the way, we broadcast today.
But Draymond's pretty good.
From the Jefferson Health Training Complex inside an awesome Forest River RV by Camping World. Jefferson Health, champions of care and the official health system partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. As you can tell, there's a lot going on because the Eagles made a huge signing, and we're at training camp, and we're not talking about them quite as much as we ordinarily would, but there's a lot going on in Philly sports right now. Ken and Cinnaminson. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's well today.
Yeah, what's going on, Ken?
Great, Ken.
We're
at camp.
There's one guy. There's one guy in that studio who gave Dave Dombrowski and the Phillies an F for the offseason. He's the only guy that really has the cachet to complain right now about how bad the Phillies are, because he recognized that Dave Dombrowski did nothing to make this team any better in the offseason. So let's just tick through a few very quickly because I know my time is limited. They handed a rotation spot to a guy who did nothing in AAA to earn a rotation spot last year. They had to do that because they turned Jesus Luzardo and Ranger Suarez into an either-or question. So, of course, they find themselves with only 3 viable starters. They signed Aaron Nola to a 7-year contract that they shouldn't have signed him to 3 years ago because he was already declining. So, of course, they wind up with 3 viable starters, and they're giving away 2 out of every 5 games, and they have been all season. They gave $152 million to a guy who's going to strike out 1,200 times over the life of that contract. He has 157 strikeouts in 385 at-bats this year. And so, of course, we're surprised now that the Phillies as a team have the lowest on-base percentage in baseball, and they don't prioritize putting the ball in play so that when they have the bases loaded with nobody out, the next 3 guys that come up strike out 1, 2, 3, and they get no runs in.
Yeah, that was bad.
This is the team that they constructed. Yeah. This is the team that has been constructed for the 4 years that this core has been together. And there was a lot of people who looked at it in the offseason and said they need to fix this now, and they decided to double down. And if the worst thing that can happen to this team is making the playoffs this year, because if they make the playoffs,
that's not true.
They make the playoffs with this group. They win 1 wild card game and then go home. Dave Dombrowski doesn't even need to show up to the postseason press conference.
Yeah, but Ken, there's still a chance to make a run. As bad as they're playing right now, we can't act like they can't make a run with Wheeler, Sanchez, and Luzardo. I mean, come on.
This team is not good enough, and you said it yourself. But some of us were saying it in February. This team is not good enough. If one of these starting pitchers has to go on the IL for 15 days and then do 2 rehab starts, so you lose them for the better part of a month, what's this team's record going to look like at that point?
Yeah, well, no, they're very dependent on just a couple guys. There's no doubt about that.
You look at them playing this Marlins team, and one guy after another comes up for the Marlins with the bat in his hand. You're like, man, I sure wouldn't mind having that guy on this team. I sure wouldn't mind having that guy on this team. And they're young, and they're cheap, and the Phillies are in no position to do that. We are looking into an abyss of another 10-year drought.
It's not that bad. It's not great. It's not an abyss. All right, Ken, give me an answer here for a resurgence. What do you got?
Jim Plunkett.
Yeah, he did. Sadly, at the expense of the Eagles. Yeah, 1980 Super Bowl, Jim Plunkett. And then he won, too, because he won with the Marcus Allen team also. No, it's not an abyss. Look, that's the call where it's too far. I mean, come on, an abyss. Come on, guys. It's not an abyss we're staring into. But obviously, they're very dependent on a few. They are very they play with fire if any of those guys get injured. We've known that. It's true. But I understand Dombrowski did not have a great offseason. I never said he did. But I thought the F was too strong. But I also look at players who are supposed to be better and they need to be. Now, maybe it's just they can't be anymore. Maybe it's just throwing the towel.
Yeah, but the Dombrowski thing.
And all those guys.
Now, the players aren't playing well. But as Ken pointed out, they handed a job to Crawford, okay, and then decided to start platooning him because they the Otto Kemp. How many times was Otto Kemp?
Well, that was stupid.
I mean, they handed Andrew Painter a starting job when he didn't earn it.
Well, you're right, and hadn't pitched well in 3 years.
Yeah.
Let's listen to Dombrowski. He talked yesterday to Greg Murphy. His mindset approaching the trade deadline. James, this is the third of 3 different pieces of audio of Dombrowski. Here's Dombrowski yesterday.
Is there anything in your mind that's off the table? Anything, any person, any scenario, or are you wide open at this point?
Well, you're always wide open to being in a position to improve your club however you can. I think that you need to be open-minded. But with a club like ours, you're pretty well solidified in many different positions. So you're really not looking to normally shake up your club at this time of the year. So you're looking to add to where you feel your weaknesses are. But if somebody comes up tomorrow, and it's the same time of thing I always have even said in the wintertime, if you have Miguel Cabrera in his prime and somebody offers you 2 Miguel Cabreras, you're going to make the trade. Normally doesn't happen. But I think unless you're open-minded, you don't know that would even take place. So I think you have to be open-minded when you're talking to clubs, and you never can tell what idea comes out. But I think all in all, we're open-minded, but we're also kind of focused on what we primarily feel we need.
Well, look, not a ton of insight there, obviously. Here's the reality of the situation. Phils need a ton. Bryce Harper wants them to get a lot. There will be some out there making the case they shouldn't even go in. Like Ken Sentiments saying, I hope they don't make the playoffs. Some would say they're not good enough to go in. Look, I don't expect them to go all in. I do think they'll get a starting pitcher, but he's going to be a Vince Velasquez type who stinks. But it will be better than whoever the 5th starter is who does not exist.
How much would the Marlins try to gouge us for a Sandiel contract?
Too much.
It's just not even doable with the farm system thin.
I'll stick by this point. With the other needs that the Phillies have, I personally don't think 4th starter should be a priority. I've been saying that for months. Guys, I'm not saying I'm happy with Nola. I'm not saying I'm happy with the 5th starter. I'm just telling you, if I'm making one big move, it's either for a hitter or a bullpen. Because at least I do go into the playoffs.
Does the handedness of the hitter matter to you? Does the handedness of the hitter, the side of the plate he's coming from,
not
matter?
Much. Right-handed is preference, but I got to get whatever I can get. I mean, I'm going to turn down Barry Bonds because he hits left-handed. I mean, Let's get to JB in Chestnut Hill. JB, what's going on, pal?
Good morning, everyone.
What's up,
Great
JB?
show as usual. Welcome back, Jeff.
JB, you're an old soul. Tell me you're into the Dick Van Dyke being a great show also, because that's my new show with Amy. Great show, right? Come on.
Why don't you watch a modern show?
Come on.
Yeah, it's nostalgic. I don't think it's great.
Phenomenal, man. Phenomenal. Primary Tyler Moore.
Phenomenal.
Plus Dick Clark. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right. Well, you're going to be in bed by 5 o'clock.
I keep
apparently.
saying Dick Clark. Dick Van Dyke.
Yes.
Can you make a guest appearance?
First and foremost, listen to Draymond Green, the guy who said that Steve Kerr held him back, and then he ends up back with them anyway. I mean, he's completely full of nonsense.
Yeah,
whatever.
totally.
That was a waste
Totally
of air
full
right
of
there.
nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah,
But he does say a lot of interesting stuff.
But John, I do not want him on TV
He's like
when he
He's a
retires.
needler. He's
Yeah.
just a needler. He was a needler on the court, and now he's going to be a needler in the box. That's literally, and he's a bully. And he's, not
Sorta.
great at both, to be honest with you, but he's good at it.
He's tough.
So,
He is tough.
As far as the Bryce stuff, I think both can be true. I think Bryce is allowed and should be outspoken, but Bryce also needs to step up. It's a double-edged sword. He's got to do more, and you want him to be the guy. Like, he's the fanatic sock, shoe wearing, Subway spike guy, but at the same time,
Last night he was wearing orange. Last night he went orange and camo, which was a different look. I don't know if you noticed that, if he's trying to mix it up to, spur something. But, yeah, he does have a vast assortment of wardrobe.
They need some help somewhere, and I think nothing should be off the table. I think Gage, Painter, Turner, whoever you're going to do to make some changes.
I'll tell you something, JB.
Turner?
JB,
Someone's going to take him?
JB, right now I'd trade Painter for an 11th guy in the Sixers rotation. All right? Painter really could go. The sad thing is it's probably, and I could be wrong, maybe this is me being ridiculous, but I got to imagine it's like half the value back you would have gotten 4 or 5 months ago.
Oh, absolutely it is, yeah.
I mean, he really failed here, and now he's failing in the minors, and he hasn't pitched well since 2023. That's a long time ago.
And that's the problem with that's a front office problem, saying he was untouchable for the last 3 years, when the reality of it was we're finding out that he's very touchable and probably fool's gold. And as far as Jalen Carter is concerned, I think I'm hoping that Howie, and I'm sure he did, riddled that contract with escape clauses just in case his behavior doesn't change. It's not about his play on the field. It's about his attitude and the things he does, the antics sometimes on the field.
Well, you bring up an interesting point. All
$106 million are guaranteed, though.
Yeah, all contracts have those moral clauses and all that type stuff, but it'd be interesting if he has more. Joel's first big contract with the Sixers, they had some very unique clauses in there related to, I think it was his knee and his back. I think it was those two parts, or not the back, the foot and the knee. You're right, my fault. Be interesting if we can find out of how he got extra stuff in there. All right, JB, I got to move, my man. Give me who or what had a resurgence.
Did this all start with Steve Jobs? Did this discussion start?
No.
Great answer, dude.
That's a big one. Steve Jobs, a big answer right there. This discussion started with movies being back this summer. It's been a pretty good summer for movies. All right, Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. We got 3 questions, all available, all brought to us by Armin Chevrolet, available now. Armin offering 0% financing for 60 months on all new light-duty Silverados. Visit ArminChevy.com. The first is Bryce out of line for saying, and this was the quote, "We need some help." That's what he said. He also said these other things. He said, where's my piece of paper? Bryce said last night, "We need some help," both answering arm and bat. And he said, quote, "Obviously everyone knows what we need." He's not wrong, but many or some think he's out of line. So out of line or not, you tell us. Jalen Carter, the big news yesterday, contract-wise in Philly sports, 4 years, $152 million, $106 guaranteed. We ask you, is this a good signing or too risky? And the third poll question, who is the Sixers' best player? 4 choices, Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, LeBron James, and Tyrese Maxey. As we broadcast from training camp today, back to camp from the Jefferson Health Training Complex inside this awesome Forest River RV by Camping World. Jefferson Health, champions of care, and the official health system partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. We'll remind you at 9:30 today, we're going to carry the Nick Sirianni press conference. Howie Roseman may be joining him for that 9:30 press conference. We hope so. It would be interesting to hear from Howie. It is most interesting to hear from Merrill Reese. And before we hear Merrill live, let's hear Merrill 2 years ago. Or thereabout. February 9th, 2025. Because this is the standard we want to see the Eagles get back to as they embark on training camp. Let's remember the last time they were in the Super Bowl.
33 seconds to go. And Pickett will take the football and take the knee. And that's going to round it up. We will count down these seconds for you.
That'll do it, boys
They
and
are
girls.
jamming the field. 18, 17, 16, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's over. The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22. It's their second Super Bowl win in 7 years. What a game. What a season. What a team. The greatest Eagles team in modern history. Eagles fans, savor it and rejoice.
And rejoice we did. We also made a decision as a show this morning that it was better to play that audio than walking off the field losing to San Francisco last year. We welcome Merrill Reese. Merrill, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
I mean, always better when we see you, Merrill. Let's get Merrill. We got to get Merrill's headset, something here going. He can't hear as well. Merrill, how are you, my man? You're embarking on year 50. Congratulations.
I know. Everyone's talking about the 50th, but the truth of the matter is it's Eagles football. That's what I'm excited about. Just coming back into another Eagles season. I love it. I thank you for dispelling any rumors about this announcement meaning a retirement, because as I've ever said, if you ever read that I retire, it's a lie. They're going to have to remove me with a crane. That's my if you love something, and I love something, I mean, look, you know how much I love to play golf.
Yeah.
I've been playing 4 to 5 days a week lately. But
Wow.
I would rather do this than anything else in the world. So why would I give up something that I love?
And are still great at.
Well, thank
you. You don't have to say that, but I'll say
but
that.
I feel the same. My eyes are the same. My voice is the same. My love for the sport just grows and grows and grows. And people say, well, I want to spend more time with my family. I spend a lot of time with my family. Cindy is great. The grandchildren are terrific. I go to all their games. Nolan is out in California as a film editor. He comes in on the road and keeps our stats. So I've been very, very fortunate. So why would I give this up? I love it too much, and I am broadcasting to, I believe, the best, most devoted and passionate fans in the entire NFL.
Well, I love it. It's great to have Merrill with us. It's great to be here at training camp where the Eagles are going to start practicing around 10 a.m. today, their first practice of the year. And we'll get into the current team and the season and all that, but let's give you this announcement. We actually have 3 announcements, but one that's particularly big from the standpoint of having Merrill here that we want to highlight as the headliner, which is that we here at WIP, to honor Merrill's 50th season as the play-by-play voice of the Philadelphia Eagles, 50. I mean, John, 50.
That's
right?
incredible.
50.
Yeah.
We have put together what is going to be just a spectacular event in September, and we want to encourage everyone to get there, although not everyone's going to be able to, because this thing is going to sell out. So I want you to get moving fast when I give you these details, because these tickets are going to go. A big event to honor Merrill U called Merrill Live. And this will be Tuesday night, September 15th, Merrill Live at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collinswood, New Jersey. That's a great spot. I've been there. It's a wonderful auditorium. Going to have a lot of people there. Merrill will honor you, you know. Eagles players will be showing up, coaches, executives, both past and present. So you'll get, guys from this era, guys from all the eras. We'll get them there. And this, I will be up there on the stage, obviously with you, Merrill, hosting this event along with you. The event is presented by PNC Bank and Impriano Roofing and Siding. Supporting sponsors, we thank them, United Tire and Service, and Moppert Brothers Collision Service Group. Ladies and gentlemen, tickets are on sale right now at 94WIP.com. I repeat, 94WIP.com. I don't have to say it again, but I will. They will absolutely sell out. So get yourself to 94WIP.com. Get these tickets and know that a portion of the proceeds will benefit the Eagles Autism Foundation. Merrill, it will be our great honor to honor you, sir, on year number 50.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you will be there. And it will be an exciting night. Now, I'm sure they'll have a lot of tapes and a lot of stuff. My kid Nolan's a film editor. He's putting something together.
Good.
But you'll hear calls and everything. We can remember the great moments. There are so many of them.
Yes.
And we'll have fun that night.
We will play a ton of audio.
I did it with you last year when you honored Brandon Graham out in Phoenixville. And that was a fun night. I was glad to be a part of it. I never thought I'd have one, honestly, because I don't think about awards and things like that. I think about football, and I think about this team and the thrill. My heart beats every time I enter that booth on a Sunday afternoon. And I said something, I don't know that I've ever said it on WIP, but I said it at the Hall of Fame 2 years ago, that every week when we stand for the national anthem, I say two things to myself. I say, there's no place in the world I'd rather be, and there's nothing in the world I'd rather be doing. And I feel that. I sincerely feel that.
Well, we hear it in the way you present it, Merrill, and always have.
Well, and I'm lucky that I'm surrounded by a great crew, and my friend Mike Quick, who is just a great friend and a great analyst, is sitting alongside of me for every game.
Merrill, at this rate, Mike's going to retire before you retire.
Mike's not going anyplace. Mike's not going anyplace.
So this is, that's the main announcement that you can be. And for those of you, Merrill just alluded to
Merrill, intimate with Merrill.
Yeah, stories.
On stage.
Audio.
You're up there just talking, bringing it. It's almost like Merrill Unplugged.
It is?
You're saying it's Merrill Live. Back in, for me,
I don't know how much
guy,
different I am unplugged.
Merrill Unplugged. It sounds so. I mean, that's all. That was so cool.
So what you're saying, John,
90s.
is Rod Lakin should have had a better name than Merrill Live.
Well, I mean, I think they're both great.
Merrill Unplugged is less interesting than Merrill Live on the air.
Maybe.
It is Merrill
But I
Live.
love the intimate moment when you get a chance to just talk with Merrill.
Yeah, the
about
stories.
50 years.
Well, Merrill, let me
of
ask you
great
this.
football.
We'll cover a ton then, but let me just ask you this one. Taking the 2 Super Bowl calls off the board, what is your next favorite call?
December 19th, 2010.
Deshaun. Yeah.
Deshaun against
So
the
that's
Giants. Miracle number 2.
That's above Wilbert. That's above Wilbert's run in the NFC Championship
Well,
game.
that was great. That was exciting for what it meant. But and then of course there was miracle number 1 with Herman Edwards.
Yeah.
But to me that game was so out of hand. They were so bad. At the end of the first half, I said the score is the Giants 23. The Eagles are still at the hotel.
Right.
That's what I said. and to see them climb back like that and culminated by that punt return and see Tom Coughlin go nuts on the sideline, that to me was the greatest and I'm not talking about the call, believe me. I'm talking about the moment for Eagles fans.
Unbelievable.
Listening to the highlights that we just listened to at the beginning there, I had not heard the Super Bowl 59 end repeatedly the way I did the Hail Mary from Brady to Gronk in the end zone, falling harmlessly to the ground. This is for you. That 59 audio felt, I don't know, I've heard it just a minimal amount of times. For you, I'm sure that the first one was just so special. But wasn't that odd being up in the booth in a Super Bowl game where the game was decided far in advance?
Well, that's different. The fact that the game was decided, and I'm thinking, what am I going to say? Nothing's ever written. But I can tell you that the most frightened I ever was on the air was before that last play in Super Bowl 52. And that's because we were seated in the end zone, far in the corner of the end zone, 1,000,000 miles high. And I knew that play was going to take place 110 yards away from where I was seated.
On the other side of the field?
Other side of the field.
Wow.
And I just didn't want to be known as the broadcaster who blew the end of the Super Bowl. And inexplicably, as Brady let go of that football, it turned, in my mind, into NFL Films slow motion, where it seemed to all slow down, and I could see Rodney McLeod reach up and tap the ball, and I saw it hit the ground. And that was the biggest sigh of relief. And then the words just came. But I mean, you can't believe some of the stadiums we work at. I no longer call it a SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. I refer to it as so far. We're in the back of the end zone, and we can't even. It's amazing. Miami, Hard Rock Stadium. Park View Stadium. A third of the field is impossible to see.
Merrill will be doing stand-up comedy at Merrill Live. I'm hearing some George Carlin right now.
No.
All right, so Merrill Live, again, it's going to be in September, on September 15th. Behind-the-scenes stories, Merrill's life, his journey to the booth, because obviously there was an awful lot that happened growing up in the area. Like, we will really do, as we did, for those of you that were at the Brandon Graham event a couple years ago, it was, for me personally, it was one of the most special events I've ever been a part of, and one of the great events I've ever seen, honestly. It was an amazing night when we honored Brandon about a year and a half ago. Similar, although with Merrill still playing, so to speak, we will honor Merrill on September 15th, and again, 94WIP.com. That's where you can get the tickets right now, and I really encourage people to get them pretty quick, because they will sell out. Now, let me tell you two other announcements related to Merrill. The first is that beginning in a couple hours on the midday show today at 10:30, and for all midday shows over the next 50 shows, we will be honoring Merrill's 50 years with Merrill's 50 greatest, what we're calling Merrill moments. And so these moments have been selected. I would think Super Bowl 52 would be number one because that was the first Super Bowl championship. But how do they all line up? Like, how do they line up? All these, Wilbert's run, Deshaun, Herm Edwards. I remember in '92 when Eric Allen deflected the ball from Gary Clark.
Washington, yeah.
The Eagles made the playoffs. There's so much to talk about and to honor, and we as a station, and Mike Angelina, I'm sure. Mike, you had to be a big part of this, right? Come on now. Mike Angelina dug in, and so 50 great Merrill moments. So it'll be typically every day at 1 p.m. is when you'll, and by the way, we'll then the next day air them on our show, but 1 o'clock every day on WIP, except when the Phillies have a playoff game. Excuse me, have an afternoon game. So today it's going to be 10:30 a.m. because if you don't know, Phil's played this afternoon. So be listening for Merrill moments every day, midday show, and we'll piggyback off that each morning. And then the other announcement to give you, and I am not sure if the Eagles have announced this.
They haven't, because I just found out about it last night.
Wow. Okay, so this is truly an announcement. The Philadelphia Eagles also, of course, plan to honor Merrill. And while, there's a season-long element for sure, the big day will be November 8th, Eagles-Giants at the Link, and Merrill, the Eagles, will roll out the red carpet. And, sir, I'm so happy for you.
And I'm so happy that my good friend John Harbaugh can attend.
Right, exactly. So, Merrill, all of this, what does it mean to you?
It means to me that I've been very, very fortunate to work in a market where I grew up, a lot of the 32 announcers in the National Football League, I would speculate that fewer than 5 are broadcasting the team that they grew up loving as a kid. And of course, I was prepared to move. I mean, when you choose this field, you don't pick your place, and everything just worked out. So it means that I've been fortunate, that I've had a lot of great people around me. I've had tremendous support from Cindy and my family. So it's being fortunate to do what I love to do more than anything in the world, and to keep on doing it. And still, again, more than the number. Right now, you say, well, I'm so excited about the 50th year. No, I'm just excited about the 2026 season.
Well, I want to talk to you.
I'm all focused about the season.
I want to talk to you about that season. First, though, let me say we want to give away. I was going to say the first pair of tickets to this thing, but I feel, James, obviously some tickets have already sold, so we can't call this the first pair because some tickets have already been gone in the last 20 minutes. But the first giveaway, and we'll do giveaways from time to time. First giveaway right now on the contest line. We will take the 5th caller. We'll keep it real simple. Caller number 5 on the contest line right now. Funky contest line number, 445-544-8300. I'll say it again. And put this number in your phone so you can always dial it rapidly when need be. Contest line number here for WIP, 445-544-8300. The 5th caller on the contest line. You will be joining us for this tremendous event, Merrill Live. Just be the 5th caller right now, and you will get 2 tickets for free. to attend the event, Merrill Live at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey, September 15th. Merrill, I'd like to talk about this club. Can you stick around with us for a little bit more?
Sure.
All right. More with Merrill coming up. Reminder, phone calls coming up. Howie, maybe at 9:30, press conference. Nick Sirianni, definitely at 9:30, press conference. It's going to be a Buffo 9 o'clock hour. Be with us. Merrill, more with Merrill next on this year's team. And again, we salute Merrill and Will all season on 94 WI.
When it comes to your roof, not all contractors are created equal. Only 2% of GAF installers earn Master Elite status, and just 1% of that Master Elite group is recognized as President's Club installers. My friends at J&S Family Roofing are among them. Now, what's that mean for you? Here's what it means. It means superior craftsmanship, proven trust, and this is super important. It means access to the best roofing warranty that GAF offers. It's protection you can't just get from anyone. Choose the experts trusted at the highest level. Give my friends Stu, Dustin, Nick, and Kevin a call. They're a family-run business. One of those guys will be with you from start to finish. They're Philly sports fans. They are awesome people. Check them out. J&S Family Roofing, built by family, backed by the best. And tell them I sent you.
This is Ray Diddinger, inviting you to join Glenn Macnell, Joe Conklin, and me as we celebrate the greatest moments in Philadelphia sports. Thursday, August the 6th at the Ocean City Music Pier. From the Broad Street Bullies to the Phillies special, from Schmitty and Lefty to Dr. J and Moses, we'll cover it all. The greatest moments in Philly sports. Relive them all in one night, August 6th at the Ocean City Music Pier. For tickets, go to greatestphillysports.com. That's greatestphillysports.com.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox. Let's go. But there's one critical step before digging. Wait, what? Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
Maybe I should have listened to the home message first.
Make life easier by getting your Medicaid and Medicare benefits from the same company. PA Health and Wellness and WellCare. 2 names, 1 company. Learn how your benefits can work together at pahealthwellness.com or call 1-844-626-6813.
Listen to MLB Insider Calls on WIP all season long. Presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Are you ready for the biggest drop of summer? Yeah, that kind of drop. Hershey Park is the only place where the drops go wild, sweet, cool, and are totally unbeatable. Drop your worries and drop into fun. From sky-high coaster climbs to full-send water slides, this is where the drop hits different. Literally. Right now, summer is at peak level, and it won't last forever. So grab your shades and drop into Hershey Park Happy today.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you suffer an injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, this is Lauren, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scramble burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken, breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, this is Lauren, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's gonna add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken, breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
San Francisco 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan is taking full responsibility for the mid-July car crash that left him severely injured. Clearing up initial database reports that pinned blame on the other driver, Shanahan admitted he briefly took his eyes off the road to retrieve his phone. The momentary distraction caused his vehicle to drift into oncoming traffic, resulting in a head-on collision. Weird. I'm Drake Toll.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by NovaCare Rehabilitation. Nick Sirianni speaks at 9:30 on the first day of practice at Eagles training camp. We will carry that live here on 94 WIP, as WIP Morning Show, broadcasting here today and tomorrow. Also, we are celebrating 50 years of Merrill Reese as the voice of the Philadelphia Eagles on September 15th. For tickets, go to 94WIP.com. LeBron James met with the entire Cavaliers front office in early July, but ESPN's Shams Charania did not report it, as he says it was off the record. Maybe somebody should let the Phillies know the All-Star break is over. They appear to still be on it. They lost a 4th straight series, 3-8 since the break, after getting shut out in Miami, 1-0. NovaCare Rehabilitation, your trusted physical therapy partner throughout the Delaware Valley. Schedule your appointment today at novacare.com to get back to what you love. Mostly sunny, high 85. It's currently 71. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. And on
the first row in the end zone on the field. And the field had a curve to it for drainage. And I remember Von Hebron was an Eagles running back, and as he went across the 50-yard line, he disappeared.
That's unbelievable. All right, we got the great Merrill Reese with us as we broadcast today from Eagles training camp. A thrill to be. It always is. It's always a thrill to be here. We're back. The Eagles are back at camp, Jefferson Health Training Complex, inside an awesome Forest River RV by Camping World. Jefferson Health, champions of care, and the official health system partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. We'll remind you, press conference coming up in about 25 minutes. Definitely Nick Sirianni, possibly Howie Roseman, and we will bring that press conference live to you. So we got a few things to do this segment. We're going to try to get to some calls. Merrill's going to be with us this segment. He'll field your phone calls. But let's also do some talk on this year's club. Oh, by the way, Merrill, over 100 tickets have already sold.
Wow.
So
that
when
quick. Cindy bought that many?
When I told people you better get them quick, I mean 94WIP.com, like now, defined as like by today, by the end of today, better get them. 94WIP.com for Merrill's big event, Merrill Live, September 15th at the Scottish Rite Auditorium. Merrill, this year's club, what do you think?
I think that we've got to wait. It'll be a work in progress. I think that the key to this year's team is the offensive line.
I agree.
I really do. I think that is the key to this year's team. I think they have a great defense, even better than last year with some of the additions. But I think that, and you know how I feel about Jalen Hurts. I think Jalen Hurts is a great quarterback. And I've watched him, and I don't know anybody who's more dedicated. And as Dick Vermeil has said to me many times, and Doug Peterson used to say to me, he has no limitations. He's got everything you need to be a great quarterback. Listen, look at his winning percentage. And, if you go into the auditorium here at the Jefferson Health Complex, on the stage there's a great big board of things for the players to concentrate on. Do you know what the very first thing at the top of the board is?
I do not.
Ball security. Ball security.
Yeah.
And he does not turn over the football.
Yeah.
He's a great quarterback. He's a great quarterback. But the key is the biggest difference between the team last year and the team that won the Super Bowl was that year Saquon Barkley was 4 yards downfield before anyone hit him.
Yeah.
This past year, it was basically at the line of scrimmage.
Big difference.
So that's a big difference.
1 point, John, if I can just say 1 point. Got a little bit of news to give everyone. Zach Berman is reporting this. Maybe a few others have it. I don't know. Eagles getting ready to practice in an hour. Jonathan Grenard will not be practicing, to say the least, because he's been placed on the PUP list to begin camp. He has suffered a pec strain. He suffered a pec strain while lifting weights prior to training camp. So for the start of this thing, and who knows how long that'll last. John, just gut feeling, a pec strain, how long does that keep a guy out?
Well, pec strain sounds a lot better than, torn pec, which I guess they use that those words at times.
Right.
You want to make sure that the strain doesn't turn into a torn pec where it detaches, and then you have to have a surgery to fix that thing. So you have to be cautious with this, and I'm sure that they will put the kid gloves on and make sure he's fully healthy before they get him.
My
back
kind
out
of training
there on the
camp,
field.
if I'm Grenard, don't have to practice.
Yeah.
No,
But
all
need
jokes
him.
aside, that's not good.
I need to see him out there working with his new teammates in the new scheme.
Yeah.
He needs to be out there getting better, so this does set us back as a team.
That's one of the keys when people ask me about the season. The NFL is a war of attrition.
Yeah.
And if you take a team that is potentially 14-3 and you lose the wrong three people at the wrong time of the season, it could just as easily be 10-7.
That's a big reason why toughness matters, and that's another aspect of Jalen's game that I appreciate a lot.
Yes,
I agree. He is so tough. The thing that I wanted to ask you, Merrill, I'm a Jalen fan as well. I believe that he can do whatever he's asked to do, and that he has been forced to do whatever asked to do in a new offense year after year after year. This year, we know that Sean Mannion's offense is the West Coast. Back when I played in a West Coast offense in Oakland where we never were in shotgun. We never ran a shotgun play. Mm-hmm. And we went to the Super Bowl.
Sure.
We were under center with Rich Gannon every snap. That's it. I mean, for the most part. I believe there was a season because Mr. Davis didn't believe in shotgun that we never used it. So and we know that Jalen feels most comfortable in shotgun. We know that a big part of Jalen's game, something that he does better, and that we don't really give him the kudos he deserves for, is the run game aspect, the ride and decide, the reads that he makes in the run game that sets everything up in the pass game and everything else. This is very different. This offense is so completely different, and it doesn't really focus on those things that we know he is. It's like inculcated.
But
in
he
him.
Can adapt. He can adapt.
So you're not worried about that?
Do you guys? No, I'm not. Not at all.
I'm not either, because I believe he's had to adapt every season. This is some new material, though.
Joe, do you know one of the greatest things that ever happened to me in my 50 years broadcasting?
Getting hired by the Eagles?
By letting them
or the radio station.
By letting me continue. Right. But I have now 5 rings: the 2 Super Bowl championship rings and the 3 NFC championship rings. But something meant more to me last summer than the ring ceremony. I was sitting in the press tent after practice, and somebody walked up to me from the equipment room and said, "This is for you." And he handed me a box, and I opened up the box, and there was a brand new pair of Michael Jordan custom Eagles cleats. And on the white part of the cleat was written, "To M. Reese, you saw it when no one else could. Love always, Jalen Hurts."
Wow, that's great.
That never happened to me with any player, and I've been close with a lot of players over the years. For someone to show that kind of appreciation shows more about him than it does about me.
That's very cool. That really is. All right, let's get some calls in here while Merrill's with us. Reminder, Eagles press conference coming up at about 9:30. Let's get some calls in right now while we have some minutes to do so. Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, you are on with Hall of Famer Merrill Reese. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Mr. Reese. It's a pleasure to speak with you.
Hi, Ed.
Really, I can't tell you in radio-appropriate language how excited I am for the upcoming Eagles season. Not excited about the Phillies right now, though they are on my mind. You could probably tell.
I watch every night.
Yes, I unfortunately do as well. But, the level of – I still haven't figured out how to sync you and Mike Quick with my TV yet. It's only been about 15 years, but I'll get it eventually. Sometimes I just mute it and deal with the delay, because the amount of energy and detail that you bring is second to none. I mean, I think that goes without saying. And just hearing your call and watching your 2010, there's like an 8-minute clip on YouTube that goes to when they throw the touchdown to Kevin Boss, and your voice just sinks. Touchdown, Kevin Boss, and you're like, all right, it's over. But then the Brent Selleck this, Michael Vick that, Jeremy Maclin, and you quoted a book, I think it was called No Medals for Valor, and it was right after they scored that one of those touchdowns. And it's just, I can almost recite the whole 8 minutes, but it's one of my favorite pieces of Eagles history. So I'm glad that you've been a part of that, and you told such a wonderful story there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My friend George Forster tells me what he does is he puts it on record, and then is able to sync up the sound with the TV.
Yeah. Well, for those that your TV doesn't naturally align with it, you're right, Merrill. If you're on the one side of it, not because some people are ahead, some people are behind. So many different cable systems. Just for everyone listening,
right.
That's the complication. Like, there are some people it's completely aligned for, and then there's some people it's not completely aligned for. And to what you're saying, Merrill, if you can just pause.
Yeah, you can do it.
Either the radio or the TV, you can find a way to do it, I guess, right?
I think you pause the TV.
Yeah, but even with the Odyssey app, maybe? I don't know. I'm not quite sure. All right, Ed, got a million things to get to. Give me an answer for who had a resurgence.
Kind of had a tragic life since his baseball career, but Josh Hamilton had one of the most starts the 2010s from early draft pick to out of the game to back, and it was
it's a good answer. I got to ask this question, James. Why did he fade off again so fast?
I mean, he just beat his body up so young. I mean, he was a drug addict. I mean,
I know.
Yeah, I think.
But then he was a top 10 player in baseball.
Well, because he was always that talented. He's the first pick in the draft.
No, but I'm saying, why did the top 10 player in baseball not last? Was he old when he got good?
He beat his body up. Like he was a real drug addict who like heroin or whatever it was. Like he beat his body so badly that I think his body just broke down on him.
It's a shame. He was an incredible talent. We broadcast from the Jefferson Health Training Complex inside the awesome Forest River RV by Camping World. Jefferson Health, champions of care and the official health system partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's get to, and by the way, John, 2 microphones. Rhea said set up.
Good.
Elliot texted Rhea, 2 microphones set up. So
exciting.
Our sense is that probably will be a Howie press conference. Let's round out the 3 Twitter poll questions of the day. Brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Visit ArminChevy.com to check out Armin's selection of top-quality Car Bravo certified pre-owned vehicles. That's ArminChevy.com. As we embark on the Bryce Harper question, let's play the audio of Bryce last night so you know what people were voting on whether he's out of line with these comments or not. Here's Bryce Harper last night.
Do you think this is a line of our team that we beat good pitching in October? Because presumably, come October, you guys will see quite a bit of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need some help, But, I think we've proved, pretty much all year we've done a pretty good job. But, anytime you can, get some help in here and reinforcements, I think it helps.
Do you think that help would be best coming in the form of an arm or a bat?
I think both. I think, obviously everybody knows what we need, so I think I've said it over the last couple of days.
All right, poll question. Is Bryce Harper out of line saying, quote, we need some help? John, how do you think people voted?
I'm going to say there's enough bad-moodedness amidst all of us who've been watching these games every night. It really does feel like an affliction to be watching these games night after night. I'm going to say 77% are.
Basically the other way.
No.
72% say no, he is not out of line.
Well,
Merrill, it's the kind of thing that Brian Dawkins would not have said. When a player says, quote, we need some help, do you think that player's out of line or not?
It depends, really depends on the situation. If he's saying all of us have to put out more, and certainly we can all use more help, I think that's fine.
He could have couched it
I wish
better.
he would have couched
Yeah,
it
he
like
didn't say
that.
it that way. That's the
We
problem.
all can play better.
Yeah, I would add that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But he's not finger pointing.
All right, second poll question. The Jalen Carter contract, if you don't know the details from yesterday, it's a 4-year deal, $152 million, makes him the highest paid Eagles defensive player of all time. I guess I'm thinking, rifling through my head, I guess it makes him the second highest paid Eagle of all time behind only Jalen Hurts. So it's an amazing contract. $106 million guaranteed. We asked the question, John, good signing or too risky? John, how do you think people voted on that one?
I'm going to say 80% think it's a good sign.
74% good signing. Merrill, tell me if you agree with this statement. He has a real chance to be better than Brian Dawkins, meaning he has a chance to be the Eagles' best defensive player career-wise since Reggie White. Do you agree with that?
If he's as good a career player as Brian Dawkins, he's achieved everything you'd want. Because you're talking about a very, very rare elite group of people. When you're talking about Reggie, Reggie is the greatest defensive player maybe in the entire league ever. He's right there with Lawrence Taylor. But I'll tell you this, Brian Dawkins was right up there with the very, very best. And if Jalen Carter, and I think potentially he can be great on a consistent basis, yes, he has a chance to be right up there with Brian Dawkins.
And I'll say this about, you guys know I love Doc. We all love Doc. And, of course, other great defenders last 30, 40 years. I mean, you go back to Berge in the 70s and the 80s. You're going to talk about Saff.
Berge was a great player.
Yeah. Eric Allen. I mean, there have been some special ones. Here's the thing I'll say about Jalen Carter as it relates to Doc. And I think probably 100% of people will agree with this. Because I remember Doc's first 3 years, and he was good. Jalen Carter's first 3 years were flat out better. Like, we all think of Doc with Jim Johnson, the Andy Reid group.
Well, Doc wasn't a second-team All-Pro his first 3 years. Doc was a smallish safety.
And that was
initially.
a Ray. People don't. I think a lot of people don't even remember he played with the Ray Rhodes group. It started in '96, then '97, then '98. And I'm not saying he was not good, but Jalen Carter was a top 5 defensive player in the league in his second year, clearly.
But I think it takes a safety longer to adjust to the league
I
and
agree.
all of the all the things technically that you have to do than line up a defensive tackle, defensive end, and
I
say,
agree with that.
go kill the quarterback.
That's why Uar Bernard's going to have a chance to be so excellent this season.
All right,
Merrill.
third poll question.
I hope.
Sixers best player. 52% say Jaylen Brown. 30% say Tyrese. 9% say both Joel and LeBron. So the love's going to Jaylen Brown. I would put LeBron second, but it's all close. Merrill, we got about another minute here because we got to get to this press conference coming up in 10. Your thoughts on LeBron James joining the Philadelphia 76ers and Philadelphia. What was your reaction?
Like everybody else, it's exciting just to have this guy at some point in his career here. He's one of the greatest of all time, and to have him among us and to have him playing in this city, I think it's big and I think it's exciting.
Yeah, it's really amazing. What is also exciting is Merrill Live. And it's going to be at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey on September 14th. Excuse me, September 15th. September 15th. Prominent figures from the sports world. Eagles players, coaches, and executives, both past and present. It's going to be a cast of characters as we honor Merrill.
I didn't know that.
That's what the piece of paper says, Merrill.
Sounds pretty exciting.
I mean,
to
you
me.
can only imagine the people that want to be there. Like, I haven't talked to Jaws.
I can promise
the Jawses, the Vermeils, people are going to want to be there.
Without knowing, I'll bet you Mike Quick will be there.
I would agree with that.
Good chance.
So
Merrill,
look,
do you sing in the shower?
No.
Are you a singer at all?
No.
No.
Now, real quick, John, we got to move to get to this press conference. So, a million things going on, including your chance at 94WIP.com to get tickets for Merrill Live. Merrill, we thank you for being with us
Thank you.
today.
You guys are great, and it's
Great
just fun to
seeing
be
ya.
with you here in the trailer and to visit with you and John and James and
Thanks,
Rhea
Merrill.
and everybody else.
Thank you.
Thank
The
you,
best in the business, Merrill Reese. Sirianni and Howie Roseman, their press conference next on 94 WIP.
Injured at work or in an accident, nobody will fight harder for your rights than Pond Lehocky Giordano. They've recovered billions for injured workers just like you and fight for the maximum settlement you deserve. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lehocky, this powerhouse firm is built on grit. Jerry worked 16-hour shifts in a steel mill before becoming a statewide leader for injured workers' rights. Call Pond Lehocky today for your free consultation. You won't pay a dime until they win.
Legends might be born on Sundays, but they're forged at training camp. WIP is back to camp. Hungry rookies with something to prove.
Hey, they getting a goal. This is ready to work.
And veterans determined to finish what they started.
We just put the work in and work come first.
With exclusive training camp coverage every day, live from the Jefferson Health Training Complex.
Get better every single day, and that's all we're focused on.
WIP's back to camp. Sponsored by Jefferson Health, champions of care and the official health system partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. And driven by Forest River RV and Camping World. RV sales, service, parts, and accessories.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. Official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Get to Dell Toyota for Jack's Summer Sale. The big one. Huge Dell discounts. Buy with 0% financing and no money down every day at Dell Toyota. Online at DellToyota.com.
Jack, sell them for less.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hey, this is Brian Veazey, the new PNC Bank Regional President. Whether the third down pressure is on or off, our team plays to win. That's why PNC is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and why we are committed to moving your finances across the goal line. Because whether it's football or money, a strong, focused team is key to achieving your personal best. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Now through August 2nd, during the BMW Ultimate Sales Event, lease the 2026 BMW X5 xDrive 40 for $869 per month for 39 months with $69.29 due at signing and $0 security deposit. Government and dealer fees not included. Details at bmwcenters.com.
Some things you can always count on, like a backup on the Conshohocken curve. But shouldn't your home internet be a different story? Switch to Verizon Fios and get 100% fiber optic dependability at home. Verizon mobile customers can get super fast, ultra reliable internet for just $20 a month. Trust us, it moves a lot faster than the Schuylkill Expressway. Don't get stuck in the slow lane. Visit Verizon.com to switch. Availability varies for new Fios customers with auto pay, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Celebrate Christmas in July and save at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal? Make somebody brag a little back home? That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Nick Sirianni speaks next on the first day of Eagles practice at training camp. Of course, carried here live on 94 WIP. Jonathan Grenard will start on the PUP list after straining a pec lifting ahead of camp. LeBron James met with the entire Cavaliers front office in early July, but ESPN's Shams Charania did not report it, as he says it was off the record. Meantime, ESPN's Dave McMenamin says the Clippers offered James a one-year, $20 million deal. Kyle Schwarber out again today for the Phillies, who play the Marlins at noon after last night's 1-0 loss. Trey Turner will DH. When plumbing problems hit, wrap them up quick and call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solution. To listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP, just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'd have to look it up, but it's normally about 2 weeks. No time's yours today, because we want to prioritize Howie and Nick Sirianni's press conference. Time's yours when we do it, like tomorrow, brought to you by Xfinity, proud sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Watch all of your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. This does not feel to me as pressing as some other press conferences to start a year. I mean, yeah, things are pretty good. Sometimes you got like a million questions you want to know the answers to. Obviously, Jalen Carter might be the first question with the new deal. You know what question I'm most interested in, and how he would deflect it, because he's good at saying, oh, we just don't talk contracts. But the number one thing I would like addressed, and it won't be, is why doesn't Jalen Hurts have a new contract? Might be asked, might not be asked.
That's a really good question.
I
think it'll be asked.
Might. And he'll deflect it. He'll just say we just don't discuss that, which is the right answer. But what would be fascinating is it rooted in the brass doesn't believe in Jalen? Was there an offer that he turned down?
You think that would be part of any answer?
No.
No, they won't.
It's not Bryce Harper.
No, they won't say
or
that.
Dave Dombrowski.
Yeah, they won't say it. But I'm just saying, I tend to think it's more that they didn't want to saddle up to him yet until he proves more. But it's possible they offered him something and he turned it down. Possible. Anyway, we await the press conference. Howie and Nick coming up shortly. Let's try to get some calls in here while we got some time. Whoever's on the line, we will zap you fast. If Howie and Nick step up to the podium, please understand that. Rick in Easton right now. Rick, good morning.
Good morning. That was a great interview with Merrill. And, I was thinking over the last few years how fortunate we've been with Merrill. Look at the PA announcers and broadcasters we've had in longevity. Yep. Dan Baker, Lou Nolan. Zinkoff left and died at age 75 in his 22nd year. He would have gone how many years? Zumoff put in 39 years with the Sixers. Pretty amazing if you think about it.
Well, Gene Hart and Harry, Richie. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wheels.
I get frustrated with people saying I'm negative about the Phillies, but all your comments this morning have really confirmed what I've been sharing with you guys the last 3 years. It's not, it's not getting Kwan or Bichette or Rooker if he could have played the outfield, or even if we get Juan Soto, or maybe even Ohtani, who could pitch and can hit. The problem is, and I keep harping on this, it's this core. And every one of you have been saying it this morning and the last few months. It's this core that's going to trip up this team. Yeah, we're good enough to beat the AAA teams, and I know other teams play those AAA teams, but we just fall short when we play the Brewers. Look at our record against the Brewers, the Cubs. People are saying, yeah, well, the Cubs were real hot when we played them. Well, guess what? They're hot again. And that's going to be a problem. This core is what's going to trip us. How are those people out there that said, we can't give up Painter, we can't give up Aiden Miller, we can't give up Crawford? How do they feel now? And you know what? Even if we did give those three players up for a Kwan or Bichette, they're not ripping the cover off the ball. So I think the core of this team is going to be
Well, Rick, and that's where I come back to Trey Stott and Bohm. Because Schwarber and Harper, for the most part, do their job. But Trey Stott and Bohm have killed him. Just killed him.
Trey's DHing today.
Get used to it. Get used to it.
And you know what? As far as who's better, Maxey or Jaylen Brown, I don't even think that's really a fair question right now, because we haven't seen how Maxey's going to play this year with Jaylen Brown, with maybe a healthier Embiid, and with LeBron, we might see Maxey become an amazing Sixer for the rest of his career with the talent that we're putting around him. But I look at Jaylen Brown, and I don't know if you're going to agree or not, but I would rather have had Brown than Tatum. Tatum can't stay on the court anymore, and you know what?
That was one,
Brown,
Andrew. I don't think that's fair. Look, Tatum's a little better than Brown. They're close.
Don't forget. He couldn't play the last game.
Well, I know, but it was
right?
all related. I mean, the guy was coming back from an Achilles.
I think he's better.
All right, Rick, give me a
big
big answer. Who or what has had a resurgence?
Everybody was wondering, can he win another major? And in 2019, Tiger Woods won the Masters.
Yeah, he sure did, man. That was a big resurgence. Let's get to Gino right now, Northeast Philly. Good morning, Gino.
Good morning, guys. How you doing this morning?
Doing great, Gino.
Yeah, I just called Joe because, the caller earlier, I think he was misconstruing what I was trying to say a little bit yesterday. Obviously, of course, I want the Eagles to win every year.
Yeah.
I was basically just saying that I think the expectations and the treatment of the Eagles are unfair compared to other teams.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
That's all I was really trying to say. And as far as Bryce Harper, I know. Listen, I know he's a very good player, but I've had enough of Bryce Harper with the finger pointing and pushing it off on other people. Yes, are the other guys not good enough? I agree. Yes, they're not. But has Bryce Harper really been good enough? I mean, Bedroom at the Bank was a long time ago. The last two postseasons, was Bryce Harper good?
Well, he was in
Not
24. He wasn't in 25. Gino, you know what strikes me about Bryce the longer this goes on? He is not really beloved. Now, he is by some. I don't want to make this a sweeping overall generalization. Some obviously do. But, Schwarber would not have said what Bryce said yesterday. And I am very confident that Schwarber is currently more beloved.
How do you think his team? Yeah, how do you think the teammates in that clubhouse feel about Bryce?
That's a tough one when they hear him critical. Rhea, do you agree you would not call him beloved? Doc was beloved.
Yeah, no,
Bryce isn't beloved.
Yeah, he is not at all. Not at all, but there's just something, and it could have. I think some of it could have stemmed from when he was with Washington. We all thought he was a punk when he was there, and now he's with the Phillies, and you still see some of that come out.
Look,
from
there's
time to
ego.
time.
Him and Joel. There's ego there.
Yeah,
there's ego.
I don't. The pandering with some of that stuff bothers me.
I don't like that either. Go ahead, Gino.
Joel does the same thing sometimes, where he kind of pushes the blame off on other people. Let me ask you. I know sometimes you get upset with Jalen. You think Jalen would sit up there and say
nope.
It was the offensive line's fault? Or
nope.
That's what I mean. If you're one of the leaders of the team or you're one of the best players, you just can't do that. I agree with you and Jimmy.
Gino, you know what's interesting?
He's not wrong. He's wrong.
Donovan didn't say it often. Donovan was pretty darn good on that. But there was that time in 08 or 09, entering the playoffs. I think it was 09, after the Dallas debacle, Week 17, when he said, we showed our youth and inexperience. And it was very obvious Deshaun took offense to that. He said, we showed our, quote, youth and inexperience. And I believe that was second year Deshaun and first year Macklin. And I remember hearing Deshaun interviewed about it. And he was trying to be careful with how he answered it, but it was very obvious that he was very irked that Donovan had said that. And that stuff can rile teammates sometimes.
Because this team is very, very hard to watch. They're very hard to watch, Joe, this Phillies team. Very hard to watch.
I know. It's like the Eagles offense.
Unless Wheeler Sanchez.
I know.
Well, they're coming up at 12 noon, Gino, so just a couple hours.
All right, Gino, who or what had a resurgence?
Well, since I was going to say Tiger Woods, the guy before took my answer, which I think was a great answer, but I have another backup answer. What? So I was going to say, I think Jimmy would agree with this. There's been a big resurgence lately in people going to the movies.
Yeah, this whole thing is based on that. Give me a different answer, because that's what I framed this on today.
Oh, I didn't hear the beginning of the show. See, I'm a dumb. Aren't I a dummy? All right,
you're
Joe.
good.
I really don't
All
know.
right, Gino.
He took my answer with Tiger Woods. I'll be
Stay
honest
well,
with
my
you.
man. Good call as always. James, what's going on? Howie and Nick? I mean, they got to practice at 10.
Yeah, no, where you got the waiting screen up. I'm seeing the Eagles logo shifting and moving.
This is
And we're
nonsense.
waiting. Fly, Eagles, fly. Go, birds.
I mean, look, here's
flying
the deal.
across the screen.
It's going to just cut into Joe and Hugh's show. I mean,
They already have a short show as it is.
what do I
You're
care?
Phillies
Rhea.
play at 12.
What do I? That's right. They'll be
Midday
happy.
guys. I bet you miss those midday shifts with the 1 o'clock games.
Nothing better, Rhea. It's almost unfair to come in for a noon game.
And Rhea, the ratings that come with a Phillies game,
That's just unfair.
and then they count for it.
Oh, yeah.
Nonsense.
It's not right. We're never getting games in the morning.
All right, Seltzer. When do we round out the question here of who had a resurgence, knowing that if we wait till the press
We
conference
should probably do it
starts-
now.
Is that we just?
I mean, you know.
It seems like the right thing. I'm being told he's coming soon. All right, let's come up with a winning answer. Who had a resurgence? Brussels sprouts was good. Steve
I
Jobs
love that
was good.
answer. Yeah, Jobs is great too.
Brussels sprouts
Tiger
is a
Woods.
major.
Steve Jobs is probably the right answer, though, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, the Steve Jobs and Apple thing. All right, so JB, sir, you have won tickets to Chris Stapleton. Enjoy that concert coming up in August. James, oh, here we go. Howie and Nick, let's roll.
Are they yours? Yeah. Oh, you got really close with them.
Wait, you have two of those? I'm gonna wear it through practice. I'm gonna be.
See what I mean? Like everyone puts.
Um,
Everyone puts them here, and
no
then
dice.
you shoved them right on this side. I put my hands there.
Howie, the decision to give Jalen Carter the contract.
No. Welcome
No.
back.
Hey, man,
No. Hey guys, how's it going? How's everyone's summer? We've got football back in Philadelphia. It's a beautiful thing. Right through it. Are we all wearing sunglasses? It's like pictures. Do you want us all to wear sunglasses?
I might actually put them on.
No, there's a glare. Good. All good.
The decision to give Jalen Carter the contract you did. What have you seen from him behind the scenes over the past few years that make you confident you want him to be a big part of the team moving forward?
When I think about the timeline with Jalen Carter, we went into the offseason looking to extend him, looking to extend, obviously, JD, and kind of keep the strength of our team. That position group, not only with those two guys, I mean, Morrow, unbelievable player, unbelievable person for our team. BY took a lot of steps. We got a young group behind that we're really excited about. And we felt like that was one of the strengths of our team, and we wanted that to be one of the strengths of our team going forward. The defense tackle position in the league, in college football, it's a deficient position. There's hard to find guys like that. And so we feel like it was a priority. Where the market was when March opened was kind of in transition. You had guys like Dex ready to sign, obviously Simmons. And so some of the reasons that it got to this point were just because we were trying to figure out the market. And from his perspective, he was trying to figure out the market. There hadn't been a big jump in the market. And so we like to do contracts in March and April, obviously, get that situated before we go into the draft, before we go into our summer. This was a unique situation. By the same token, getting this done before camp was important for all of us. Good things happen when you get things off your plate and you're able to focus on football.
Howie, there was a SI report.
I didn't really answer your question yet, did I?
No.
Okay, you're fine.
Howie, there was an SI report that there was some internal hesitation about giving Jalen Carter an extension. Can you speak to that?
I can't speak to the report. I didn't see the SI report. What's that?
You had hesitation about giving him the extension because of off-field concerns.
I would say this. I don't know what off-field concerns. Since Jalen's been here, he's put his head down. He's worked hard. He's made huge impact plays for this organization, for this team. Last year, he wasn't 100%. He tried to fight through that and play through that. We understand that. Like anyone, when you're 25 years old, you're still growing as a person and as a player. I saw Zach Vaughn yesterday, and he made a great comment. He said to me, he's like, when I signed my contract, someone told me, you don't pay me for what I did, you're paying for me what I'm going to do. And that's why we do these deals. You know, we don't do anything based on retroactive performance. We're doing things based on future performance. And again, we were trying to sign Jalen in March, understood it was unique because of where the market was and where he thought and Drew thought it was going. But it was always positive, and we were always trying to get him extended.
Nick, change is inevitable in the NFL. You're going into your 6th year. There's been a lot of changes on the staff, but Aaron and Jamal, they're two of the soldiers that have been with you for your entire tenure. How much have you leaned on them during your tenure here, especially amongst the change, which is like inevitable, like I said?
Yeah, excited to have those guys back on staff, and we've had some great staffs here, and you have great relationships with all those guys. You always try to build those relationships, and obviously those two guys. Jamal's done a great job of doing a lot of the assistant head coach duties, and he's a really good person. I've always leaned on him. Now he has that title of assistant head coach, and man, he just does a great job with everything that he does. Same with Aaron, and naturally, we're doing a drill today, and this wasn't a drill that we did in OTAs. So it's like, hey, we're doing this drill today. Aaron, Jamal, Parks, why don't you guys kind of coach up what we're looking for on this drill? And so yeah, there's little things like that happen every once in a while, and that you really value somebody that's been here in the past to be able to explain some of those things of how we go about it. But those two guys have been really valuable. Their players have played well. They're really good coaches. They're really good people. I've really appreciated having them on staff. Wash, Tyler Scudder, those guys have been here throughout the time as well. And it goes to show you just what type of coaches they are, right? And that you want to continue to have them here, and you want to continue to build that relationship and build that what they've done with their players.
Nick, as you enter training camp, what's the plan at backup quarterback? Are those guys going to rotate, and is that an open competition?
First of all, I really love the room. To have 4 guys that you're so excited about to be able to go to work with every single day, that just speaks to the way Howie and his staff have built the roster. So excited about that room. Everything is a competition. We'll continue to rotate with those guys with what we're doing. But that's not, Andy's played a lot of football. And Andy's played a lot of good football. So that has that doesn't say anything about what we feel about Tanner. Like, Tanner has been here for 4 years, and has played some really good moments, played some really good games, has so consistent at practice with what he does and the type of player he is. So we're really excited about that. But we also know that competition brings out the best in everybody. And so to be able to have a guy like Andy and Tanner working together and working to push each other to get better, that's only going to make our team better. But again, can't say how much I appreciate having Tanner and all the things that he's done and the type of player that we continue to think that he can be. So we're excited about that room.
BG went on record somewhere this offseason. Said he would hope to know his future in the early days of training camp. He doesn't want to come back in the middle of the season or whatever. Where do things stand with him?
Communication between BG and the Eagles, myself, first draft pick I ever made as a GM, has always been consistent. So those conversations, obviously, between us and every player, we're going to keep between us and the player. I want to be consistent with whoever that is, that we do that. But obviously, you're talking about one of the greatest Eagles players, unbelievable person. Last year, his ability to come back in and help us was huge for our football team. But again, those conversations we'll keep private.
Nick, just rewinding on Jalen Carter for you.
On Jonathan Bernard.
Go ahead.
And what that means for.
With Jalen Carter, from your perspective.
You want me to answer you and he can answer him at the same time?
Go ahead.
Jalen Carter, from your perspective, how much does it help you to have somebody like that satisfied for the start of camp versus maybe
First of all, just really happy for him and his family. He's worked his butt off to get rewarded the way he is, and like how he said, it's a we're paying you for what you're going to do in the future, and we have that confidence in him. I've really enjoyed getting to know Jalen more and more each year, and the time that I've spent with him, and he's put his head down, he's worked, he's made impactful plays, and we look for that to continue. And he's a heck of a football player that demands a lot of attention by the opposing offense. So to be able to have him locked up, and we know what that creates for the opposing offense. I know as a former offensive coordinator, the problems a player at that position with that talent creates, and the things that you have to do for him game plan wise. And anytime you're just excited that portion's out of the way, and you're able to go and focus completely on football. Which he has, which I give him a lot of credit. He's focused so much on football. He came back in phenomenal shape with his weight, with his conditioning test. So even with that contract still looming, he worked his ass off. And I'm proud of him for that, and it shows you the type of guy he is, and he'll continue to be, and excited for him to play ball.
I get you.
Further insight can you give on Bernard and what that means for the position group this summer?
Yeah, he was lifting, and he has a pec strain. I think that one of the things that we know about Bernard is he's going to be ready to play. And I think training camp's so important, practice is so important. But when you have a guy like that who prepares the way he does, who has the experience in the NFL the way he does, he's going to be ready to play when we start the season. And we just... we want to be smart with all our guys and get them ready, but at the same time, acknowledge kind of the process that they have to take to make sure that they are 100% when they come back. And again, this is not a long-term injury. This is nothing we're concerned about. But when we can, we're going to make sure that, we take care of our guys and put them in the best position to have a great year.
Hey, Nick, Cam Jurgens and Landon Dickerson, are they full go going into this? And how important is it to have them both healthy?
Yeah, obviously you saw the PUP list, and then everybody else will be going. And again, two guys that have come back, and I can't say enough of what happened at our conditioning test yesterday. It was just, you just saw the complete focus of everybody, and you can't cheat the conditioning test. You can't cram for it in 1 week. And the whole team was just so locked in, focused. It seemed easy for them. And I know that test is hard. We've done that test plenty in these last 5 years. And they came back in great shape, those two guys included. Crushed it, and excited to get out there and work.
Teams take on the personality of their leader. Have you seen Coach Sirianni, what great shape he's in? You got Dom in great shape, Bob Lang in great shape right here. We got everyone's in great shape.
To go back to Jalen Carter, have you seen guys whose preparation and performance changed after they got a big contract and not necessarily for the better? Has that been something you've encountered in your coaching?
It's hard to change who you are. It's hard to change your habits. I know Frank Reich used to always say to me, no man suddenly becomes different than his cherished thoughts and habits. And I truly believe that. Like, you're not going to just instantly change who you are. And, they've been rewarded not only because they're good players, but because they know how to work and they know how to be an Eagle. Of all the things that go into that, I won't get into all those things that Howie and I look for, but it's like, hey, what does it take to be an Eagle? Oh, this guy's an Eagle. I think that's something that we can say with confidence. We say a ton throughout the year of like, man, this guy is an Eagle. And that's a great compliment that we know that Howie and I say that. It's a great compliment to be able to pay to somebody. And so, it's hard to change who you are. And it's hard when that's what you do and that's what your habits are. So, no, my experience with that here has been nothing but positive. When the guys come in and they get paid, they continue to be who they are. And that speaks to who they are as people, but it also speaks to the culture that we have and the guys that we have in this locker room and the coaches that we have in this locker room and the leadership that we have on this football team, where you continue to put your head down and work.
Howie, 5 trades last August for you. Is the roster similarly incomplete this year? And do you have the pick surplus to be aggressive?
The roster's always a work in progress. Every day we're coming in, we're trying to find ways to get better. We're communicating with every team in the league to try to find fits, to see if there's opportunities to make ourselves better. And so, It's certainly incomplete at this time. It will be incomplete throughout the course of the season. Any opportunity we have, and you look at our roster, you see, it reminds me of just, all the rooms that we have, that it evolves over the course of time. And that's not a reflection on how we feel about our players now. Excited about it. Can't wait to see them out there. But anytime we have a chance to get better, to improve our team, we're going to look at that.
There might have been a staff turnover this offseason. Can you speak to Alec Halvey departing, Bryce Johnson leaving for the Falcons, and what about the replacements, Grant and Adam Merrill?
Yeah, I'd have Jeff Scott to that as well. It's bittersweet because all of those guys have put themselves in position to make career choices, to improve their lot in life, which you hope for people that you're really close to. But I remember I was out to dinner with my wife at one point and just said it's going to be an adjustment for me. The relationships that I have with those guys, the ability to communicate, really the language, to be able to say things very short and sweet and them understand what I'm looking for. That comes with time. And they're 3 incredibly valuable members, all of those guys. When I came in on Monday, it was obvious to me, those are 3 of the 4 offices that surround me. And so it's a transition, For me, I have to evolve. I have to continue to get better and learn and to continue to develop people that are here. And I plan on doing that.
And what makes Adam very ready for that promotion? What do you see in him?
Well, I think in any job, in any role that you have, when you get promoted, it's an adjustment. Taking on responsibility, taking on different tasks. There's going to be a responsibility that comes with it. I think about when I first became the GM. I go, man, I'm ready for this. I've done college scouting, pro scouting, cap. I'm prepared, and then I got my ass kicked a lot. And so I think for any of these roles, you got to be in them and get the on-the-job training to be at your best. But he's incredibly smart. He's incredibly hardworking. He's learned from a lot of great people inside and outside the building. And I think the opportunity won't be too big for him.
You signed to Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, not a long term. You've got a couple of All-Pros in the secondary that are on rookie deals. Just it seems like it's getting more expensive on defense, just in a management sense of the roster. How do you see that influencing your direction forward and on offense?
Well, when you talk about it, general managers get hired and they'll stand up and they'll have these microphones and they'll say, well, how do you want to build your team? And they say, we want to draft, we want to develop, we want to re-sign. And since Coach Sirianni's here, that's all we've done. We've drafted players, we've re-signed our players. And when you talk about culture, that's the first thing that comes to mind with culture. If I do well, I'm going to get rewarded. I don't have to go somewhere else to do that. And so that's really a huge part of what we're trying to build. So we're proud about that. And that's going to be our first priority as opposed to getting into March and trying to go outside the building. The way that these drafts go about, it also allows you to structure your contracts in a way that you can continue to keep guys. Now, you're going to have to make sacrifices. You saw it in the offseason. We let players go that we care about, that we think are good players, that we think are really good people that fit. But we had to move on because, we have some game-changing players and people that are part of this organization, and we don't intend to lose. So I would say to our fans, if you're wearing a jersey with some of those guys on, with those names on the back, we fully intend for those guys to be here on the long term.
If you look at the offense that you guys are installing with Sean and everything, do you expect some growing pains as camp goes along? I mean, how is that process going to work out?
I think training camp has growing pains throughout on both sides of the ball, whether it's a new coordinator, whether it's an old coordinator. It's the way it goes, right? You want to make camp challenging. You want to make it hard. You want to make things difficult. So because when they're going through a shared hardship, that's when guys come together. And so, there's going to be days where the offense gets the best of the defense, and there's going to be days where the defense gets best of the offense. I'm not really looking at it in that sense. I'm just looking at it in everyday terms of how do we get a little bit better each day? How do we put the work in? And really, it's like, how do we put the work in to get better each day? Knowing that there's going to be ups and downs. I think we all want progress to look like this. That's not the reality of progress, right? It's going to feel like that, right? But generally speaking, it's going to go up and then you go back and then it's go up and then go back. And that's what you want the curve to look like. But it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to feel that way. And so it's important to what's important to do in those situations is just put your head down, control what you can control, and be faithful in the little things, because those will be the things that end up being big things at the end of the day.
Last one, folks. Another training camp was a offensive coordinator change and the scheme change. Does the evaluation change now that you've entered the seventh season versus those prior ones?
No, I think we have a stand. We're very proud that we make the job description very clear for each and every one of our players, and that we have a standard of what we do at each position. Obviously, there will be different requirements and slightly different job descriptions, but the standard remains the standard, and we'll continue to grade upon that.
All right, that's Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni wrapping up their press conference. Obviously, Nick moving to the practice field because the Eagles are about to practice. We're about to get out of here as far as the show goes, but looking forward to tomorrow. And Joe and Hugh, as always, and this time leading you into a Phillies afternoon playoff game. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Joe and Hugh are up next.
The Phillies play here today. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 11:10. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 12:10. Then stick around for the final out. Sponsored by the Philadelphia Parking Authority. On your exclusive home for the Phillies 2026 season.
Deep to left field. Forget about it. That one's not coming back.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For 50 years, drivers have trusted Meineke to take care of their cars and their budget. Because real value isn't just about price. It's about honest recommendations, quality work, and service done right the first time. From routine maintenance to major repairs, Meineke delivers dependable car care from experienced technicians you can count on. That's why generation after generation continues to choose Meineke. 50 years of trust, 50 years of value. Meineke, doing car care right.
For over 30 years, CertaPro Painters has been part of countless memories. Every wall tells a story, and we've been proud to help write them. We are more than just your local painters, with care, craftsmanship, and certainty. From the first brushstroke to the final smile, our promise is simple. Your home, beautifully painted and worry-free. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
It's time to harvest more from your savings this summer. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 15-month share or IRA certificate and earn 4.25% annual percentage yield. Don't wait. This summer harvest savings rate special won't last forever. Explore all your saving options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts, or visit a branch near you. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at StraightTalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
What's up, fools? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's chump.
Sponsored by BGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports
The
Minute.
Philadelphia Eagles signed star defensive tackle Jalen Carter to an extension worth over $100 million guaranteed. And it seems like a great move, as long as Carter keeps his head on straight. And as far as the Eagles' defense goes, it is absolutely in the running to be the #1 defense in the NFL this season, along with Seattle, Denver, and Houston. The upside very high for the Eagles' defense. I'm Nick Custers.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. We have a lot going on. I mean, the whole band is back together for the first time in a while.
Yay.
LeBron is a Sixer. Training camp has begun. Jalen Carter got his money. And Bryce Harper wants some help. Good morning, Hugh Douglas.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Kyle. Good morning, Philadelphia. Today is the day that I start my quest to become the highest paid defensive player in Philadelphia. Go get these lottery tickets.
Oh,
after we get off work.
I was going to say, I think those days have passed you by.
I know. I tried to call Drew yesterday. I called Drew after congratulating him about Jalen Carter's contract. And I asked him, I said, is there anybody, willing to sign an older defensive end? And he sent me back a message and said, hey, man, we had a great run.
He did.
He said we had a great run.
So he let you down easy.
Yeah. But so I'm a modify it a little bit. and I'm looking to be the highest paid defender in Philadelphia by winning the lottery. Because the lottery is like $663 million.
I thought didn't they pick already who won?
No, that was the
Mega?
I think the Powerball. The mega was like 800.
Gotcha.
So the Powerball is like 663.
So your new quest is to win the lottery.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, because if you don't hit all the numbers, I was told that if you hit the Powerball, you might get like a meal. So we're gonna try to.
Oh, that's not bad.
Figure out. I don't know if that's true, and I got to look at the rules.
Yeah, it could be a lie.
But I got to figure out like a strategy and how much money it's going to actually cost me out my pocket.
Yeah, okay. I don't like your odds to win.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because I think there's only so many numbers in there, and the Powerball, I'm pretty sure it's from 1 to 10, maybe.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
We figure it out. So
First person ever try to get rich playing the lottery.
Let us know.
I mean, it's a sound strategy.
Yeah,
Good
sure.
luck.
Yeah, it sounds like.
I'm just trying to figure out how much money I'm gonna have to actually spend to make this dream come true.
A lot, if I had to guess.
No,
it's based on the percentages.
I mean, it just like how consistent. I got a lot of things going against me.
You do,
but I mean, I like my chances.
Okay. Well, you're looking for help to get rich. Bryce Harper's also looking for help with his baseball team.
Everybody looking for help today.
Well, last night Phillies lose. What do you know? 1-0 as this team has now lost 8 out of 11. You know the Marlins came into this
woke
series
up with 12. Yeah,
12 losses in a row,
yeah.
and they're not matter
they
playing
had to
the Phillies.
walk off the last night, the other night, and then miss.
Yeah, a joke last night. They actually got a well-pitched game out of Nola after the home run early. The bullpen was fine. They lose 1-0. But this struck me after the game, as we are now less than a week until the MLB trade deadline. Bryce Harper not being shy about saying what the Phillies need, even in front of all his teammates in the clubhouse.
Do you think this is a line of our team? You need good pitching in October, because presumably come October you guys will see quite a bit of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need some help, but I think we've proved, pretty much all year we've done a pretty good job. But anytime you can, get some help in here and reinforcements, I think it helps.
Do you think that help would be best coming in the form of an arm or a bat?
I think both. I think obviously everybody knows what we need, so I think I've said it over the last couple of days.
All right, you know what? Sometimes someone could say something that is objectively correct and it still be wrong. And that was wrong for Bryce Harper to say last night. Bryce Harper is standing in front of all his teammates. He's in the clubhouse. This isn't a one-on-one where he's talking to some podcaster or some radio host or just hanging out or talking baseball, or Mookie Betts last week on a podcast, right? Like he's next to his teammates as they're all, changing after the game to get ready to go home or back to their hotel. And he says we need a bat and an arm. He's effectively saying, you see all these guys around me? They're not good enough, and they need help. I just want to point this out, Hugh, because I know you feel a little bit differently than I do about this. I just think it's bad teammate behavior, and it's just something like, go play, man. Go play. And in the month of July, Bryce Harper's got some nerve. In the month of July, I can't believe he did this the day I get back, because I'm fired up. On the month of July, Bryce Harper's hitting 165 with a 611 OPS.
You got the nerve.
He has sucked in July. He has been terrible over the last month. And for him to stand up there and say, we need help. No, you need to play better. Everyone knows you need help. I didn't need Bryce Harper to tell me the Phillies need players. Like, I know the trade deadline is on Monday, and they need help in many areas. We all know this. But Bryce Harper needs to answer that question. I need to be better. Could you imagine if Jalen Hurts, by the trade deadline, offense is sucking. They can't move the football. And the reporter asked him, hey, what do you guys think? Trade deadline coming. Yeah, we could use a couple more receivers. We certainly could use a backup offensive line. You see the pressure I'm getting? No, I would scream and say, you need to play better. Imagine if Joel Embiid said the same thing and he wasn't playing well. We'd crush those guys. Bryce Harper stood up there last night and told me everything I need to know about where he is right now. He's not being a good teammate. And that last night, in the middle of your worst slump, maybe of your Phillies career, dude, just go hit a home run today and let Dave Dombrowski do his job. Bryce Harper wanted Dombrowski to leave everything in-house in October. Remember that? He said, I thought we leave that stuff in-house. And then he went out there and told all of baseball, you know what? We need help. Ask Dave for whatever you want, because Dave Dombrowski built a crappy roster around me. I just thought that is a joke by Bryce Harper. Hugh, what did you think of it? Because that bothered me when I heard him say it.
Well, first of all, welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Bryce, for saying that yesterday and not doing it when I wasn't here.
You know what? You know what I heard in your rant, Joe? And I'm not mad at you. I think you're a little off with the rant. Not off like as a person, but off with the rant just a little bit.
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
Because,
let's be honest.
Because you know what I hear in your rant is Bryce Harper fatigue. You're tired of Bryce Harper and some of his antics, and he's not playing well, and he called the team out. But you know what I heard with Bryce Harper? Bryce Harper said we've been saying for weeks. And not only that, Bryce Harper is in his wheelhouse for his criticisms of his baseball team. He's right where he's always been, if you will, when you talk about this team. But I think that right now, because he's not playing well and he's not being the leader that we want him to be, that's why it bothers you as much. Because we've been talking for weeks about what this team needs.
Right.
And what I heard when Bryce Harper said that, he was talking about himself as well. But I know you heard it differently, and I'm not going to chastise. I'm not going to say anything about the way you heard it, because to me it just sounds like you have fatigue with Bryce Harper and some of his antics right now, and that's cool. But I had no issue with what he said about his teammates because, the reality is this. Like, and I always go back to the years we were going to playoff, we were going to NFC championship games, and we were constantly losing them. We all knew in the locker room what the problem was, right?
Sure.
We knew we needed more firepower offensively. We knew that. Nobody said it, but we all knew it. Like, out of respect or out of courtesy for what you're talking about.
That's what I mean. Like, you didn't say it out loud.
But at the same time, we keep banging our head against the wall and getting the same results out of that. So it's one of those things where I'm pretty sure his teammates probably felt some kind of way, but they're the guy, like, he's in the same boat they're in. None of them are contributing in a way, especially on the offensive side, where it's helping his team out any. So I think he was talking about himself. I mean, I didn't have a problem with it. I hear what you're saying, but I didn't have a problem with what he said.
I just have a problem with him saying it out loud. I mean, you can listen. We know they're going to make some moves. They're going to try. They're going to add. Everyone knows that. He doesn't have to say that yesterday. He could say, I need to be better. Like, a little self-reflection here, Bryce. You have been terrible in the month of July. And not just bad, terrible. You look at some of the numbers. This is the worst stretch he's had as a Philly. And he's had some great years with Philly, some not great years with Philly. And by the way, I find the whole thing ironic that in the midst of this, as he's kind of being critical of Dave Dombrowski, that's really what I thought was underneath that. Like,
yeah, but he got it. Yeah, probably.
Like, Dave, get on. Do something here. You didn't build a good enough team. You know what the underlying thought of all this is? You look at Bryce Harper's numbers. Dave Dombrowski was right. Dave Dombrowski was spot on. His numbers are the exact same as last year, which were not elite. Bryce, maybe if you were having a Yordan Alvarez season, which you've had before, you were that guy at one point. Maybe if you were having a Shohei Ohtani season, a Juan Soto season, maybe there would be 3 more wins on the board. Maybe you win the game last night 2-1 if you had a 2-run home run or hit 2 home runs. Like, there are guys in baseball playing better than you you're supposed to be in the same class as them. And what I heard is, we need help. No, you need to play better. Yes, of course help is needed. Everyone with a half a brain knows that. I just thought it was totally off by Bryce Harper to say it last night. 215-592-9494. Your thought on what Bryce Harper said. Obviously, the Phillies are struggling right now. Losers of 8 out of 11 since the All-Star break. Kyle, what'd you make of it as Bryce Harper, he made sure with Eagles training camp today, he was the story.
Are you sure you're going to be okay with the LeBron James experience?
LeBron James.
I mean, this is going to be LeBron to a T.
Well, that's different. It's different. It's different because one, yep. I've accepted the whole LeBron thing.
Sure.
2, he delivers a championship where he goes places.
Fine.
Bryce Harper has not.
He has not.
He's a half a LeBron.
It's very clearly an ongoing petty off between Bryce Harper and Dave Dombrowski.
Totally is.
Both of them are right about the other. However, I would argue Harper's being a good teammate because the people who Dave owes this to make the right moves at the trade deadline are him, Schwarber, Zach Wheeler, Christopher Sanchez, right? The guys who are actually carrying their weight. Now, Harper hasn't in July, but he's a large part of the reason why the team is at least above water right now. Am I supposed to care about the poor little Alec Boehm's feelings that Bryce Harper thinks that they're not good enough in the lineup or Trey Turner who can't routine a simple ground ball? Like, all the people that he's talking about or that he's referencing here, I don't give a crap about. He's right. They suck. They need to upgrade at these spots. So, like, I don't know. Schwarber knows that Harper's not talking about him. Sanchez and Wheeler, they know that Harper's not talking about him. It's the guys who actually suck that he's talking about. So good. Put pressure on them. Put pressure on Dave Dombrowski. Somebody has to come out and say it.
Well, and he did say, and look, but to me, the pressure was on those guys. And like, did Dave Dombrowski wake up today and say, "Oh, Bryce Harper said something. I have to go make a trade"? No, he knows he has to go make a trade. He knows he needs a bat and an arm, maybe 2 arms. Like, everyone knows this. I just thought it was this is probably, Hugh, the most struggles they've had since the beginning of the season, right? When they fired Topper and promoted Don Mattingly. This is like they're back at that kind of moment where things are struggling. And there were a lot of ways he could answer that question. I just didn't like to hear, we need this and that. Because effectively, and I know he didn't say any names, but effectively he's saying, you see this room, it's not good enough, this room.
Yeah, but again, Joe, that's why I say I think for you it's Bryce Harper fatigue, because to me it sounds no different than Bryce Harper has always sounded since he's been here. Bryce Harper, we make jokes about him being the other GM when it comes to this team and interjecting himself in talks about certain guys or getting guys here or anything. So to me, it wasn't out of turn. Bryce Harper, when you go back and listen to some of the cuts over this year, there's been plenty of times when he said something about other players or getting players here and things of that nature.
Well, remember when he said Topper, we were kind of waiting for those shoe to drop? Yeah.
So it's not, to me, it's not out of character for him to say what he's saying.
No, you're right. It actually, you're right.
You know what it is?
But I'm going to be annoyed each time.
Yeah, it's you're tired of Bryce Harper. It's Bryce Harper fatigue is real.
Well, you know what? I give people a pass when they're hitting 350 with a bunch of bombs.
That's what it is. Bryce Harper fatigue.
When you can't hit once. Kyle brought up, how will I handle the LeBron thing? Well, I'll tell you what. If LeBron is averaging 20 on high efficiency and leading the league in assists, and he says in February we need another player, okay. If he's out there stumbling like a 41-year-old and he finally is in decline, which I hope doesn't happen, but it could, right? Then I won't be okay if he's like, well, we need this and this. No, you got to play better. It's just that you cannot have the month he's had and then say we need help. How about I need you to hit? Don Mattingly has been asked 3 times, probably maybe more than that, over the last 2 weeks, what do you need? Deadline. And he says, I like the team we have. Now, Don Mattingly knows baseball. Don Mattingly knows the truth, but he's not going to do that to his players and say, we need help. 215-592-9490. Let's go to the phone lines here. Your reaction to Bryce Harper last night. We will get to some Eagles stuff here, including something I can't wait to be able to be a big part of over the next couple months here on WIP. We'll get to that. Reaction to Jalen Carter yesterday. I wasn't here. You guys were to break that news. And, of course, Jonathan Grenard. Some not great news this morning on the Eagles pass rush. We'll get to all that as camp opens and the Eagles are on the practice field. Tanner in Philly, up on WIP. Hey, Tanner.
Good morning, Philadelphia.
Good morning, Tanner.
That's somebody else's thing.
Yeah, well, I think he's trying to steal it from Aaron.
Honor Barron.
It's honor. Okay.
Is on honor or in disgrace?
Is he still with us? I think he is.
Is he passed? I don't think so.
Probably shouldn't be laughing at that. Go ahead, Tanner.
Welcome back, Joe.
Thank you.
I gotta say, I'm upset with that. It had to come to that with Bryce, more than that he said it too. But he's been saying this since the beginning of the year. He's been speaking this in the whole team since the beginning of the year. He said we need another right-handed bat behind him to protect him. So, I agree with you. It's not out of character for him, but I'm upset that it's come to that because these moves should have already been made.
Well, they should have. Now, and Tanner, it's one thing. I think what he feels, and Tanner, great phone call. We appreciate you. Like, I'm not upset that Harper is frustrated, that he feels they need help, because a lot of us feel the same way. We said this since the offseason, that they should have shaken the team up, that they should have done more, they should have added all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. I just think in the clubhouse after a game is not the place for that. It's just not like, if he says something to the effect of, I expect Dave to do something, we all expect Dave to do something, we're excited to see what Dave does, we believe what we have here, whatever Dave does, we're good with. Like, that's different than, we need a bat and an arm. I mean,
but you just lost to the Marlins, though.
Twice.
Yeah, and you lost to the Marlins, who were slumping. You became inadvertently their slump buster.
Sad.
Yeah, and so I'm pretty sure. And then, you talk about right after the game, the level of emotions that you have.
Yeah.
That's why reporters do that.
Of course.
Because they get that moment of you being candid. And he had a candid moment. And I'm pretty sure, and it's funny, right? Because the other day, Alec Boehm said something about the game. Basically what you used to say, the game always finds him. Mm-hmm. And he's the guy that, they try to walk the batter in front of him to get to him.
Because they don't fear him.
So they're self-aware. They're self-aware about what they are, so much so that I think he batted 5th after he made that comment or something like that. So they know that they're in a bad way. And as far as the manager is concerned, his job, in my opinion, is to try to keep the morale up. You know what I mean? I know you want him to be a little bit more forthcoming in what he says, but his job is to keep the morale up.
Yeah, well, he can't say what Bryce Harper did.
The player's in a bad state right now. And I feel like there's a lot of things at play. Bryce Harper's a lot older, to your point. He came in trying to get back to elite status. He's not playing well. And the reality of the situation is like, damn, my better days are probably behind me.
Time's running out.
You know what I mean? And I still don't have a championship. So there's the pressure of that as well. You know, I'm recklessly speculating here, but you know, I've been through that.
This whole thing would just hit a little more if he was having an MVP level season.
Yeah.
Instead, he's been crap for a month. 215-592-9494. Are your phone calls on Bryce Harper out of line, or are you okay with what he said after the game last night about needing a bat and an arm as his teammates walk around the clubhouse after the game?
Damn.
He's talking about me? All right. Plus, my reaction and our reaction to two big Eagles moments as training camp opens up here. Obviously, the Jalen Carter news from yesterday and an injury that we learned about this morning. Plus, we begin to roll out the top 50 Merrill moments.
Merrill Reese.
I can't wait for these. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Y'all ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, where their rewards are just the same old, but fan cash, is the ultimate sports currency. And betting with Fanatics lets you stack fan cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% fan cash back on your wagers, win or lose. You can use your fan cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. And don't forget about fan cash draws. It's simple. Choose your draw and enter with fan cash for a shot at no sweat bets, casino credit, premium sports experience. You get tickets and a whole lot more. Extraordinary prizes await you. Did also mention that they're giving away millions in fan cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop. Tap in every Friday to see what the fuss is all about. Switch to a sportsbook that always gives you more to play with. Download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different over here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET.
Every Sunday home game this season. Join Sports Radio 94 WIP at Citizens Bank Park for Phillies Sunday. It's gone! An extended Phillies pregame show. Broadcasting live from the Deborah broadcast booth. Phillies Sunday. Brought to you by Deborah Heart and Lung Center. The Delaware Valley's only heart hospital. Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
If you want the perfect spot to unwind and have fun, check out the Chesapeake Inn. Nestled on the picturesque waterfront, Chesapeake Inn offers a slice of paradise. Feel the rhythm with live music. Sip refreshing Bud Light and Michelob Ultra drinks at our Tiki Bar or sail in and dock at our marina. Join us for lunch or dinner any day of the week and enjoy Bud Light and Michelob Ultra specials. Make memories that last a lifetime at Chesapeake Inn. Fun, food, and unforgettable moments. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
In this town, champions aren't born, they're built. On the field and in care settings across the region. Brandon Graham here to tell you the Philadelphia Eagles and Jefferson Health are teaming up because they know precision matters, because every moment counts, and because care isn't just about what happens on game day, it's about showing up every day for every person in every neighborhood. We're one team with one goal, to care for this community together. Jefferson Health, champions of care.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
This is Modelo Especial, a full-flavored golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste from start to finish. Brewed with time, effort, and determination to get the balance just right. Because when a beer is made right, you can feel it. Modelo Especial, the model for everyday beer. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast, chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Sports Radio 94 WIP celebrates Merrill Reese's 50th year as the voice of the Eagles with another Top 50 Merrill moment.
Single setback is McCoy. A Vaughn in motion. Vick tosses it out. And picking it up is McCoy at the 40, 35-30, 25-20, 15-10-5. Touchdown! Shady McCoy!
Top 50 Merrill moments from Sports Radio 94 WIP. Presented by PNC Bank and Impriano Roofing and Siding.
Now, that's a good way to start this off. Welcome back. It is the Midday Show. And, Hugh, we get a chance to be part of something really cool. So we're going to be counting down as we count down to Merrill Live in September, which I'll give you the details on in a minute here. The top 50 Merrill Reese calls as we enter year 50 of Merrill. That one, and Hugh, I had to kind of double check the date on this. You know, obviously the Giants and Eagles played a huge game in 2010 in December, right? That was the Miracle at the Meadowlands. That was the game with Vic in the fourth quarter and all that, and Deshaun Jackson. But a few weeks prior to that, here in Philadelphia, Sunday Night Football, that was the call you just heard late in the game. Andy kept the offense on the field, 4th and 1 from about the 50, 4 minutes to go. And they run this play where you just heard Merrill, it was kind of a fake right, and then Vic pitched left, and McCoy, made 2 cuts and was gone. Hugh, that was a great moment and a great call by Merrill. Also, it's one of those plays where, now, of course, coaches would keep the offense on the field, right? It's 4 minutes to go, 4th and 1 from the 50. That was still at that time where like a 4th down call from the midfield, that was gutsy.
That was a gutsy call.
Very gutsy.
Gutsy call.
And a great, great call by Merrill Reese. We're going to have so many of these over the next month and a half leading to Merrill Live, which is coming up here on September 15th. All right, so Merrill Moments, of course, presented by PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865, and Impriana Roofing and Siding. The best homes have an Impriana roof. Here, we're going to get the chance to go to this. So join us Tuesday, September 15th for Merrill Live at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey, a special evening honoring the legendary voice of the Eagles. So every day we're going to have one of these moments, and tickets are on sale right now, 94WIP.com. Portion of the proceeds will benefit the Eagles Autism Foundation. Go to 94WIP.com right now to reserve your seat for a special celebration honoring Merrill Reese. Hugh, this whole thing, when we first heard about it, I was like, this is a cool idea. And then to incorporate the best Merrill calls, this is going to be really fun.
Yeah, man. And it's funny because we got 50 of them right now. I was like, man, I wonder if I'm going to be in one of the calls, or at least on the field with one of the calls. Because Merrill's had so many great calls over the years. So you kind of wonder.
You will be part of some. I'm trying to think if there is
we'll get Merrill's version of the Sean King sack.
Oh, that could be.
I don't know. I mean, because you talk about Merrill's called some great games over the years. So I'm pretty sure, it's funny because I'm pretty sure it was hard to pick, 50 moments.
Sure.
Because he's had so many great moments. So I'm just kind of wondering.
I do wonder if the Jim Miller play will be in there. I mean, that could be yours, right? Like, hearing Merrill call, obviously, the return on the the whole play, right? Because it was a huge
Shout out
play.
to
Mike Quick, too, because, he's been a part of a lot of those.
Of course he has. So many great Merrill calls. We start today with that game in 2010, the Giants and the Eagles. 215-592-9494, 94WIP.com to go get your tickets for Merrill Live. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Your reaction to the Bryce Harper quote from last night. Can we hear it one more time, Kyle, if people missed it? Last night after the game, Phillies lose 1-0. Bryce Harper asked about the team, where they're going, and did not mince words that they're not good enough and they need help.
Do you think this is a lineup or a team that can beat good pitching in October? Because presumably, come October, you guys will see quite a bit of it.
Yeah, I think we need some help, But, I think we've proved, pretty much all year we've done a pretty good job. But, anytime you can, get some help in here and reinforcements, I think it helps.
Do you think that help would be best coming in the form of an arm or a bat?
I think both. I think obviously everybody knows what we need, so I think I've said it over the last couple of days.
The more I hear it, the worse it gets. The first question was framed as, do you think you guys could hit good pitching in October? And his reaction was, well, we need help. I mean, he basically said the lineup that I played with tonight, they can't. They're like. So I'm going to go through the names because this is who he's talking about. He's talking about the lineup from last night. Turner, his guy he wanted here for $300 million. Stott, Bohm, Marsh, Sosa, Crawford, De La Cruz, Stubbs. Obviously, the bottom of the order. That's because of injuries and whatever. That will change. But does Bryce realize Trey's not going anywhere? Stott's probably not going anywhere. Bohm's probably not going anywhere. Marsh is not going anywhere. I mean, Hugh, a lot of the guys that were in that lineup with him last night, they're going to be in the lineup with him in October. So I'm like, they're going to be with you.
No, I get it. The Bryce Harper fatigue for you is real.
Well, this comment fatigue.
Well, it's him, Joe, because that's Bryce Harper. When I hear that, that's no different than Bryce saying, I need some protection in the order at the beginning of the year and talking about Alec Bohm. That's no different than him talking about going out and getting players last year.
Yeah.
I feel like for you, it's just like you could just admit that you're irritated with Bryce.
Well, I'm irritated with this comment. I'm irritated with his last month. Also, the protection thing was BS because Marsh is hit behind him most of the year, and his stats are the same as they were last year.
I forgot the movie, but that just reminds me when you talk about how much you hate Bryce Harper.
I don't hate Bryce Harper.
Who was it? Bernie Mac said, I hate the back of Forrest Whitaker's neck.
That's a good line. I don't hate Bryce Harper. I'm tired of this comment, and I'm tired of him. That's you know what that is? The opposite of leadership. That's it. It's just I don't want anyone to call Bryce Harper a leader. That's the opposite of leadership.
To that point, there's have been rumblings of, and as a matter of fact, I think it was Terry, a Twitter follower. She said that. What she say? Bryce Harper is the leader. No, what is it? Kyle Schwarber.
Sure.
is the leader that Bryce Harper wants to be.
Of course he is.
You
Of
could,
course.
like during the All-Star game, it felt like there was a little, there's a little competition about the leadership thing there a little bit. But yeah, that to me, this is Bryce Harper in a nutshell. And I didn't have a problem with what he said. Was he wrong? No. He wasn't wrong.
You know what I think is happening now? And Kyle used the term earlier, collateral damage. He used the pissing contest between Dombrowski and Harper, right? It started in the offseason, back and forth. But now the teammates, the other players on this team, they're collateral damage. I mean, that they just are in the way of these two going back and forth. He basically said Dombrowski didn't do a good enough job in the offseason. He better fix it by Monday. That's what he said yesterday. But
he didn't.
And I agree with that. But it's not his place to say it. That's Hugh Douglas's place. It's my place. It's your place as a fan. It's all of our places as fans. I don't think it's Bryce Harper's place to say it after a game. 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phone lines, and then we will react to a couple big piece of Eagles news. My first chance to react on one, and both of ours on an injury we got news of this morning. DJ Gringo in Florida up on WIP. What's up, DJ?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good.
Good morning,
man. How you
DJ.
doing? Bro, my partner ain't doing too well.
Hey, Hugh.
Yes.
Hey, Hugh, I got to remind you something that you talked about when the Phillies season started. And I think maybe that's the problem. I think that's the problem with Bryce Harper. You had said that maybe we need to pay him so he can perform better. Whatever happened to that, man?
I mean, I think that the way he's been playing this year, it's going to be kind of hard to give Bryce Harper some more money. I mean, to be honest, I mean, I was on that train for a while about trying to give him some more money, a financial apology. At the beginning, it looked like it was going to be trending in that direction, and then it didn't. It don't look like, it's certain things when you're not playing well, you can't ask for some more bread.
No, you cannot.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was just calling just to remind you, bring back a good memory that you were pushing for him to get paid more, and obviously that wasn't the right move. But, yeah, I don't think the Phillies are even going to make the playoff this year. You can take that to the bank. So it's a disaster right now, and there's no solution. I don't care who they get. There's too many problems with this team. But we'll see.
Well, we will, and they do have a lot. And DJ, we appreciate the phone call. And as far as the playoffs go, they are no luck. They need to wake up. I mean, you look at the standings right now, and the cushion they had for that wild card is disappearing. I mean, they're one game up on a wild card spot, and I was thinking this last night during the game. Monday is the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. And when we're live at McGurk's on Monday, doing a big trade deadline show, I'm not even sure they're going to be in the playoff spot when we get to Monday. The way they're playing right now, the way the other teams are playing behind them, they could be on the outside looking in on Monday when Dombrowski has to make, the final decision on what he's willing to trade, what he's willing to bring in. They have a lot of issues right now. Chris in Middletown is up on WIP. What's up, Chris?
Chris.
Boy, Joe, you picked a hell of a day to come back to work.
That's right.
Guys, I have some emotions about this Bryce Harper situation, so if I may, I have a message to all you Harpies out there. And yeah, that's starting with you, Jack Fritz, who like to carry the torch for this guy.
Get him.
The only storm winds that your leader is bringing to Philadelphia is the wind out of his ass.
Oh.
This jerk said he can't carry the team by himself for 162 games and they need help. The gall of this man. Now we're starting to understand, Joe, and I think you're there, and Hugh, you're going to come around. Now we're understanding why when he left Washington, his teammates weren't upset, and why Papelbon split his lip. This dude wants to go out there and play GM and then complain when all his guys fail. He's the one that wanted Yips Turner here. He's the one that wanted JT re-signed until he's 1,000 years old. His little Vegas brother is the guy that he kept championing that needs to play every single day at second base, and he has the right to be a starter. So when your core guys fail, your guys, that's on you, sonny boy. This behavior of yours, you, this is the epitome of the definition of behavior. It's clear.
Yeah, we changed the word.
Anyone with a brain, this team needs to sell, and they need to start with one Bryce Harper. He's worn out his welcome. I'm done with his nonsense. It's time to go, fella. Go ask for your more money with average play someplace else. And you know, Hugh Douglas,
yes.
You're not off the hook. On my way out, I got to talk to you, sir.
Yes.
You You owe us an apology. A lot of money is being paid to that defense. And this shows the necessity and how important a defense is in the NFL. And I need you to admit how bad that take was of yours, that it was a luxury, not a necessity.
Thank you, Chris.
And one last thing on the way out, man.
Yep.
That money that went to Jalen, not going to the other Jalen, because this is the last year of Hurts. Have a good day, man. God bless you.
You got it, Chris. We appreciate you. I'm glad Chris brought that up. Not the Hurts thing. We'll argue about that for a year.
Defensive luxury, not
well,
necessity.
yeah. I mean, the Eagles just keep paying players on the side of the ball that someone around here said was a luxury, not a necessity.
Oh yeah, and it's, that take lasted. That's the take that's gonna get me into the Hall of Fame.
I don't know if
it has
that's
been
true.
a tried and true take over the years.
Really?
Now, there's a good chance that it might shift because of the situation.
It's shifting, Hugh.
Okay, it might.
It shifted.
No. It's shifting. AJ's gone. That money's done.
The
and
amount
now
of money
Carter's
that is
paid.
up right now, as far as the Philadelphia Eagles
on
are
the D-line,
concerned,
Hugh.
as far as the Philadelphia Eagles are concerned, they still have more money allotted to one side of the ball than they do the other.
Nah,
Well, they just threw out
I know they do. They gave him,
million
but
to.
the quarterback
Is
got
it-
like 250, right? We still got Lane on the list.
about to run out of guaranteed money,
We got
though.
Jordan Mailata. We still got some bread over there. So
Yeah,
it's
okay.
not. It's
But
not.
we're paying
you know,
three guys on the
I
defensive
ain't
line.
grasping that straw. I'm just
25 a
saying
year.
that's a tried and true take that has stood the test of time.
Okay. Well, that leads us to a little reaction here. So yesterday, you guys got a chance to react live on the air. I'm glad it broke during the show when you guys were on. Jalen Carter, Hugh, 4 years, $152 million. So my first thought on this is I am not surprised the Eagles did this. As much as there was some consternation that, would they get it done? The Eagles almost always pay the players they draft if they're good, right? So like if they hit on a player, which they obviously hit on Jalen Carter, they usually pay him. It's very rare. I heard Elliott a couple of days ago say he's never really covered a true hold-in, hold-out for a player of this ilk. And he's right. They don't do that. So once they got past the point of they were willing to extend him and they wanted to keep him, it was a matter of getting the money right. Now, as far as the money goes, 4 years, 152, 106 guaranteed.
Yes.
I don't think the question we should be asking is has he been worth the money? Because the answer to that question is obvious. He has not yet shown he's worth this money. The question is, will he be worth this money? Right? You're paying him for what he can be. Because the first 3 years of his career, we talked about this the last few months, I don't think he's shown to be yet consistently as good as Chris Jones was or Jeffrey Simmons or, you pick out the best defensive tackles in the league consistently. Now, Hugh, he has the talent to be. So really what this is the second time the Eagles have bet huge on Jalen Carter. The first time was the draft, right?
Yes.
They traded up for him. They believed in him. They thought they could get him to be the player he's supposed to be and has the talent to be. And they hit that one. That was right. Hugh, this one I think is a little bit more risky. I think there's a little more risk in this. But end of the day, if they think they can get it out of him, my gut tells me they probably will get it out of him because they seem like they know how to develop him as a player. They've done it well for 3 years. It's one of those where I'm skeptical, but I think they know what they're doing with this particular player.
I think that the thing that we all have to understand is like when you pay for a player, when you give a player this type of money, you're not paying for what he's done. You're paying for what you think he's going to be.
Especially at this stage of his career.
Yes, because he's young. I mean, the prime example was when I came here. Will McGinnis was coming off a Pro Bowl season when I got here, and my contract was equivalent to his, and he was a Pro Bowl player.
Right.
So it was the potential that you're playing for. Now, anytime you draft a player, if you move up and take a player, you take a player that has some questionable things in the background, you're always taking a chance. But I feel like with him, the chance is worth it because he does have such a tremendous upside.
Sure.
And he does mean, even though a lot of times he doesn't show up on the stat sheet like you want him to, the visible markers that we all see at playing defensive line like sacks, tackles, and things of that nature, he is a huge contributor to that defensive line. He's one of the cogs in that wheel that really make it go, and that's what they're paying him for.
Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni spoke this morning. Their pre-first practice of training camp press conference. Let's hear Howie talking about Jalen Carter and the decision to give him the money.
Howie, there was an SI report that there was some return on hesitation about giving Jalen Carter an extension. Can you speak to that?
I can't speak to the report. I didn't see the SI report. What's that?
You had hesitation about giving him the extension because of off-field concerns.
I would say this. I don't know what off-field concerns. Since Jalen's been here, he's put his head down. He's worked hard. He's made huge impact plays for this organization, for this team. Last year, he wasn't 100%. He tried to fight through that and play through that. We understand that. Like anyone, when you're 25 years old, you're still growing as a person and as a player. I saw Zach Vaughn yesterday, and he made a great comment. He said to me, he's like, when I signed my contract, someone told me, you don't pay me for what I did, you're paying for me what I'm going to do. And that's why we do these deals. We don't do anything based on retroactive performance. We're doing things based on future performance. And again, we were trying to sign Jalen in March, understood it was unique because of where the market was and where he thought and Drew thought it was going. But it was always positive, and we were always trying to get him extended.
All right. Well, I mean, clearly the Eagles are betting on Jalen Carter again. They won the first bet. We'll see if they win the second. I'm skeptical of him to be as great as we think it can be. I'm skeptical, but I'm gonna trust the Eagles on this one. That they got a lot out of him through the draft, and they're probably gonna do it again. Now, here the other piece of news this morning, and this one not one we could really debate about. It's just the reality of what it is. Mm-hmm. It's Jonathan Grenard, who the Eagles traded for during the offseason from Minnesota, signed to a 4-year, $100 million deal with $50 million guaranteed. From the way I felt, Hugh, with the trade and the contract, like he was coming in here to be their number one edge rusher, like the constant, right? And then they have Hunt and they have Nolan Smith, and we'll see what they have with all the other young guys. Well, Jonathan Grenard is going to start training camp on the PUP list after injuring his pec, I presumably recently working out here, so he's not going to be practicing. Hugh, I have some concern on the Grenard thing. So he went from 12.5 sacks, 12 sacks, 2 years prior to last year. Then he fell down to 3. Then the Vikings traded him to us, and he comes into camp off of shoulder surgery in the offseason and now a pec injury. You did this. You were a pass rusher. How big of a deal is a pec issue to start training camp?
Well, I will say this. It's kind of interesting. I don't know what his training regimen is or whatever that may be, but I will say that having an injury this late in the game and you've been training and you've had upper body injuries before, it's a little concerning because I don't know what happened for him to re-injury.
Right.
Let me just say that. And I don't want to sit here and recklessly speculate. And I also say this about all of that. I've never been hurt at the beginning of training camp. So I've always been locked into the beginning of the training camps because I feel like it's important to get that continuity, number one, and just get familiar with the defense and the way that I'm going to be expected to play. So I think with all of that being said, it's kind of tough to get out there. And we've seen guys that do it. Some guys' learning curves are better than others. We talk about Cooper DeJean and how he was hurt before training camp started, and he went out there and he was the missing piece to the defense that year. And, you're talking about that. You're talking about Malachi's injuries at the beginning. Malachi at the beginning. Yeah, that guy at the beginning of the year. So, when he first got here. Yep. I'm of the mindset, and always have been, that you can't make the club in the tub. And you got to be out there. You never want to give the guy behind you a chance to show what they're doing. Now, granted, I know in the NFL it's different because, money is going to basically dictate who's playing. But I feel like when you talk about being a new cog in the wheel of this defense, you want to be out there getting the reps with your guys and figure out how everybody's going to play the scheme so that you can figure out how you're going to fit in it.
So I agree with that, but now they have like a weird thing where they need to be careful with him, right? He's not young. He's played a lot of football. He had a shoulder surgery in the offseason, now a pec. So it's that fine line between want him on the field, want him to assimilate with everyone so he's ready, but also I would think they're going to be careful here with full contact and all that because, a pec issue for a pass rusher feels like a huge deal. So hopefully this is minor, but Jonathan Grenard going to start training camp on the PUP list. Our Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. Bryce Harper saying we need help. Fine with it or inappropriate? Hugh, how do you think the very early voting is going here?
7-8%, no problem with it. What was my choices again?
Fine with it or inappropriate?
Fine with it.
You're pretty spot on. 74.5% fine with it.
Because you know what it is.
25.5 inappropriate.
You know what it is, Joe?
That's what it is.
It's for you. You just got back. You haven't been on the blowtorch, the microphone in a while.
Yep.
So you saw it and you got a little perturbed.
Well, it's baloney. That's what it is.
Well, it's baloney, but it's on brand.
It is,
it's annoying. It's annoyingly on brand. Yes, it's annoyingly on brand.
Also, how about go hit above 160 in July? Again, if he's
I got it. When you were talking about it, I was like, yeah, he's annoyed. He's annoyed.
Yes.
Because he sounds like Bryce Harper to me. He sounds like, that's why when I heard it, I was like, hey, that's Bryce Harper.
Get ready for the LeBron show.
Listen, I told you, I've accepted the LeBron thing. I'm ready for the LeBron show. Basketball's different anyway. Plus, Bryce Harper doesn't know what that. At least when LeBron puts together teams, they're usually pretty darn good.
No,
Bryce
wait till
Harper's
he wants to trade away your boy VJ.
Well, then we might have an issue. Okay. But right now we're good, LeBron and I. Bryce and I are not good.
Trade your boy.
Yeah, Bryce and I are not good right now. 215-592-9495. Our leading off coming up. We'll get you set for a very early start. A Phillies-Marlins game at 12:10 today. We'll get all your phone calls up as well. You want to talk about Bryce Harper, we'll get you up, and we'll talk about all the trade rumors out there with the Phillies. 215-592-9494. It is a midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP. When it comes to new windows and doors, the product matters, but installation makes the difference. With Pella Windows and Doors, every installation is handled by Pella expert installers with precise measurements and expert craftsmanship that helps protect your home from drafts, leaks, and the elements for better energy efficiency. Right now, enjoy $250 off windows and $700 off doors, or 36 months, 0% APR. Call 877-98-PELLA to schedule your free in-home consultation, or at PellaPhilly.com.
One deal can change everything. One last chance to go all in for October. 94 WIP's Deadline Day. Join the entire WIP lineup broadcasting live from McGurk's and Horsham as baseball's trade deadline unfolds in real time. Instant reaction from your favorite WIP hosts.
Have they aged past the point where they can get this done?
Special guests.
John Middleton wants to win.
And you.
Dabrowski has to go all in because the window is closing.
Deadline Day, Monday, live from McGurk's and Horsham, only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP. Brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies.
Some things you can always count on, like a backup on the Conshohocken Curve. But shouldn't your home internet be a different story? Switch to Verizon Fios and get 100% fiber optic dependability at home. Verizon mobile customers can get super fast, ultra reliable internet for just $20 a month. Trust us, it moves a lot faster than the Schuylkill Expressway. Don't get stuck in the slow lane. Visit Verizon.com to switch. Availability varies for new Fios customers with AutoPay, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. One offer per eligible account. Additional terms apply. Limited time offer.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Baseball season's in full swing. Catch every game at McGurk's Pub and Grill all season long. Enjoy the nice weather with outdoor seating at all their locations. And cheer on every pitch with an ice cold beer and their famous cheesesteak egg rolls. McGurk's, the best seat outside the ballpark.
For over 30 years, CertaPro Painters has been part of countless memories. Every wall tells a story, and we've been proud to help write them. We are more than just your local painters, with care, craftsmanship, and certainty. From the first brushstroke to the final smile, our promise is simple. Your home, beautifully painted and worry-free. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955. 800-392-7955.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. The Las Vegas Raiders are making a huge mistake naming Kirk Cousins the team's starting quarterback. And it's not that Cousins is bad, it's that you drafted Fernando Mendoza first overall. The Raiders are not going to be good this year, so why play Cousins? Get it over with, play the kid. Start Mendoza. I'm Nick Costos.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sport.
First pitch down in Miami as the Phillies try to avoid a sweep at the hands of the Marlins. And as you had mentioned earlier, the Marlins have come into the series losers of 12 straight games. Well, that losing streak is over. Phillies get shut down last night by Alcantara. Today it's Jesus Luzardo against some guy named Gusto on the mound. Ryan Gusto is going to pitch for the Marlins today. So obviously the Phillies have the advantage in the pitching on the side today. We'll see about the bats. Player to count on brought to you by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every single day. Hugh, let me give you the Phillies lineup, and then you can give me your player to count on today. Actually, this should help. The DH today is Trey Turner. Get him off the field. He's going to be the DH today leading off. Batting second, the second baseman, Bryson Stott. Batting third, the first baseman who wants some help, Bryce Harper. Batting fourth, the cleanup hitter today, third baseman, Alec Boehm. Real Muto back in there catching, hitting fifth. Brandon Marsh batting sixth in left field. Brian De La Cruz, who just got here and is now going to play right field every day, I guess. He's batting seventh in right field. Justin Crawford in center batting eighth. Edmundo Sosa playing shortstop and batting ninth. Turner, Stott, Harper, Boehm, Real Muto, Marsh, De La Cruz, Crawford, Sosa. Hugh Douglas, a player to count on today. What do you got?
That's a motley crew to choose from.
It is.
So Kyle got the bubble guts, right?
Yes, still
I'm speculating.
Gastrointestinal issue.
Bubble guts.
Did he dabble in some lettuce?
Well, I mean, you got to avoid the lettuce these days. We've been talking about that.
Yeah. You know what? The guy that I was thinking that probably going to count. I'm going to give Brandon Marsh a shot today.
Well, he certainly could use a good game.
Like I was going to say Harper because this feels like a moment where Harper might, step up and do something big. But I'm going to go with Marsh today.
Well, so the Phillies did see Gus. So I think this was when they were here, when Miami was here last month. Real Muto and Rincones is not in the lineup today, but Real Muto does have a home run off him. So keep that in mind. But, Hugh, they could really use Brandon Marsh to wake back up. It's, I mentioned the slump that Harper's been in the month of July. Well, the slump that Marsh has been in is even worse. It's crazy. You look at his OPS now. It's lower today than it was at the end of last season. And think about that. Like, Marsh had been having such an amazing season, worthy of an all-star appearance, but he's really gone backwards. The whole lineup has, and they need to wake up. So, Hugh going with Brandon Marsh today. I will go with... Boy, you're right. This is a motley crew to pick a player to count on today. I'm going to go with Jesus Luzardo, the starting pitcher. They need him to be great today. He's been great a lot this season. They need a big start today by Luzardo against his former team. Let's go to the phone lines here. 215-592-9494. Andrew in Virginia is up on WIP. Hey, Andrew.
What's up, fellas?
What's going on,
Andrew,
man?
what's up?
So I've been thinking, right? So off of the Harper thing, and I'm a big Twitter head, so I get on Twitter, I read all this stuff. And I agree. Like, what more help do you need, right? You got Schwarber, you got Turner, you got Bohm, you got Stott. The problem with this team is they have no approach at the plate, right?
Well, it's one of their biggest problems. Yeah, I mean, their strikeout rate is terrible. They have the worst on-base percentage in baseball. You're right. Yeah, it's not good.
It's awful. And I was listening to I watch every game. I was watching the game last night, and the Marlins they have what's his name? Lopez? Is that
Otto Lopez? Yeah, the second baseman. Yep.
Yeah, Otto Lopez. And they say he has the best two-strike approach in baseball. We don't have a two-strike approach with the Phillies. It doesn't exist. They're swing for the fence or nothing. And that's what's screwing this team. We have no one that we can depend on to come up there and get on base and apply pressure. There's no pressure. And when we do get someone on base, we have JT, Real Muto, Alec double play Bohm coming up. It's terrible. It drives me absolutely insane. I mean, Kevin Long, I don't know what he does. I have no idea what he does. His coaching, I've never heard one good thing about him since he left the Nationals when he was with Turner and Harper. And maybe that's the problem, right? Like, maybe Harper is the problem.
Well, they have a lot of problems, to your point, Andrew. And as far as Kevin Long goes, and Andrew, we appreciate the phone call.
They sing his praises all the time.
The veterans like him, right? Those guys that like the Schwarbers and the Harpers and the Turners. That's why he's still here. The biggest knock I have on Kevin Long, Hugh, is none of the young guys. Now, I guess we could say Marsh, and he's in a slump now, but he got better this year. Yeah. But for the most part, like, there were high hopes for Bohm's career, considering where he was drafted, Stott's career, and they've just either they never got better or they leveled off, or they are what they are, and he didn't make them better. I actually think the opposite of Caleb Cothman, their pitching coach. I think he's really good. Like, think about guys like Sanchez and Luzardo. They got here as talented, but not that great, and they got better. Zach Wheeler got better when he was here. I mean, he's made a lot of pitchers better. I don't feel that with Kevin Long. The player to count on, I had Luzardo. Hugh had Brandon Marsh. Brought to you by Barlick Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. David in Westchester up on WIP. Hey, David.
Hey, Joe. The last time I had to take 2 days off on a suspension after being suspended, I did something really, really bad. So
you're going to tell us about it? You're going to my suspension.
Between me and you, what you do?
No, I can't tell you on the air. Mundane. I'll tell you off the air. I can't tell you on the air. Come on now. Get in more trouble.
Well, okay. I'll give you a wink, wink. I'm sure it was really good, buddy.
That's funny.
Anyway, these Phillies. First off, Aaron Nola did absolutely nothing wrong last night. Nothing. That one homer in the first inning, and they couldn't even overcome that. That is putrid. And now I got to watch them in an hour, and it's painful. Watching this team is painful. They aren't fun. They aren't having fun. They don't produce. That swing for defense's attitude, that's been their attitude for the last 5 years, and it's grown them for 5 years. This outfield sucks. We don't even mention it now because when you sit there and you look at them and you're like, well, they don't matter because the infield sucks now. They're just as bad. And you go like, what is the problem here? And Dave Dombrowski needs to find the best GM in baseball right now. I'm not sure who it is because it's all it's all speculative. But he needs to find that guy, and he needs to trade himself for that guy, and then we'll get that guy, and he can fix this freaking team.
You know what? That might be the best idea I've heard so far. Dombrowski trades himself for a different GM to get himself out of here, and that guy could fix
innovative.
the team. Well, it's a different idea, David. We appreciate the phone call. I don't think that's going to happen by Monday, but I do think Dave Dombrowski obviously has work to do. I mean, the outfield, it is, Hugh, you mentioned earlier, I think this is what you were referencing, like when your team, 2000 to 2004 Eagles, you were deficient at wide receiver until you got T.O. It's the same story with this outfield. The Phillies outfield has become what your wide receiving core was when you played. Every year we have the same conversation. Every year we pretend it's better. Every year we get to July, and what do they need? An outfield.
Yeah, they need a receiver. Yeah, so it's one of those things where you look at it, and the deficiencies have been the same every year. And the closest that we've gone to fixing that was Bader, in my opinion. When he came in and gave you a shot. No.
By the way, did you see what happened to him?
No, what happened?
He's hurt because he had a scooter accident.
He's on a scooter?
Yeah, he got hurt on a scooter.
Yeah, don't fool around with scooters.
You got to be careful on scooters.
Yeah. I mean,
you
especially
don't fool around on scooters?
No, I thought about it until I went to like Meek Mill had a something in New Jersey a couple of days ago, right? And they have they say those electric scooters can go so much so now they have electric dirt bikes that they ride and do tricks on and stuff.
You seriously considered a scooter?
I did. And then the guy told me he got jammed up. Like, he was a little bit younger than me, but he told me how he got jammed up on a scooter and he was off of it for a while. And he said when he fell off, I think he said he skinned his ass.
Oh, no.
His butt cheek.
Not good.
What do you think about? He was banged up for a while.
What do you think about roller skates?
I would probably take my chances with roller skates. Haven't been on them in a while.
Dude, I could not picture you on roller skates.
I mean, but you know what? Here's the thing.
At your size?
Here's the thing, man. At 55, soon to be 55, my biggest fear is falling and breaking something.
Well, it should be.
Like trying to, like when you fall, when you're young and you fall and brace yourself.
Yeah, you get right back up. Yeah, you're good.
You fall now at 55, you break something, it's a wrap.
By the way, I looked just to make sure, because we haven't looked in a while, because we were talking about the outfield, and David mentioned how bad the outfield is. Just off top of your guys' head, without looking at the stats, which team has the worst outfield offense in baseball this year? Can anyone guess? Yes, the Phillies, dead last once again in outfield offense. 215-592-9494. All right, some trade rumors coming up on the other side. We'll get your phone calls as well. It is leading off on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's on the back of the baseball card means something for players. The same is true for businesses. That's why I always recommend my friends at J&S Family Roofing. The reputation they've built with their customers means something to them. Just take a look at the reviews on Google. They've been doing this for 2 generations. They're not owned by a private equity company with hollow stats squeezing customers. When you call J&S Family Roofing, you're dealing directly with one of the owners, and Stu, Dustin, Nick, or Kevin, and will get a fair and honest price. J&S Family Roofing, built by family, backed by the best.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
It's Gabriel Fluffy Iglesias Live.
When it comes to the Department of Cuddling, this is what I want. I want a woman. I want a big girl. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This way we both can agree on the temperature of the thermostat.
Saturday, September 5th, 5 and 8:30 p.m. Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 W.
MLB trade deadline. So Dombrowski's got, less than a week to go here to figure this thing out. Let's hear what Dave Dombrowski said about, what's on the table, what's not on the table, and what they're considering as we get towards the MLB trade deadline.
Is there anything in your mind that's off the table? Anything, any person, any scenario, or are you wide open at this point?
Well, you're always wide open to being in a position to improve your club however you can. I think that you need to be open-minded. But with a club like ours, you're pretty well solidified in many different positions. So you're really not looking to normally shake up your club at this time of the year. So you're looking to add to where you feel your weaknesses are. But if somebody comes up tomorrow, and it's the same time of thing I always have even said in the wintertime, if you have Miguel Cabrera in his prime and somebody offers you 2 Miguel Cabreras, you're going to make the trade. Normally doesn't happen. But I think unless you're open-minded, you don't know that would even take place. So I think you have to be open-minded when you're talking to clubs, and you never can tell what idea comes out. But I think all in all, we're open-minded, but we're also kind of focused on what we primarily feel we need.
There's a lot of ways to view that. I mean,
the Miguel Cabrera, David. 2 of them, got to take them.
Sure, we'll take prime Miguel Cabrera. Hugh, I like the idea that he's open-minded because they need impact. We've debated for months now, starting pitcher, relief pitcher, bat. They need multiple things, and I don't think the Phillies could, beggars can't be choosers, right? If the best available player they can achieve through a trade comes from a bat, then go get the bat, right? If it ends up being a pitcher, go get the pitcher. They just need more good players because right now, like when I read that lineup to you, you were like,
Well, the names didn't pop because they were coming to unfamiliar names and things of that nature. But here's the rub with all of that. It's like we want to get an impact player, and we need an impact player and a bat and an arm. How are we going to get that? How are we going to accomplish that? What exactly moves can we realistically make with the farm club that can allow us to get a player of that kind of caliber that's going to really come in here and contribute like that?
Which makes me wonder, Hugh, if they are willing to trade off of the major league team to better the major league team. And I know that might sound counterintuitive, like we're subtracting, but we want to make it better. Like, just let me give you an example. Because you've said this a lot, and you're right. They don't really have a great farm system, right? Their best prospect is hurt, Aiden Miller. Their next best guy, Painter, stunk it up in the major leagues. And then you got to go beyond that to see what else they have. Gage Wood is probably the next best name. Hugh, I wonder if they're now at the point where they'd be open to trading a Bryson Stott, who's been considered a guy that is, part of this thing. I wonder if they'd be open to trading Justin Crawford, who's not a prospect anymore. He's been here all year, but he still probably has a lot of value to teams around the league because he's cheap for a while. I wonder if they're at a point where they'd be willing to shake up the major league team to change the major league team.
So basically, you're saying, say like for example, Justin Crawford to upgrade in the outfield with a maybe an older guy that has a little bit more, like has a couple years left on his deal.
Let me throw this at you. Let's say the Byron Buxton thing, right? We brought that up last week that Jim Salisbury heard that maybe he would be open to waiving his no trade. Let's say the Phillies and Twins are talking, and they're like, Aiden Miller's hurt. He doesn't have the same value he used to. Andrew Painter stunk this year. He doesn't have the same value. But if you throw Justin Crawford in, maybe we're interested. We replace our center fielder with your center fielder. Like I wonder if they're open to doing something beyond just our C-level prospect for your backup outfielder. I wonder if they're thinking bigger than that.
I think you got to be creative to that point because you got a couple things looming, Joe. The fact that the lockout is looming and this team is getting older. And if you realistically think that you're in a position to make a run, then, you consider that. And you worry about the fallout from that after everything else is getting taken care of, the lockout and things of that nature. You worry about that after that. So, I'm with you on that.
Yeah, I think they have to. I can't. Here's what I can't have next week. Dombrowski say, "Well, we did the best we could based on our farm system.
I did my best."
That's not going to be good enough. They need to make the team better, and it's twofold. Not just to win in the playoffs. They need work. They need help here to make the playoffs. Will in the Northeast wants to talk about Bryce Harper's comments. What's up, Will?
Oh, drink now. I can finally really say it.
Dream Team, how y'all doing?
We're back. Will, what's up?
Well, all right, welcome back, brother.
Thank you.
Listen, man, Bryce Harper, come on, dog. Like you talking about everybody else, you stinking it up, bro. Like I said, I'm pulling everybody cards now, man. I ain't holding back. Ain't nobody, listen, everybody that's not producing, they getting pulled up. My thing is this, right? And now I hope y'all believe me. This ain't the All-Star game no more.
It ain't
It ain't. I told y'all, the collapse is going to happen. I stand on whatever I say, man. I don't go back on anything I say. I knew. I've been watching it for the last 4 or 5 seasons. This happening to our team. Now, this is the thing, just like everybody is seeing. They swinging for the fence. This ain't the home run derby. Go back to the basics, man. Continue to have fun and start playing small ball. That is the key. It's something as simple as that. Hit the ball, get on base. It's so simple. But y'all can't even do that. Y'all can't stick with it because everybody want to be the hero now. So listen, take a look in the mirror and blame each and every one of yourselves. You know what? Y'all thought Nola was going to have a bad game, so y'all chalked it up. But guess what? He showed out, and y'all stumped it up. Take some accountability, especially you, Bryce, because guess what? If you still thinking about what your general manager said about you, he's right. He ain't saying nothing wrong because you ain't doing nothing this season. You having the same season. And guess what? You looking old out there, bro. I'm going to have to tell you. So step your game up. All y'all. Y'all looking like senior citizens out there. Step your game up. We've been waiting 5 seasons for y'all to pull it together. We kept this team together so y'all can win. And y'all can't do it. And I don't care who y'all bringing here.
We're up against
It's not going to fit the situation we in. Because you know why? It ain't going to fix it. It's because it's a mental breakdown as well as a physical breakdown. And it's hard to fix both. And it's hard to fix one without the other. So listen, y'all got to get it together, man. And guess what? I'm not, like I said, I'll never give up on my team. But listen, y'all about to force all the fans to throw the towel in. Because y'all not showing who y'all are. You're a championship team. So start to play like it. Small ball, man. Get on base. Stop trying to hit home runs. That's what we need, baby. Come on.
He's close enough. Get it together. Will, we love you, buddy. I didn't know when to jump in. Will, we love you up against it leading off. Yeah. Great call, though.
And like we got time.
What to watch for is Will's next call, brought to you by Xfinity, proud sponsor of WFE's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that. 215-592-9494. The weather report next, and some more on the trade deadline. It's the Midday Show, leading off Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Who's the man in a white plumbing van?
Roto-Rooter man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter man.
If plumbing, drains, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
This summer, kids have fun at Hershey Park for free. For a limited time, save on your family's getaway with our Kids Stay, Play, and Eat free package. That means kids 17 and under can stay at the official resorts of Hershey Park with free resort benefits like front gate shuttle service and extra park hours. Plus, kids' tickets are free to play on the Northeast's most iconic coasters, an entire water park, and more than 70 attractions at Hershey Park. And kids start each morning with free breakfast. Summer calendars are filling up fast. Book your getaway now and save.
Sweet cravings, midday rewards, late night treats. Wawa is your all-day treat destination for ice cream parfaits, floats, and cream smoothies. Gotta have a Wawa.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log in to your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotions section to access the Swing for the Fences free free-to-play game. Swing for the fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, $1 small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. It is Leading Off, Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phil's Marlins 12-10 today right here on WIP. The finale of the 3-game set. Phil's come in 57 and 51. Miami at 54 and 54. The weather report today brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Philadelphia. For windows and doors that go beyond, visit the pros at PellaPhilly.com. We'll see if they have the roof open today. It'll look like the Miami weather today. Sometimes they'll have the roof open during the day. It's 88 today. There are some storms in the area, so perhaps they'll have that roof closed. I always like it better when the roof is open down there, but it's typically closed because the Miami weather's unpredictable with the storms. Last night, one of the hitters hit the ball. I think it was Stowers. They hit the roof, and they were debating whether it actually hit the roof or one of the catwalk things. It was pretty wild. Anyway, Hugh, we did open the show today and talk about Bryce Harper's comments yesterday.
Yes.
Into which he said they need help. It bothered me because the guy has been garbage for the month of July, and to stand up there and say, basically, my teammates stink, and not put yourself accountable, it bothered me. Don Mattingly asked about Bryce Harper's comments and asked specifically, is Bryce the only one that feels that way? Here's what Don Mattingly said.
Since Bryce thinking about it, I don't really sense anybody else thinking about it, honestly. And you've been through this. Guys want to be GMs, what you need, without a real understanding of where the organization is, exactly where its thing goes, not only this year but moving forward. So, again, players like being GMs and making calls and spending other people's money. So let's let it go at that. I mean, Dave's been doing this a while. He's never really backed away from trying to get guys. We're trying to get better. We're going to try to get better at deadline. So.
Wow. Guys trying to be GM, spend other people's money?
Yeah. That's a lot. I think that to me sounds like he has the same thing that you have today, Joe.
Enough.
Bryce Harper fatigue.
Shut up.
Bryce Harper
How about
fatigue.
you go hit today?
But see, here's the contrasting difference is that when Topper was here, nobody checked Bryce like that. That was what you call a check. He got checked. Like, hey, basically, because Bryce been playing GM since he's been here, so he's the first person to actually say something about it. Pretty sure that's not going to play well, but. Sometimes you have to, you gotta let people know what what time it really is. And I think that's exactly what he did.
The other thing, and this might be a smaller thing that Bryce did last night, is he did not make Dombrowski's job any easier. Like, Bryce Harper's publicly calling for a bat and an arm. If I'm Dave Dombrowski today and I'm out there talking to, the general manager of the Angels or the Reds or whoever, and I say, all right, I'll give you this for this. And that guy's like, I want more. Bryce Harper even knows you need this player. Like, it doesn't help his leverage in any of these deals. Let's hear one more from Mattingly when he was asked, were you bothered by what Bryce Harper had to say last night?
Am I bothered? No, I just don't like it from the fact of what I've been saying, that you're saying that we don't like our players that are here. And I just don't. I think you're always trying to get better. You should always incrementally try to get better, no matter who you are. If you're the Dodgers who've won 2 straight, they're trying to get better in different ways. We're in the same boat, right? You're always trying to get better. But when you say something...
So I'm doing a little doctoring of audio back here, like scrambling.
Yep.
But so that cut off by the end. But they asked him if he feels the need to address it with Bryce Harper, and he said, not really. I mean, Bryce is going to say what he wants. I'm not really concerned about it. Just kind of take it with a grain of salt, knowing how players are over the years. I've heard this. It's not the first time I've heard this. We need. I was looking at it internally. I got to get better. We got to get better. It's simple as that.
I mean, he's basically saying what I said. Bryce, you got to go hit. The way you've hit the last month is crushing us more than Brian De La Cruz or Rincones. Like, those guys are nobodies. You're supposed to hit. That's why you're here, to carry this thing. The other thing, I mean, Hugh, and I understand why the manager would feel this, because he's got to deal with all the players, right? He has to try to get them all to play their best. But he said something in there that I felt this morning.
What do you feel?
Well, in effect, now Bryce didn't say these words, but when you say we need help, you are saying the people here with me are not good enough collectively.
No, and he pointed that out.
Yeah.
But again, the reason why it didn't bother me is because that's what Bryce always does. This is the first time that he's been held accountable for anything that he says. Like, since I've been here.
Good.
And that's the biggest difference. And he said, like, because let me tell you how this is going to play out. They're going to get ready for the game today at batting practice, and somebody's going to tell him what he said.
What Mattingly said.
What the manager said. And then he's going to have something to say. This is not over, because I can't see. This is going to get spicy, because I cannot see Bryce not having something to say, because he's always had something to say.
Yeah, he does.
So it's now you got to ask yourself. Now, I don't know if this is going to happen, but you talk about that trade deadline, like looming, like who gonna go? Who's going? When you talk about potentially trading guys to send a message, or well, not send a message. Let me take that back. I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. But I'm saying if you're talking about trading guys and pieces that are tradable, I mean, I think the landscape changes a little bit.
Well, boy, they need a win today. I can tell you that. I mean, as we hand it off to leading off in a second, or to on deck. I mean, they need a win today.
I wonder how much differently Topper would have answered that question. I mean,
he wouldn't have confronted it. It wouldn't have been confrontational.
Mattingly's been a player, so like that. I think that almost like
carried the stick, working against
right.
you.
Like he kind of. I think he takes that stuff personally.
Well, yeah, I mean, it sounded like it.
Also, he's probably felt it as he was probably in Harper's position at one point on a flawed team that could have used help. He probably felt it. My memory, and it was a long time ago, he probably didn't express it the same way, kept it in-house. I just think it was wrong what Bryce Harper did last night, and we'll see where that goes from here. We could all use some runs today. From Bryce, from all these guys. They need a win. They need Luzardo to shove. They need a win today. It's rare to say on July 29th, must win in baseball. It's a very, very, very long season. They need to win this game today.
It's such a must win.
I mean, they cannot get swept by the Marlins heading into an off day. My goodness. All right. You guys enjoy the game. We will talk to you live tomorrow from Eagles training camp at 10 a.m. It's very excited to be out there. Phillies up next, right here, as always, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.